Good morning, everybody. Who is excited for this 8:30 caffeinated Polymer talk? Me. So fun fact about this title. We came up with it like a couple of months ago because for I/O you have to do everything in advance. And billions is true. You heard Rahul yesterday in the keynote said that there's over 2 billion users of Chrome now. Every Chrome has a Chrome history or a Chrome settings that uses Polymer. So Polymer's on like over 2 billion people, which is kind of awesome. But then like a week or two ago, somebody tweeted that they had just deployed on every McDonald's menu screen Polymer. So now we're literally serving those billions. Get it? McDonald's serve. So yeah, let's talk about it. I'm Monica. I'm not Waldorf on Twitter and GitHub and internet places. And I work on Polymer. I work on Polymer elements usually and building things with Polymer, which is why I really like giving these talks, because I'm kind of like you. I'm a user of Polymer. I complain whenever Polymer doesn't do the right thing for me. And there's this quote from Woody Allen that the web is like a shark. It has to constantly move forward or it dies. And Woody Allen, the inventor of React, we all know this. Yeah, and he said this, and this is true. We look at the web, and it changes every year. We have web components. We have service workers. It's always changing. And this is also true of Polymer. Polymer 1 came out 3 years ago, and it was awesome. But since then, the platform changed a lot, and then the world changed a lot. And we've learned a lot of things from you, users of Polymer, about what you wanted to do. So Polymer 2 also had to change. And what I want to do in this talk is tell you a story about all of the things that came from Polymer 1, all of the things that changed in Polymer 2, and why they actually mean something and why they're useful for you. In Polymer 1, we had this approach of like a one-size-fits-all to the library. We went from proof of concept to production, and we basically filled in a lot of gaps that the platform didn't have. We made it so that it was really easy for you to make an element. This is what it looked like. We had this like one giant function that wrapped everything, would register your element for you, would create a prototype, would give you behaviors if you wanted inheritance, because you didn't have prototypal inheritance. It gave you like declarative listeners. It gave you host attributes. It didn't matter if you wanted all of these things. It gave them to you anyway. And it did work for you to have these things. And it was awesome. And the reason why I had to do this is because 4 years ago, the web component standards were kind of icky. We didn't have a good vendor story. Safari was like definitely not into it. Chrome was like, yeah, web components. Firefox was like, sure, we'll do anything. But like the spec wasn't really there. We didn't have an agreement on the spec. It wasn't super clean. Some of the things were really messy. We didn't have any best practices. Nobody had made a lot of custom elements. Nobody had to maintain custom elements. We didn't really know what to do. So we made a thing where it was really easy to use web components. And we're like, we'll see how this goes. Which means that the basic use case for a web component was really nice. You could like take Polymer out of the box, spend a little bit of time, and bam, you had like a button. You had a fancy input. You had anything you wanted. The problem came when you used Polymer for a while, and you became this like advanced user. And in that case, Polymer didn't really know what to do with it. If you wanted to use it in like a really big application, or like, for example, Chrome settings only ships it to Chrome, and a lot of the decisions that Polymer or Polymer elements made were directed at like filling in platform gaps. Polymer elements used to ship a promise polyfill. If you're Chrome settings and you're only shipping things to Chrome, which definitely has a promise implementation, also shipping a promise polyfill is really annoying. And the problem was that you couldn't like take things away from Polymer. And this came because we realized there's very different needs when you're building a library based on who your target is. Your needs are very different if you're building like a leaf element, something like an input or a button that sits at the bottom. and gets used a lot, versus making like a giant view node, like the entry point in your application that aggregates all the things. These are very different elements, and you have to think about them very differently, which means the library has to be held very differently in these cases. So if in Polymer 1 we had this one-size-fits-all, everything is an element, is an element, is an element, in Polymer 2 we have this a la carte concept. And I hate this a la carte because Kevin used it, and has an accent on it because I speak French, but they never put the accent on it, so it's really annoying that I have it here. But basically, the idea of Polymer 2 is that you get to pick and choose what you need. If you don't need something, you don't pick it. You don't bring it in your application. So as part of the Polymer 2 release, we did 3 things. We updated Polymer 2's the v1 specs, which are awesome, have ES6 classes, they're delightful. We removed all the weird abstractions from Polymer 1. If you've ever used Polymer 1, all those like Polymer DOM calls that were there because we had to like hack around the platform, you don't need them anymore because the platform's here. And we also try to do this in a minimally breaking way. And this was really important to us because the cleansing wave of fire of updating your application whenever a library changes is really frustrating for everyone. So we wanted for like the change from 1 to 2 to be really smooth. And again, this is why it helps that I work on elements and not core, because Kevin and Steve would update the library and be like, we made these changes. And I'd be like, you broke my input, and I have to use like 17 hours to fix it, and we're not going to do that because nobody's going to want to do that. But what I want to focus on today is these actual new changes that are in Polymer 2 that came from the v1 specs, but like all of the awesome modularizing and feature breaking that we did. The reason why we got to do this, and the reason why we were able to modularize Polymer 2, is because the platform caught up. The web component standard is really awesome now. It works everywhere. Safari has a custom element and Shadow DOM implementation. Never thought I'd see the day. But it's here, and we have an awesome cross-vendor story, which means as a library, we can now take a step back and like focus on how to actually help you solve problems, not on just like filling gaps and like writing polyfills until the end of time. Which means now you get to use the platform. You can make web components. You don't even need Polymer. But if you want to use Polymer, we're there to like empower you, to help you, to like solve all of the really annoying problems that you might have and all the boilerplate that you might not want to write. One of the things that we used to tell you in Polymer, I said this so many times last year, I don't think I can even remember, is do less, be lazy. In order to make your application fast, you had to use less of Polymer. You couldn't like give back features of Polymer. You just had to like be very careful about using them. And we didn't want to make this mistake again in Polymer 2. So in Polymer 2, we have like an opposite, very positive approach, which is do more if you need to. When you start with a custom element, you start from the bare metal, you get HTML element, you get nothing. If you need some sugaring, or if you need like declarative getters from Polymer, then you can subscribe and be like, hey, Polymer, help me with this thing. Don't give me everything else. I didn't ask you for data binding. Just give me the one thing that I asked you for. And that's exactly the entire like methodology around Polymer 2 and why I think it's really awesome. And the reason why this works is because we now have options. We split Polymer into like these individual mix-ins and these options that you can basically subscribe to. So when we start off with an element, I'm sorry, this is at the bottom, you start off with HTML element. So this comes from the spec. This is the platform. It's just whatever you extend to make a custom element. And then on top of it, you might want help with something. You might want help, for example, with like declarative getters and setters. I personally don't like writing getters and setters and keeping all my attributes and properties in sync. It drives me absolutely insane. On top of that, you might want help with stamping your template. Templates are really nice, and I'll tell you all about it in a little bit. But if you got used to Polymer 1 templates, Polymer 2 also has templates in the same way. Data binding is a thing that you really don't want to roll on your own. It's really nice if a library helps you with that. And that's another feature that we can help with. And finally, all the declarative goodness that you're used to from Polymer 1, like declarative listeners or like synced properties and stuff like that, these are all features that you might want help and you would expect help from a library like Polymer. The really awesome thing about this graph is, first of all, it's a rainbow. And second of all, it corresponds to exactly the mix-ins that we have in Polymer. So the getters and setters come from something called property accessors. And then the template comes from template stamp. It stamps the template. It's the best named thing I've ever seen. And it goes all the way to the top to Polymer element, which has pretty much everything that you're used to from Polymer 1. The other awesome thing is that because they're individually split, you get to control the size of Polymer that you include in your application. If you know you're not going to need data binding and you're not going to need like to stamp your template or anything, you can just like take a 2.2K hit. That's like smaller than your header image in your application. So that's pretty much fine. Even Polymer Element that has all of the things is just 11K. It's really small. So what I want to do in this talk, and I think it's like, I'm really sorry it's at 8:30 because it's going to be a lot of code, but I want to tell you exactly how you would use each of these mixins because I think that's really important because that's the whole power of Polymer 2. And I'm going to do this with a fairly contrived example. So I have a button, and every time I click it, you get a balloon. And that balloon is obviously an emoji because nobody has an image of a balloon lying around that legal will approve to use in this talk. And I have two attributes on it. I have a limit, and I have a counter. I want the counter to be reflected. So when I say reflected, I mean that if I update the property, the attribute is in sync and gets updated as well. I don't want the limit to be reflected. So if when it boots up, I start up with a limit or not. But then if I update the property, the code considers this new value, but it's not going to get reflected as an attribute. You may do this for performance reasons. This is how a lot of the actual HTML elements work. So like the native input element has a lot of properties it's not actually reflecting. So even though this is a contrived example, I thought it was like a sort of similar as a thing that you might do in real life. So that's our element. All of the code that I'm going to talk about, so that you don't like take furious notes or anything, is at this URL. So Glitch is this awesome new thing that the lovely people from Fog Creek put together. It's basically like a JS bin on steroids. It's a new developer environment where you have like a client and a server. They give you like an Express server, and you can have node modules and stuff. And it's really useful for demos like this. And the other awesome thing is that it generates a random name for a project, whatever. But in my random name was Aspiring Chauffeur, which I thought was really appropriate because it's like driving you around on your Polymer 2 experience. So that's the link. Go to it. Have fun with it. You can like clone it and remix it and whatever. OK, let's get this going. We're starting with HTML element. We're going to make a custom element with vanilla JavaScript, no Polymer at all. There's two parts of making a custom element. We have to define a prototype, which is what the element does. And then we have to tell the browser to associate a tag with that prototype. And that's what the custom elements.define line does. Basically says, hey, browser, whenever you see my element, I really mean this actual thing. And then the next thing that the platform gives you is a bunch of lifecycle methods, which are basically callbacks whenever your element does something interesting. You get a constructor when you new it. You get something called a connected callback and a disconnected callback. And these are whenever you attach an element, we append it to the document, or you remove it. And then you get this awesome attribute called change callback. So whenever you change one of those attributes in the markup, you get this callback. And the way this works is that you subscribe to a list of attributes you care about. So something like counter and limit would be here. The reason why you have this list is because you don't want to react to every single attribute that changes. So you specify the ones you care about. Cool. So here we go. This is most of the code in that element. There's like another getter and setter. Don't panic. We're going to go through every line. I know it's a lot of code. So the first thing we need to do is create a shadow root so we can put our styles, encapsulate them, be really awesome. And you can do this in the constructor. You can do this in the connected callback. You can do whatever you want. In the connected callback is where I do my rendering code. And here, this render function is basically a giant, boring function where I create DOM and styles in JavaScript. You could have a style node and append it here. I chose to do this because I was lazy and terrible. This is not the greatest way to do it. But it's fine because we're going to use templates anyway. And what this is doing is just creating a button, having a click handler on it. That increment function basically just adds 1 to the counter until it hits the limit, if there's a limit. It styles the button, whatever. It's just like normal DOM creation. Once you're done with that, we have the attribute change callback. And here, there's like an interesting philosophical problem you can pick a camp to live in. There's two ways you can do this. You can have properties or attributes be the source of truth. If you have attributes be the source of truth, you would do all of your work in here and just like customarily update the property just to keep it in sync. I prefer to keep my properties be the source of truth. So all I'm doing here is just updating the property and doing all the work in my setter. And the reason for that is, again, I don't want all of my attributes all my properties to be reflected. So if I did all the work here, that means all of my properties were reflected, and that's kind of lame. It's also slower. Setting an attribute is not free. It's it's actually quite expensive. And finally, if you have properties be the source of truth, they get to have types. Your integer can actually be to the integer, not to the string. So when you add 1 to it, you don't get 21 balloons, like I did the first time I made that element. So here's our setter. And as I promised, I'm going to reflect that attribute if I want to. And then I'm going to call display. And this is, take a moment here, because this is the first deliberate piece of code that I actually wrote. Because up until now, it was mostly just like gluing things together and like boilerplate in my render function. But what I'm going to do in display is just take my counter and basically repeat an emoji balloon all the time. And this is why images suck in emoji rules, because you can just inner HTML it, yay, or text content it if you want. I like to enable cross-scripting errors here. Cool, so that's it. That's my code. I have a display function. It gets updated. We didn't need a library to do this. This was a small element, but it was still a lot of boilerplate code. Imagine if your element is enormous and you have to do this for like 17 properties you might have. That gets a little bit messy. So this is where Polymer can help you. So let's do this again, the same element, but with less of this boilerplate. And the first thing we're going to use is property accessors. Remember, property accessors gets you basically getters and setters. They access your properties. Get it? I just figured that one out right now. I've been using it for months. Great. Never asked. So this is the code that we left off with. This is what we had. And now I'm just going to like mangle it and make it better. The first thing I'm going to do is, rather than extending HTML element as before, I'm going to extend property accessors, and it builds on top of HTML element. It's a mix-in. It's a higher-order function. Goodness, JavaScript. The next thing I'm going to do is call this enable properties function. So this is a little bit of boilerplate that turns on your accessors. And the awesome part about it is that you get to control when exactly you're going to turn them on. So we tend to do it in connected callback, because that's after all of your attributes have booted up and attribute change callback has been called for your initial state. So basically, in connected callback, you're now ready. Your element has booted up with its initial attributes, and you're like, sweet, now make me getters and setters and properties for them. And then as a result, you also get this new callback called ready, which comes after connected callback and after enabled properties has been called, so after all of your properties have been set. And this is where I can now do my rendering. So I can actually boot up with my initial state with properties. It's awesome. All of this code about observed attributes and all my getters and setters can now go away, because that's the work that Polymer is doing for me now. And I'm going to replace it with a thing called properties changed. So much like attributes changed, this is properties changed. The difference is that this is a batched call. So if you set like 3 properties in a row, you're not going to get 3 callbacks. You're going to get one callback that says, hey, buddy, you set 3 properties. Do you want to deal with this? Which is awesome, because if you're just going to call display over and over again, if I update both the limit and the counter, you don't want to like call it twice. You just get one batched callback. And here you can see that I'm going to explicitly just reflect the counter attribute, but not all my other properties that I may get a callback for. Awesome. We've already cut the code in half. We're doing great work, and we've just added like 2.2 Ks to it. Awesome. We have one more line of code, which is a static function on your class that basically says, Polymer, please pay attention to this class, and every time I have a property, an attribute, make a property getter and setter for it. So that's awesome. A lot of the sugaring that comes from Polymer until you hit Polymer element is on static functions on your class, because that's basically what it does. It has to like, notice me, pay attention to me, which is great. So that was property accessors. So remember, we got properties and attributes being set in sync and like free getters and setters. The next thing we get is template stamp, because if you remember, my render function was really horrible, and you don't actually know what this looks like. It's a pile of DOM and a pile of CSS. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. It's unclear. But what I really want to replace it with is a template. Templates are awesome. We use them in Polymer 1. Templates are the fastest way to stamp static DOM. We really like them. Also, your editor understands them and displays them as HTML and CSS, so you can actually be like, oh, yeah, I see the button. It's got a style. And in this, the template is identical to what I had before. So the host, it's the same styles. My buttons are the same styles. I literally just copied it into a template. I didn't do anything else. The other awesome thing about using template stamp and Polymer is that you get declarative event handlers. So now rather than, I could add an event listener to my button, button.addEventListener, a function, and bind it. But why not let somebody help me with this? And this is an awesome way to be helped with. And much like in Polymer 1, template stamp also gives you items of interest. It's this idea that if you put an ID on something in your shadow DOM, Polymer will just like cache that ID, and so you can access it by like this.$.output. Again, you could do this too. You could query select for it and like put it somewhere in your class so that you don't query select every time you need it. But this is an extra layer of sugaring that is really useful, and we found people really liked. Sweet, now that we have this template, we can like cut off more code. My entire goal in this talk is to like start with a bunch of code and like leave you with nothing at the end. This is how that's going to progress. So this is where we left off. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to update this extension. So we're now going to extend template stamp, which uses property accessors, which uses HTML element. It's turtles all the way down. And then I'm going to cut off everything that had to do with rendering, because again, I'm not doing this rendering by hand anymore. Template stamp is going to do it for me. So I'm going to delete it, and then I'm going to replace it with, if I can get this click going, in my ready callback, which remember I had from before, I'm going to append my DOM. So I'm basically going to get the template from somewhere in my document, and you can use your favorite way to do this. And then I'm going to create my shadowroid and append my template. And this is going to create like this $. And everything for me in ready. And that's it. That's all that I have to do for template stamp. So now I got to like take away that render function and take away the the awful part about it and convert it into a template. Yes. The next thing, and this is my favorite part of Polymer, is property effects, which gives you data binding. And data binding is my favorite because everything just like magically gets kept in sync and properties get updated without me having to call this dot, this dot, this dot all the time. So this is our old code, and now I've started like hiding code away from you that doesn't matter to make you feel less scared at 8:30 in the morning. So I'm now going to extend property effects. And now here you can see that like it's no longer turtles all the way down because property effects requires template stamp and everything below it, so it's just going to do all of the turtles for you. But property effects also builds on HTML element, is still a mixin. And I'm going to get rid of my properties changed. Remember, the only reason why I had this properties changed is because I wanted to keep my attributes and my properties in sync, and also I needed to call that display function that like reached into my DOM and was like, you need to put balloons, needs more balloons. But if I have data binding, I don't need to do this by hand. That's the whole point of having data binding. So I'm going to remove that function. I'm going to, again, call a static method on my class, which is going to do that reflection for me. So now we have this create reflected property call that says, if you see a property called counter, also make sure it's an attribute and keep these in sync. So I don't have to do that anymore. And now if we go back to my template to actually use the data binding, we use the display method as before to like reach into output and update it. So what I'm going to do instead is use data binding inside of output, which is going to call the display function every time my counter property gets updated. And then my display function is really easy. It just says, you know, number of balloons I care about. That's it. This is awesome. We're like most of the way there. The only other thing we still need is, you know, sugar and spice and everything nice, declarative properties and property observers, all that like nice syntax that you're used to from Polymer 1, if that's a thing that you want to use. So this is the code where we left off. And look how, before we even go to it, look how like clean and straightforward this looks. I have a constructor. My element is booting up. I have a connected callback. It's when something gets attached. Ready is when all my properties have been set. I care about some observed attributes. And I literally have code to make this element work, which are the display and increment functions. Nothing about this looks in any way like boilerplatey or weird. But we can still do better. So I'm going to extend Polymer element now. And this is like a new kind of custom element that I can extend. And I'm going to delete basically everything that was not code that I deliberately wrote. All I really wanted this element to do was to display balloons and increment every time I press that button. So that's what I expect that element to do. So I'm going to cut away all this boilerplate and then replace it with this properties object that looks very similar to what you're used to from Polymer 1. I have a bunch of properties. I have a counter property. It's of type number, so I can add 1 to it really safely. It's reflected to an attribute. It starts off at 0. I have a limit property. It's just a number. Don't really care about anything else. And that's it. This was code that I wanted to add. The next thing I have to do is put a little bit of glue for automatic template finding. Because if you still remember, in that ready function, I still had to find the right template that I wanted to stamp. And I really just want Polymer to automatically do this for me. And this is what what the static getter does. It says, look for the template called that belongs to the myElement tag. And the way this works is by wrapping everything in a DOM module. And this is why it looks exactly like Polymer 1. DOM module is a custom element. It has a template. It has the definition of the element. And it's going to glue that template to the element that's being defined. Kind of like in an awesome taco. In the Polymer team, we usually call this it looks like a taco because your DOM module is like the tortilla, and then you put all the goodness in it, like the meat and the cheese, and not the cilantro. I'm one of those people allergic to cilantro. Cilantro is awful, which is why I want to show you this awful emoji that is like 90% cilantro. I want to find the designer at Apple who is like, I've seen a taco before. It has cilantro and apparently onions. That's They're in California. There's tacos everywhere. I don't understand. So that's it. That was our code. So I just want to go through all the 5 things again so that you know them. HTML element is off the beginning. Property accessors are how you get getters and setters and keeping your properties and attributes in sync. Template stamp lets you use templates for stamping rather than awful CSS and JavaScript or other awful situations you might find yourself in. Property effects is going to give you data binding. And Polymer element gives you the properties block and declarative observers and listeners and the things that you're used to from Polymer 1. And the reason why I'm really excited about this and the code that I showed you is that I feel that with Polymer 2, we're actually, I've been saying this in Polymer 1 too, but I think it's actually becoming true in Polymer 2, that Polymer is kind of like jQuery for web components. And not in the sense that you don't use it anymore and you have 4 copies of it that you haven't remembered in your site, but in the sense that it actually helps you write things really easily. When jQuery came out, DOM manipulations were hard. Writing things that worked on IE and Safari and was there even a Safari? And Chrome were hard. And jQuery helped you with that. You got to write the same line of code, and it worked the same way everywhere. And Polymer does that for you. Rather than letting you write all this boilerplate, if you want to use a library, you can do it, and it's going to do all the heavy lifting for you. It's not going to make decisions for you. It's just going to help you do whatever you already wanted to do. And the way this works is because ES6 classes are amazing. And this is a thing that we didn't used to have in Polymer 1. ES6 classes code looks like platform code. It doesn't look like weird frameworky code that you had to do so that your framework works. It's just what the platform wants you to do. Look at this code this is the last bit of code that we left off with. I have a class. It extends something. That's inheritance. That makes sense. I have some getters, or some static getters and setters. I have some objects. I have some JavaScript. It's just a normal class. It uses Polymer, but it just looks like normal code. And the awesome thing about inheritance, everyone, is that we actually get element inheritance now, which is the thing that I've been asking for years. So this is, if you want to extend from this element, all you have to do is just update what you're extending. So I can now have a child element that extends from this element that we've been working on for 90 slides. And it can update, because it's extending it, it can update anything. So maybe I don't want to show balloons every time. Maybe I want to show cats in 3 times as many, because obviously I want more cats than balloons. And that's really easy, because it's just a normal class extension. I'm just going to update what that display function does and be like, this particular child is just going to display a lot of cats. And I can do the same thing with a template. I can have the child have a specific template, and you can override the template function that Polymer uses to display your template and be like, listen, Polymer, you take whatever template my parent had and shove my template at the end, or in the middle, or wherever placeholder is. You control these things. And this is really awesome, because I think these are ways in which Polymer really helps elements, in particular with inheritance. But remember, we had these different kinds of elements that we had to think about, because everybody has different needs. And a thing at the bottom, something like a leaf node, would be paper checkbox. Paper checkbox in Polymer 1 lived in a really hard space because it had to be very performant. This is the Chrome settings page. And in Chrome settings, they try to use paper checkbox, Chrome history, actually. And basically, for every item of history, paginated or not, you had a checkbox. Maybe you're showing 100 checkboxes. No matter how fast paper checkbox was, it still wasn't fast enough to actually render and not to cost the page extra seconds. So we couldn't make paper checkbox fast at the time because people also wanted like 17,000 features from paper checkbox, such as making it a tri-state so you can use it in trees, being able to style the label, being able to control where the label goes around the checkbox. I'm not making these up. These are real features that people asked for. And it was very hard because we didn't have enough control to both make it extremely fast for one use case and extremely featureful for another. But the amazing part about Polymer 2 is that now we get to control this. Paper checkbox can be one of these like vanilla custom elements. It needs to be super fast. It doesn't have any data binding. It just like has one bit of CSS. Maybe needs property accessors, but it probably doesn't even need template stamp. It can be incredibly cheap and incredibly fast. And if you want to add features to it, you can inherit from it, or you can just like add features to it later. But paper checkbox by itself can be super fast now. A different element, paper input, is still one of these leaf elements, but it's really complicated and really expensive. It has to do everything the native input is, which is 21 different things for the record. And it also has to look pretty because the input element is hideous. So it gets to use more of the sugaring that Polymer can provide. But on top of that, we have something like gold credit card input. And for the record, I had to blur that Visa icon because you're not allowed to show the Visa icon without asking for permission. Thank you, lawyer cats. But so gold CC input looks exactly like that paper input, right? Let's go back to it, and let's go forward to it. Yeah, it looks exactly the same. It's just basically paper input with like an extra icon and like a validation of your credit cards. The problem is, in Polymer 1, we didn't have inheritance, so it's literally all of paper input copy-pasted into a different element. Do you think gold CC input has all the fixes that have been going on for the last year in paper input? No, it doesn't. It's really broken. This is where inheritance helps. So in Polymer 2, we can now update this horrific element and be like, listen, you're really just a paper input with these two very trivial changes. And this is going to be amazing. It's going to make maintenance awesome. It's going to make these elements actually be loved again. I hate them so much. I had to copy-paste so much code. But yeah, this is how it helps elements. This is really great. And the final, last kind of element that we were talking about is this thing that sits at the top of your application and has to just aggregate a whole bunch of things. This is a bunch of elements from our shop app. And news article is basically like the article that you're looking at. And it depends on like a whole bunch of things, the category that you're looking at, the page that you're on, the route that you've been set on. And you could set all of these properties by hand. You could have a listener every time like the route changes. You can go and like do newslist.list equals something, news article.category equals something. You could, but you don't have to. That's why data binding is amazing. That's why Polymer is really good at this. So this would be the kind of element that you would probably only have like one of them in your application or a couple. So you could throw the kitchen sink at it. Use all of Polymer. This would be totally fine, and it'd be awesome. So these are the ways in which Polymer helps elements. But Polymer also helps apps, because this is the other kind of target audience we care about. And we listened a lot to people who are using elements in their applications, and we're like, what are the biggest problems that you have? So shadow styling and style encapsulation is amazing. It's really, really awesome if you're making one of these leaf elements that you want everybody to reuse in your applications and not accidentally stomp on their styles. That's the whole point of it. It's a little bit hard if you're starting with this like monolithic application that has like random CSS and 17 different CSS files, and you're like, I'm going to go gung-ho on web components. And you might have a problem with that because style encapsulation is going to go a little bit in the way. If that's a problem that you have with, Polymer 2 helps with it. Because again, everything is just a JavaScript class. You can just override and extend things that are in the way. So this is what the normal attach DOM function from Polymer element is. It creates your shadow root and puts content in it. If that's not a thing you want, just override it and say, just put my DOM in it, and it's going to be fine. And this is great. Another thing that we've heard that people might want is define your elements just in script and not depend on templates. And again, this is super easy. You have a template function, a template getter that Polymer element uses. Just replace it with, rather than fetching the template for you automatically, replace it with a string or however you're stamping your templates normally. That's the thing that Polymer can help with it. And all of this works because ES6 classes are finally, they're amazing and we can use them and they're here. This is what the platform always wanted us to do. Yogi Berra, the inventor of functional programming, once said that when you come to a fork in the road, take it. And I think this fork in the road is web components. They're here, and they're awesome, and they've given you this promise that how you build an element doesn't matter. You can use vanilla JavaScript, you can use Polymer, and I think it's really awesome. And I really hope that you take this fork with us and start using web components. Also Polymer too. Yay! Thanks.
Check the description for more details, including links to the docs and specs.
Hey everyone, Sam here. In this web series, we'll solve common web problems with standards. These techniques are part of the web platform and work with any framework or library. Okay, let's go. If you're animating some elements, whether you're using CSS, the Web Animations API, or libraries which just use Request Animation Frame, make sure you help your browser stay speedy by letting it use your 3D graphics card. Sam, what are you talking about? When you look at a website, it's made up of layers stacked on top of each other, and your graphics card won't need to redraw for changes to only some certain CSS properties, specifically opacity and transform. These two properties let you move stuff around and change how visible it is. You can animate, width, color, or other CSS properties, but do it sparingly and not in response to user action, where you want to be snappy. To keep things fast, if you have elements that move around a lot, you'll also want to set the will change transform or opacity CSS property. This is a hint to the browser. This element should be a layer all the time. Otherwise, when you upgrade or downgrade to a layer, you'll incur a cost. The browser has to redraw that specific part of the page. But if you give everything on your page a layer, this might bog down your browser as it struggles to compose them all together. This is a complicated topic, and you should check out more documentation to learn more about it. And most importantly, your site doesn't need to be perfect. It won't crush your user's experience to make a few mistakes here and there, but it's good to keep on top of it. Check Chrome's rendering section inside Developer Tools once in a while just to see what's happening and how your site's going. This was Layers the standard way. See you on the next tip.
The only thing that evolves faster than technology is our expectations. We want everything. Better, easier, now. Suddenly, downloading an app feels like it takes forever. And in many parts of the world, data is still at a premium, with 1 megabyte costing up to 5% of a monthly wage. Let's face it though, until now, the alternative to native apps hasn't been great. But that was then. Progressive web apps can now deliver mobile web experiences with a native look and feel, offering features like real-time push notifications, adding a site to your home screen so you can easily jump back to it with a single tap, even when you're offline. Plus the ability to make quick payments on the go. And all from your browser. This is the next generation of the mobile web. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and build something great.
We tend to talk about the web, and today I think is no different.
But you think you can beat Wikipedia at a server-side render, do you?
I did.
With HTTP2, the rules all change.
One code base is not what you want, because then you end up with stagnation.
I've got one function that actually produces the other function. It's almost become self-aware. The code is now writing itself. What time does the game start?
LinkedIn is the premier social network for professionals. We are consistently one of the top apps on Google Play. My name is Pradeep Dash. I'm the engineering manager for LinkedIn infrastructure team for the flagship apps. We have 1 million+ reviews. We are consistently 4+ stars. Our users are really appreciative of how stable the app is, how it really helps them bring their professional profile forward.
My name is Drew Haney. I'm on the Android infrastructure team at LinkedIn. My team is responsible for the overall health of our Android application. We take care of releases to Google Play, our testing pipeline for the app, our build pipeline. One of the tools that my team has been excited about is the APK Analyzer tool, because we spend a lot of time paying attention to the size of our app, and it required some expertise to figure out what was causing your app to be a certain size. But now that we have the APK Analyzer tool, we've been able to expand that knowledge throughout the entire team. LinkedIn was an early adopter of Gradle, so adopting Gradle for Android was a pretty natural fit for us because we can share a lot of our custom plugin logic that we've built, and we can also get consistent builds across developer machines and our build servers. One thing that's really benefited us is the lint system, which has a lot of built-in checks for common problems, and we've really appreciated being able to write our own custom lint checks for LinkedIn's specific internal libraries. With so many developers checking into the code base, one thing that helps onboarding someone new is having a consistent code style throughout the code base. Android Studio lets us find a custom code style that each developer can add and automatically have their code formatted in the LinkedIn style.
One of the things that we really appreciate is the open nature of the platform, where not only has the feedback that we have given back to the developer community been accepted, but also being worked upon. In the last couple of years, my team has become way faster, much more agile, and being able to code easier and faster on the Android Studio.
I've been playing games all my life. It's my passion. I also learned how to program computers. And then in 2001, we started the first video games company for mobile phones in Spain called Microjogs. In 2013, my studio was acquired by a big company. Some of the guys and myself, we decided that we should do something fresh, something new, and we founded OmniDrone. Titan Roll is a real-time strategy game. It's considered as a MOBA. MOBA is a massive online battle arena, but especially designed for mobile devices. The game is today as it is thanks to the early access program. We changed many things from the learnings from the community. Since we launched the game on early access, we got more than 2 million installs on Android devices.
We started in the early access program back at the very beginning of it. The difference between the early access program and a traditional soft launch is that users are actively giving the team feedback. So you don't only check the metrics you have, but they also provide possible solutions. So you end up by doing the game players want to play. The thing about not having the ratings, but having the constructive feedback was very good. The early access was a great opportunity for an indie developer, someone starting, and very key for us in OmniDrone. When we started with the early access program, we approached it in different stages. So the idea was at the beginning to focus on the engagement of the games. Once we sorted that out, we focused on the retention of the game. And finally, we focus on monetization to do a valid product for the market. We managed with the early access to improve our retention in a 41%, the engagement by a 50%, and the monetization by 20%, from the very beginning of the program till worldwide launch the game.
I feel very happy working on the video games industry because it has been my passion since I was a child, and it's really inspiring that through Omnidron we have a real chance to shape the new era of the video games.
In response to popular demand, the Android Framework team has written an opinionated guide to architecting Android apps, and they've developed a companion set of architecture components. Hi, my name's Lila, a developer advocate for Android, and I'm here to introduce you to these shiny new architecture components. These components persist data, manage lifecycle, make your app modular, help you avoid memory leaks, and prevent you from having to write boring boilerplate code. Your basic Android app needs a database connected to a robust UI. The new components, Room, ViewModel, LiveData, and Lifecycle, make that easy. They're also designed to fit together like building blocks, so let's see how. I'll tackle the database using Room, which is a new SQLite object mapping library. To set up the tables using Room, we can define a plain old Java object, or POJO. We then mark this POJO with the @entity annotation, and create an ID marked with the @primaryKey annotation. Now for each POJO, you need to define a DAO, or Database Access Object. The annotated methods represent the SQLite commands you need to interact with your POJO's data. Now take a look at this insert method and this query method. Room has automatically converted your POJO objects into the corresponding database tables and back again. Room also verifies your SQLite at compile time. So if you spell something a little bit wrong, or if you reference a column that's not actually in the database, it will throw a helpful error. Now that you have a Room database, you can use another new architecture component called LiveData to monitor changes in the database. LiveData is an observable data holder. That means it holds data and notifies you when the data changes so that you can update the UI. LiveData is an abstract class that you can extend, or for simple cases, you can use the mutable LiveData class. If you update the value of the mutable LiveData with a call to set value, it can then trigger an update in your UI. What's even more powerful, though, is that Room is built to support LiveData. To use them together, you just modify your DAO to return objects that are wrapped with the LiveData class. Room will create a LiveData object observing the database. Then you can write code like this to update your UI. The end result is that if your Room database updates, it changes the data in your LiveData object, which automatically triggers UI updates. This brings me to another awesome feature of LiveData. LiveData is a lifecycle-aware component. Now you might be thinking, what exactly is a lifecycle-aware component? Well, I'm glad you asked. Through the magic of lifecycle observation, LiveData knows when your activity is on-screen, off-screen, or destroyed so that it doesn't send database updates to a non-active UI. There are two interfaces for this, Lifecycle Owner and Lifecycle Observer. Lifecycle owners are objects with lifecycles, like activities and fragments. Lifecycle observers, on the other hand, observe lifecycle owners and are notified of lifecycle changes. Here's a quick peek at the simplified code for LiveData, which is also a lifecycle observer. The methods annotated with @onLifecycleEvent take care of initialization and teardown when the associated lifecycle owner starts and stops. This allows LiveData objects to take care of their own setup and teardown. So the UI components observe the LiveData, and the LiveData components observe the lifecycle owners. As a side note to all you Android library designers out there, you can use this exact same lifecycle observation code to call setup and teardown functions automatically for your own libraries. Now you still have one more problem to solve. As your app is used, it will go through various configuration changes that destroy and rebuild the activity. We don't want to tie the initialization of LiveData to the activity lifecycle because that causes a lot of needlessly re-executed code. An example of this is your database query, which is executed every time you rotate the phone. So what do? Well, you put your LiveData and any other data associated with the UI in a view model instead. View models are objects that provide data for UI components and survive configuration changes. To create a view model object, you extend the view model class. You then put all of the necessary data for your activity UI into the view model. Since you've cached data for the UI inside of the view model, your app won't require the database if your activity is recreated due to a configuration change. Then, when you're creating your activity or fragment, you can get a reference to the view model and use it. And that's it! The first time you get a view model, it's generated for your activity. When you request a view model again, your activity receives the original view model with the UI data cached, so there's no more useless database calls. To summarize all of this new architecture shininess, we've talked about Room, which is an object mapping library for SQLite, live data, which notifies you when its data changes so that you can update the UI, and importantly, it works well with Room so that you can easily update the UI when the database values change. We've also talked about lifecycle observers and owners, which allow non-UI objects to observe lifecycle events. And finally, we've talked about view models, which provide you data objects that survive configuration changes. Altogether, they make up a set of architecture components for writing modular, testable, and robust Android apps. You can sensibly use them together, or you can pick and choose what you need. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. In fact, a more fully fledged Android app might look like this. For an in-depth look at how everything works together and the reasoning behind these components, check out the links in the description below. To jump straight into code and get started working with these objects, you can check out the code labs and samples for lifecycle and persistence. Happy building, and as always, don't forget to subscribe.
I'm Wojtek Kalicinski, this is Android Tooltime, and let's talk a bit about the Espresso Test Recorder and how it can help with adding UI tests to your app. But first, a short explanation for those unfamiliar with Espresso. Espresso is a testing framework designed to provide a fluent API for writing concise and reliable UI tests. However, it is often the case that developers are reluctant to add UI tests to their apps, or simply don't have time to learn the framework. This is where the Espresso Test Recorder comes in. It lets you create and add UI tests to an existing app in an interactive way. You may have previously seen the beta version of this feature, but in Android Studio 2.3, we're promoting it to stable with a few enhancements. To get started with the test recorder, click on Record Espresso Test under the Run menu. The device selection dialog pops up, and after you make your choice, the test recorder runs your app in debug mode. Simply progress through your app's UI as a regular user would, by clicking buttons, swiping, and typing into input fields, and all those actions will appear in the test recorder window. You can also click here to add an assertion to your test at any time during recording, which will trigger the test recorder to dump the current view hierarchy. To select the view you want to assert on, click on the screenshot that appears in the recording window and choose between the assertion type from view exists, doesn't exist, or check that it contains the specified text. When you've finished recording your test, the test recorder generates the equivalent test code to run your actions and assertions and puts it in a new file in your project's instrumentation test folder. It also checks if your build file contains the required Espresso dependencies and adds those if needed. When you look at the source file that Espresso Test Recorder created, you will see that it's perfectly normal, human-readable code, so if you need to further customize your tests or alter them when your app changes, you can simply open the file again and make the alterations you need. As you can see, the Espresso Test Recorder is very simple to use, but it does come with some limitations. As of Android Studio 2.3, only a few most common assertions are available through the Recorder UI, so if you need anything more complicated than that, you will need to edit the generated code by hand. Also, at this stage, the test recorder cannot handle all situations where additional synchronization is needed to deal with delays and async operations in your apps. I highly recommend getting familiar with the Espresso Idling Resource API and using that in your tests to signal when a long-running operation happens. For advanced users who want to tweak some aspects of test code generation, there's a settings page for the test recorder in Android Studio Preferences. Here you can change the maximum view hierarchy depth that will be used for view identification, and if app data should be cleared every time you record a new test. The Espresso Test Recorder is a great way to start adding tests to your app, whether you want to learn Espresso by examining the generated code, or simply to quickly build a test suite which you can customize later. We look forward to your feedback on our social channels, and happy testing!
There are approximately 285 million people with visual impairments around the world. Making your app accessible not just opens it up to these users, but it has a potential to improve design for everyone. Most people are familiar with an accessibility service called TalkBack, which is a screen reader utility for people who are blind and visually impaired. With TalkBack, the user performs input via gestures such as swiping or dragging, or an external keyboard. The output is usually spoken feedback. There are two gesture input modes. The first one is touch exploration, where you drag your finger across the screen, and the second one is linear navigation, where you swipe left and right with your finger until you find the item of interest. Once you arrive to the item you're interested in, you double tap on it to activate. The primary way in which you can attach alternative text description for your UI elements to be spoken by TalkBack is by using an Android attribute called content description. If you don't provide content description for an image button, for example, the experience for a TalkBack user can be jarring.
Unlabeled button. Double tap to activate. Unlabeled button. Double tap to activate.
For decorative elements such as spacers and dividers, setting content description to null will tell TalkBack to ignore and not speak these elements. Make sure to not include control type or control state in your content description. Words like buttons, selected, checked, etc., as Android natively does that for you. Android lint automatically show you which UI controls lack content descriptions. To keep TalkBack's spoken output tidy, you can arrange related content into groups by using focusable containers. When TalkBack encounters such a container, it will present the content as a single announcement. For more complex structures such as tables, you can assign focus to a container holding one piece of the structure, such as a single row. Grouping content both reduces the amount of swiping the user has to do while streamlining speech output. Here is an example of how ungrouped table content works.
Song details. Name. Hey Jude. Artists. The Beatles. Cost. $1.45.
And here's the same content with grouping applied.
Content grouping activity. Song details. Name. Hey Jude. Artists. The Beatles. Cost $1.45.
You should manually test your app with TalkBack and eyes closed to understand how a blind user may experience it. We also provide Accessibility Scanner as an app in Google Play. It suggests accessibility improvements automatically by looking at content labels, clickable items, contrast, and more. Vision impairments doesn't just refer to blindness. 65% of our population is farsighted, for example. With careful design, you can make sure that many of your visually impaired users can have a positive experience without having to rely on TalkBack. Begin by making sure that UI of your apps works with other accessibility settings, including increased font size and magnification. Keep your touch targets large, at least 48 by 48 dp. This makes them easier to distinguish and touch. Provide adequate color contrast. The World Wide Web Consortium created color contrast accessibility guidelines to help. And to assist users with color deficiencies, use cues other than color to distinguish UI elements. For example, more descriptive instructional text. If you're using custom views or drawing your app window using OpenGL, you need to manually define accessibility metadata so that accessibility services can interpret your app properly. The easiest way to achieve this goal is to rely on the Explore by Touch helper class. With just a few methods, you can build a hierarchy of virtual views that are accessible to TalkBack. Making your app accessible doesn't just open it to new users. It helps to make the world a better place, one app at a time. To read more about developing and testing your apps for users with visual
Good morning. Hi, folks, and welcome to What's New in Android Wear. My name is David Singleton, and I lead the Wear team globally. It's been a really busy year for us, and I'm really excited to be able to share some updates on Android Wear 2.0, and also some of the new watches that are coming later this year with you today. So even before the Android Wear 2.0 launch, we were seeing really nice momentum in this market. During the holiday period last year, we saw 72% growth in new devices activated compared to the year before. And since the launch of Android Wear, we've always said that people should be able to wear what they want. And part of this is the choice that users have between a host of different designs and styles of watch. And we can only deliver that through partnerships with iconic brands. The number of brands supporting Android Wear doubled from 12 last year to 24 this year. And the choice of Android Wear watches has doubled from 23 last year to 46 this year. And we've seen continued support from our consumer electronics partners, and now they're joined by their fashion counterparts. And this means that whatever your style, our partners have a watch for you. For example, Tag Heuer have updated their lineup with the connected modular 45. It's a really innovative hardware design, which means that you can change everything from the horns to the bracelet and the clasp. Another partner that's refreshing their lineup this year is Michael Kors, with their new Access Grayson for men and Access Sophie for women. I love these watches. They've done a really nice job with the design, and with watch faces, including one that lets you put Instagram photos right there to see throughout the day. As well as existing partners, we're also welcoming a bunch of new partners this year, and we're excited to see partners like Movado, one of the most iconic watch brands, bringing their trademark minimalist design to Android Wear. Aside from watch hardware, we're seeing app developers, like many of you in the room and on the live stream, take full advantage of Android Wear 2.0. We know that people love to stay connected while they're out and about via their Android Wear watches. And our partner Telegram is taking full advantage of the standalone functionality in Wear 2.0. Not only does the app work the same way if you're connected to an Android phone or an iPhone, but when your watch has a cellular connection, it even works without the phone. And so sending stickers, like you can see in this little video, to your friends has never been easier. Another great experience made possible by the rich display on Android Wear watches is getting coaching while you're working out. So let's take a look at this app from our partner 7 Minutes Workout. This app's really great. I really love using it. It guides you through 12 30-second long exercises. And you don't need any fancy equipment, just a wall, a chair, and your Android Wear watch, and you can use it to stay fit and healthy. Another feature that we added to Wear 2.0 is the ability to have complication support. So users can now select the watch face that they love the look of and have the important information that they care about available at a glance throughout the day. Here you can see Robinhood, the financial investments app, is showing your overall portfolio's value right there on the watch face. And tapping on that, if it's maybe changed in an interesting way, takes you to their watch list. You can then tap on individual stocks to see their current value and the trend over time. So we see that the best Android Wear apps really focus on users' needs and what they care about, and then play to the strengths of the wearable form factor, as you can see here. As part of the Wear 2.0 launch, we also announced that the Google Assistant is now available right on your wrist. You can find answers and get things done by starting a conversation with Google. And we have some new features here. So for instance, you can now long press on the crown on your watch and say, send a WhatsApp message to Felicity, who's my wife. And the assistant will deal with the interface presentation, message dictation, and deliver to WhatsApp just the data that it needs to complete that action. So we're testing this functionality right now with selected partner apps, and it's going to be open to all actions on Google developers in the coming months. In the meantime, if you can't wait to get started, you can develop your actions for the Google Home and the phone today, and your actions will automatically be adopted for Wear when Actions on Google is enabled for Android Wear coming soon. No additional work is going to be required. And that means that going forward, as well as notifications, watch faces, and native apps, you have another option to bring your service to Android Wear. And we're super excited about the new capabilities that this is going to bring. So in the rest of this talk, Jen from our user experience design team will give you an update on material design and what we're doing to make designing and developing on Android Wear easier. After that, Griff will highlight some of the Android O features that are of particular interest to Android Wear developers. And finally, Nancy will talk about power and what you can do to conserve battery. So with that, I'd love to hand it over to Jen.
All right, hi everyone, I'm Jen, and I lead user research for Android Wear. So today I'm going to talk to you about some of the changes that we've made to Wear 2.0 as a result of research and feedback that we've received over the past year. So I'll go over some design guidelines, some common pitfalls, and how we're working on improving the developer experience. To start off, I just want to say thank you so much for all of the feedback that you guys have given us over the past year on the Android Wear developer preview. So we've made many improvements to the platform as a direct result of your feedback, like bringing back theater mode and swipe to go back. So thank you. Thank you. OK, so today I'm going to cover 3 topics: watch face complications, Android Wear UI design, and developer feedback. All right, so first let's talk about complications. So a quick refresh of terminology. A complication is a piece of information on the watch face that tells the user something other than the time. So like these highlighted bits here. So last year at Google I/O, we introduced new APIs to help developers build complications. So they enable any app to supply information to be displayed on the watch face, and they also allow any watch face to be able to present that information to the user in a way that fits its style. So we found in user research that people really like complications. They like being able to choose the data that they want to see at a glance and which actions they want to perform quickly. So here's a series of watch faces from one of our user studies. Now these are actual screenshots of watch faces that participants had set up after they'd been using their watches for a week. So we didn't give them any instructions on how to set up their watch faces. They customized these all on their own. And I'll point out a couple of interesting examples. So in this watch face on the bottom, the user wanted quick access to their music, so they set a complication to launch the Google Play Music app. And in this complication on the top, the user wanted quick access to their schedule, so they've got a complication to show the name of their next meeting, one to show the time of their next meeting, and one to show their unread notification count. So in user research, we also learned something that frustrates users. And that's watch faces that look like they have complications, but the data is actually not editable. So users quickly become used to being able to change the data on the watch faces to be whatever they want. So if you're a watch face creator, then don't just display a static set of information on your watch face. Adopt the Android Wear complication API to let your users choose the data that they want to see. And if you're an app developer, then think about what information that your app provides that users might want to see at a glance. All right, so we learned that complications are great, and users love them. So why haven't all watch face creators implemented them? The answer that we hear from you is that it's hard, especially if you're implementing everything from scratch. So watch face developers have the freedom to draw complications however they want, but that means they have to handle everything themselves, including the text size, position, style, and layout. So to make it easier, we've added 2 components to the wearable support library. Text renderer, which auto-resizes text to fit the area that you specify, and complication drawable, which goes one step further and completely renders the complications for you if you tell us the location, style, and size that you want. Yay. All right. And one other thing that makes it really difficult to create complications is implementing the configuration screen, like this one that you see here, which can show the user exactly where the complication is laid out on the watch face and all of the different things that they can customize. So to help you implement this part, we've created a watch face setting example hosted on GitHub that you can take and easily adopt to change however you want it to be. And after coding, then comes testing. And so to help you with that, we've created an open source test suite data provider. So this makes it easy to check that all types of data are going to look good on your complication, on your watch face. And you can, since it's open source, you can also supply your own data if you want to test for a specific use case. And if you want to find out more about all of these tools, then go to the Android Wear UI session tomorrow, where one of our lead engineers, Ollie, will talk about the complications API and walk you through a bunch of these tools. There it is. All right, so the second topic I want to talk to you about is Android Wear app design. So last year, we introduced a number of new UI patterns as part of the Android Wear 2.0 developer preview. So we've learned a lot from your feedback in the past year, and we've updated the guidelines on when to use certain features and when not to. So for example, take the wearable navigation drawer. So this should be used for infrequent context changes, like accessing settings, logging out, or switching users. If your app has a small number of discrete functions, however, then instead of using the navigation drawer, it might be better to use multiple app launchers. So say you have a fitness app that has two discrete functions, activity tracking and historical analysis. So you can put these functionalities under two different launcher icons. And so another question that we get asked a lot is, how many launcher icons can you have? The answer is as few as possible, but as a rule of thumb, we'd say no more than 3. And in addition to those updates on the material design spec, we're also launching 2 things to help both designers and developers build wearable apps. For designers, we're providing a sticker sheet on the spec site. Sticker sheet on the spec site, sorry. Definitely utilize this, because not only will it help you make your app Wear native, but it's also much easier to try out different layouts and designs in something like Sketch rather than in code. And for developers, we're starting the journey to open source the Android Wear UI library. What this means is you can expect 3 things: consistent and stable APIs, frequent releases, and better responsiveness to feedback. And if you want to find out more, please go to Aga's session tomorrow on Android Wear UI. And yes, this is the same session where Ollie will be talking about complications. And last but not least, I want to mention developer feedback. So in the past year and a half, we've periodically sent surveys to the Wear developer community, trying to identify the top pain points to developing apps for Wear. And so as a result of that feedback, we've made improvements to the emulator, we've simplified the API, like in the work we've done with complications and the UI library, and we've adopted more examples into the developer guide to help developers get up and running on their projects. And so we want to continue to make improvements to the developer experience. So if you have any suggestions on what we can do better, then please file a feature request, and we will get on it. And thank you again for all of your feedback thus far. And with that, I will hand it over to Griff.
Hi, I'm Griff Hazen. I'm a software engineer and tech lead on Wear's developer platform. I'm here to showcase a few of the new Android platform features of particular interest to Wear developers. But first, I have a general Wear developer announcement. Earlier this year, we launched the Play Store for Wear as part of Wear 2.0. It allows you to search for and install apps directly on the watch. We also automatically suggest apps to install if the user has them on their phone, if they also have a Wear version. Developers upload their watch app to the Blade Developer Console just like phone apps. The same app can include watch, phone, or APKs from other form factors at the same time using the multi-APK feature. When the user installs an app on their device, Play Store will automatically select the right APK to download. This works great on Wear 2.0, but if your app also supports Wear 1.0, it can get complicated. The old way to do this for Wear 1.0 required the developer to embed their wearable app within their phone app. When the user installed the phone app, the wearable app was extracted and sent to the Wear 1.0 device. This setup caused a number of complications, including increased phone APK size and a coupled release process. I'm happy to announce that we're starting to roll out a new way to distribute, improved way to distribute your app for Wear 1.0. The new flow, coming soon, uses multi-APK. It allows you to distribute your Wear app the same way for both Wear 1.0 and Wear 2.0. When a user installs your phone app, if you have a compatible Wear app in the Play Store, it will automatically be installed on Wear 1.0. This feature is currently being tested with a few apps. We'll be opening it up to all third-party developers. You'll soon be able to stop embedding your Wear app within your phone app. If you're developing for Wear 2.0 already, you'll want to make sure that your app works well on Wear 1.0 if you set a low minimum SDK level. All right, now back to my main topic, which is Android O and Wear. The What's New in Android talk yesterday covered many of the updates to the Android platform for Android O. Android O also has a lot to offer Wear developers, and I'll showcase a few of particular interest: notifications, auto-sizing text view, and background limits. First, notifications. Notifications posted by phone and watch apps continue to be a cornerstone feature of Wear. Android O has added a few new APIs to make it easier for users and developers to control them. The most prominent one is notification channels. Notification channels is a new API to organize notifications of the same type so they can be controlled by the user together. All notifications in a channel share the same behavior when posted, like vibration, interruption level, etc. On an Android O phone, when the user long presses a notification, they can quickly toggle future notifications from just that channel. They can also tap to get to the full notification settings for that app, where they can control other channels and notification behaviors. Starting with Android O, all notifications need to be posted to a channel. Here's an example for setting one up. First, create a notification channel object and provide a unique ID, a user-visible channel name, and an initial importance level. Next, set some optional properties like a vibration pattern and description, and call create notification channel to create the channel. Once this is done, you can start posting notifications with that channel ID. The Android Wear SDK for O does not yet include a settings UI for channels, but the APIs are available now for testing, and we'll be providing updates in future previews. The next feature I'd like to cover is an update to Android's text view control to support the automatic sizing of text. Android Wear devices have small screens, and real estate and readability are important considerations. With user-provided or localized text, it takes extra care to make sure the content fits well on the screen and is readable. In Android O in the support library, TextView has a new feature that allows it to automatically select its text size to fill the available space. The screens above show the same TextView layout, adapting based on the contained text. This API includes two ways to control this behavior. The first is to provide a minimum and maximum text size, and TextView will select a size within that range. The second is to provide a list of preset sizes. Here's an example using the list of preset sizes in XML. To turn on auto-sizing, first set the new auto-size text type property to uniform. Then provide the presets by setting the auto-size presets sizes property to an array of text sizes. Both methods can be configured in XML or programmatically, and also previewed in Android Studio. The support library has been updated to include compatibility on older versions of Android, including all Wear versions, so you can start using this in your apps today. My final topic is background limits. As our next speaker, Nancy, will detail shortly, preserving battery life is one of the most important considerations when developing a Wear app. We all want to create responsive and useful apps, but also make sure that the device can last through the day. Android O brings with it a number of platform changes to help accomplish this. Android allows apps to run and respond to events in the background. But when too many apps are running or execute for too long, it can overly consume limited resources like RAM and battery. Background services in apps targeting Android O have new limitations on how long and when they can execute. In general, if an app no longer has a foreground activity or service running, it will be considered idle, at which point all of its services are stopped. In past versions of Android, an app could also register for implicit broadcasts in its Android manifest. This made it a bit too easy for many processes to spin up for common events. This is no longer supported in general, but your app can still register for these events at runtime. A few best practices to preserve app functionality. The job scheduler and alarm manager APIs can still be used to run background work at appropriate times. There's also a new class in the support library, the job intent service, which uses job scheduler on Android O and a fallback to just regular services on older platforms. When your app receives a Firebase Cloud message, it will also have a window of time to execute before being considered idle. And if you really need to run, you can start your service in the foreground. A notification will be displayed to the user while it is running. Receiving location updates in background apps is another area where there is a behavior change in Android O. It was found to be a major contributor to power issues, with background apps being allowed to register for high rates of updates. In Android O, background services are now limited to receiving a few location updates per hour instead of having unlimited access. As a best practice, you can switch your app to use the batch location API. Your app will still receive location updates at a reduced rate, but each update can contain multiple location events. If your app needs to continue receiving a high rate of updates, for example, it's a fitness app and you're doing a run, it can start a foreground service and continue getting the faster rate. This is a brief look at a few Android O features relevant to Wear. There are more detailed talks available. For example, the background check talk by Ben Poise, and there's a notification talk this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. If you'd like to try some of these APIs on a watch form factor, the Android O developer preview has been updated to include a new version of the Android Wear emulator. Thank you. And with that, I'll hand over to Nancy to talk about power.
Thank you, Griff. So hi, everyone. My name is Nancy, and I'm a software engineer and tech lead of the Wear Power team. So over the last year, the Android Wear team has been doubling down on improving the battery life of the Android Wear platform. And we've developed a set of best practices that we'd like to share with you today that can help you improve the battery life of your Wear app. To get started, I'd like to give you a sense of how much battery we have to work with on the watch. So here is a representation of battery capacity on the Pixel XL and Pixel phones. Now compare that to two of our recently launched watches, the LG Watch Sport and Style. As you can see here, our watch batteries are about 1/10 the battery capacity of their phone counterparts. So that's really not a lot of battery we have to work with here. But despite this, Wear users expect their watch to last all day long, because oftentimes having a dead watch on your wrist can be worse than having a dead phone in your pocket or your purse. But what are some of the things that use battery on your watch? Well, one of the key drivers is the display. Now, on Android Wear watches, we have a lot of different types of displays. But for the next couple of slides, I'm going to focus on an OLED display as an example. Now, here we have the power draw when the display is off. Compare that to an always-on display. And again, compare that to an interactive display. As you can see, with each step, the power draw increases substantially. And that means that the battery life will decrease. So the takeaway here is that reducing interactive display time will save power. One way to do this is to reduce the amount of time that the user has to spend in your app by making it quick and easy for the user to do what they need and move on with their day. But sometimes you might need to continuously show information to the user. And in those cases, you should implement ambient mode. So in ambient mode, you should switch your UI to a black and white color theme and only update the display once a minute. And this will allow the application processor to go to sleep in between and conserve power. Another thing you should consider is using dark themes. Now, in our experiments, we noticed that an all-white display can use up to 7 times more power than an all-black display in interactive mode. And so if you're writing a watch face or an app where you expect a lot of user interaction time, you should switch to using a dark theme. Now, aside from just color, animations are also very expensive. Now, remember that display power chart from a few slides ago? Here's how it looks with animation power usage in the mix. Now, before you panic, remember that most animations only last fractions of a second, and so aren't usually cause for concern. It's a different story, however, if you're working with a long-running animation, such as a loading spinner. This is why in Where 2.0, we switched our framework loading spinner from the one on the left to the one on the right. The difference here is that we're only rendering 1 out of every 3 seconds in our low-power spinner. And just by doing this, we saw a 3x power improvement. So if you use the default framework spinner on Where, you will also get these battery savings, which you should do. Another example of animations is with the watch face. Watch faces that have a sweeping second hand, like the one on the left, uses substantially more power than watch faces that use a ticking second hand. So if a ticking second hand works with your watch face stylistically, you should stick with that one to save power. Aside from the display, another major battery hog is network usage. So perhaps the biggest battery issue that we have on Wear devices today is unnecessary background syncing. Now let me give you an example of an anti-pattern that could happen. An app could be periodically sending data between the watch and the phone or the cloud. Periodically, let's say every 15 minutes. When the user is not actively using your app, there should be no reason for your app to be syncing periodically in the background. The only exception to this is if you need to alert the user of something like a message or notification. And in those cases, you should use FCM push notifications. Having said that, if you really can't avoid background syncing, you should at least try to batch your data. And we could recommend batching to transfer once per day, and preferably when the watch is on the charger. And you can do this using the Job Scheduler API. Now, I've talked a lot about network usage, but you might be wondering, how much of an impact is it on the battery, really? Well, I'm glad you asked. Assume you want to transfer 10,000 1-kilobyte chunks of data throughout a user's day. If you do this in one batch, in one 10-megabyte batch once per day, you'll use about 1% of the user's battery, which is OK. But if you do not batch this data and send this in 10,000 separate batches, you will end up using over 100% of the battery on certain devices. So the difference is night and day. So always batch your data. Now, another scenario I want to discuss is if you have to transfer a large chunk of data. An example might be if the user wants to download some music, or if they want to download an app from the Play Store, for example. If you are transferring more than a few megabytes, you should use a high bandwidth network, such as Wi-Fi or cellular. Here's an example of the cost of transferring data over different radios. We have here Wi-Fi, cellular, and Bluetooth. So with the 1 megabyte case, the difference is not so huge. But let's look at what happens if we're transferring 30 megabytes. As you can see, Bluetooth is much more power intensive than Wi-Fi or cellular. So to transfer data over Wi-Fi or cellular, you can use the network request API shown here. Unlike on phones, starting in Wear 2.0, using this API will actually turn on these radios if they're not already on. And of course, there is a cost to turning on radios. So you should only do this if you're transferring a large chunk of data. In your network request, you should include a network callback. And once a network that meets your needs is available, you should get a callback and bind to the network that was provided. And then you can make your data transfer there. And when you're done, don't forget to release your network request. This will allow the framework to turn off these radios to conserve power. So for more examples of how to use the network request API, you can visit our developer guide by searching for Android Wear networking. Now, aside from the display and the radio, there are also other expensive features on the watch that you might be using, such as vibration, location, and music. Now, I don't have time to go into all of these today, but just remember to use these features sparingly because they're very expensive. Also, if you want to debug your app further and look at how your app is doing on battery life, you might want to try out Battery Historian. You might have seen previous I/O talks about how to use Battery Historian to debug your phone bug reports for power. As you might have guessed, Battery Historian also works great on Android Wear. So give it a go and let us know what you think. Now, I want to mention one more thing. In many cases where we're seeing a user not get a full day of battery usage, it's often caused by an app doing some background network processing or location processing overly aggressively. This is why in future versions of Android Wear, we're planning to put further process restrictions on background processes and watch faces. This is in addition to the Android O background restrictions that Griff mentioned earlier in the talk. And so to prepare for this, you should make sure to implement the best practices that I mentioned here today to get ahead of the game. And always remember to test your app before you launch it. So we talked about a lot of things today, and just to give a quick recap, watches have tiny batteries, 1/10 of phones. Displays are expensive, so try to reduce interactive display time, implement ambient mode, use dark color themes, and reduce animation usage. You should also be careful with network and make sure to avoid background syncs, to batch your data, and to use high bandwidth networks for large data transfers. And finally, don't forget to try out Battery Historian for Wear. And with that, I'll hand it over to David to wrap us up.
Thank you, Nancy. So to recap, we're making complications and Wear user interfaces much easier to build, so there's no better time to get started. Second, as part of the Android family, we're getting a whole host of new features from Android O, so be sure to check those out and test your app, especially the background limits. And finally, battery is really precious, so please conserve it using the tips that Nancy presented. Apart from this session, we have 2 more sessions on Android Wear at Google I/O. So firstly, we're hosting Office Hours at 5:30 p.m. today, where you can ask experts from the team anything about the issues that you face or the opportunities that you see while designing or developing for Android Wear. And second, we have that other session that Jen already mentioned tomorrow, focusing on the new UI tools we talked about today. And we'll go through in more detail the new simpler complications rendering system that you can start to use if you would like to, as well as the new Wear UI library that we're open sourcing. Thanks for attending this talk. And if you have any questions, the presenters will be over in our sandbox right after the talk, and we'd love to talk to you then. The sandbox is where you can see right on this map. Thank you very much.
Developing a successful app isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you'll have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new Analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
We have with us Aparna Sridhar, who is a product manager at HackerRank. There are so many people who really look up to you. What really inspired you into technology?
I started writing my first program when I was, say, in 6th standard. Just playing around with BASIC back in the days when, we had dial-up connection. And when I decided what to do for, undergraduate studies, that's when, I had the option to again pick computer science. And at that point in time, I dated back to this enjoyable experience I had as a child and thought maybe I would give that a try.
Tell us about your experience as lead coach for the Udacity Android Nano degree.
Something that I would like to highlight about teaching is that it's been the most fulfilling and gratifying, experience. Can I help that one student who almost wants to give up on programming, who almost feels like this experience is too hard? If I can help that one person at a time, progress, I feel like later in their life sometimes they would look back to do it for somebody else again.
What is your message to the women in tech out there?
We undergo a lot of stereotypes. I cannot tell you the number of times I'm the only woman in the room and automatically the question is, are you in sales, are you in marketing? The more women can do to break that stereotype, to embrace more of these roles, the more we can change this perspective that we do have in tech.
Thank you so much, Aparna.
Welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market. However, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users.
You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career, but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers. Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, 3 things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user's session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers. Working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, I believe.
Just waiting for the shot to finish. Okay, there we are. So I'm here with Daniel in the community lounge where people from all over the world are gathering at Google I/O. Can you tell us a little bit about the activities going on here and what people are saying?
Yeah, the lounge, it's pretty new on the I/O. Like, we used to have community areas on the I/O, but nothing huge like this. I don't know if the camera can capture it, but this is basically like the whole tent, like the front porch of it. And as you can see, it's crowded and people come here to chill, to play. They play pool. We have some wooden block building games. We've got some networking games, people chatting. You don't hear me saying we have any gadgets here. This is completely unplugged. And like, people here maybe come to relax a little bit from all the technology which happens in the tents everywhere else. And they just sit back and relax and talk to other people. So we are the place sort of maybe to unplug from the technology for a little bit. We also have some local meetups. So I'm with GDGs. I'm in the communities team in Google. So we help communities around the world to do meetups. So we thought, why don't we do meetups here? So we have about 25 small meetups, and it's anything for like people who did applications for social good, or just now I think there is a meetup of Russian-speaking developers. So we have the whole list. They come here, they meet. It's very unprogrammed, very anarchistic in a way. So we have also a bunch of Googlers coming here to relax from the I/O madness. I love it. I hope we do it next year, and when you come next year, make sure you drop by.
Awesome. Well, let's check out some of the stuff.
Awesome. Let's go. So this O'17 Hello World hashtag, hashtag O'17, hashtag Hello World, you can actually check it right now if you are bored with my face. And what happens is that we are building a bridge here, but communities, they don't function with a boss or blueprint, etc. So this experiment is about what happens if we want to construct maybe the next Golden Gate without blueprints or managers. You see, it's pretty chaotic, yeah. Timothy, I know, like, we are not Golden Gate bridge quality yet. Maybe we will not be ever. As I said, this is an experiment. We are on day one. So we'll see how it goes. We also ask people to, if they are developers, to write Hello World in their first programming language. So I had mine here, like 10 print Hello World in BASIC. I was very tempted to say 20, go to 10, you know, and see, see the wooden blocks being covered everywhere here. So you can see you have plenty of languages here. So yeah, let's see what happens. All right, so Timothy, I know I said the launch is unplugged, but I was cheating. This is an exception. Like, as you can see, this is very much plugged in. But what we are playing here is something that I want to tell you informally. We are not publishing. This is a YouTube playlist of some of the greatest GDG trailers and videos from around the world. Google developer groups, they organize meetups, events, activities, and they sometimes put crazy videos online. So we made like a 2-hour playlist out of that. You can find this whole screen on your own screen if you enter the address bit.ly/launchtv. I'm not saying don't say it to anyone because I just said it to you, but you can be here with us at least virtually through this playlist. So enjoy.
Cool. So what is this?
Yeah, you had seen the movie Inception, right? And in the keynote in the morning today, you were talking about the Inception. So this is a device. I don't know what for, I don't know what it will do to you. I mean, if people want to see more videos of you, I don't know if you want to sit in it, but...
Yeah, let's try it.
Okay, I'm not being...
This is a core workout. This is kind of like planking, but better.
Yeah, you can get a hangover from this.
All right.
So let me introduce Nino. Nino is from Georgia, and she's running one of the meetups I was talking about. And this meetup is, what is it about, Nino? Who is it for?
This meetup is for developers mostly, and we cover the topics of how we can develop apps or use current apps for social good. So basically the social aspects that our apps can have, because technologies have so many opportunities and it can really, go beyond just consumerism, right? Like it can serve so much more purposes. So I'm going to be sharing my own experience, how my team at Elva and Tractor are helping to, help people in conflict and crisis situations to better monitor situations, or how we are helping farmers with information and probably get some more ideas from others. So it is very informal, very improvised, because everyone is in the line for ice cream. So I hope that Samuel joins, and it's going to be just a friendly session, and thanks to Dan for this opportunity. I think it's fun and cool, so do develop apps for social good.
Awesome, thank you.
So you're welcome to join.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I welcome you all in this Android Development Fundamentals.
An app is basically a solution or a medium by which you get a solution to a lot more users.
You have to figure out what kind of benefit the person is going to get by using that app.
I feel personally, the phone is not a phone. It is something that can change people's life.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program.
There's a lot of potential in India and we need to take it forward.
To get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
We encourage you to continue learning, continue developing, and now go build some great apps.
You have the talent, and there is a need. Bring it on.
All right, now it's time to learn about all the new cool stuff with Google Play Console, and I'm here with Matt to tell us all about it.
Hey everybody, we're super excited to be here. I/O is a big moment for us with the Play Console because we're all about developers. As you probably know, the Play Console is what developers use to publish their apps to Android devices through the Play Store. And what we've seen is over the years, we've gone from a Play Console which was simply about getting an app from A to B, from the developer to the end consumer's phone. Now it's so much more. There's really a hugely diverse set of tools that enable developers to be more successful with their app. And what we've found is that the user base has diversified as well. In addition to our core audience of Android developers, we have product managers, marketing managers, many other users wearing different hats in the organization are starting to use the tool. At I/O this year, we're announcing a whole new set of features as well as updates to some of our popular existing features. In some cases, these features are helping apps to be higher quality. And so we're launching Android Vitals, which is a whole new set of reporting about bad experiences on the Android device. So these are a user experience where your app may be crashing, or your app may be rendering in a slow way, or you may have excessive wake-ups, stuck wake locks that are causing excessive drainage on batteries. So we're going to start revealing that reporting to developers that can help them to debug, understand more about optimizing their app for the variety of devices that are out there, and that's one of many different new features we're launching. Another one, actually you can see on the screen behind me, is the device catalog. So Android's diverse ecosystem has been a tremendous strength, a source of the scale of the 2 billion Android devices that are out there now, but that diverse ecosystem can also be hard to navigate and understand for developers until now, because the device catalog is a much easier way to browse the more than 1,000 different Android certified devices. You can search and explore these devices by spec, like RAM, like system on chip, and you can then see reporting information about the number of installs your app has on that particular device or on that group of devices, how much revenue you're getting, how your ratings compare, which can really help you to understand whether any of the bad behaviors, any of these problems that users may be having with your app are concentrated in a particular area, which can be critical to optimizing and making your app super high quality. So we're finding, even just in the initial testing, which we've now completed, this feature is rolling out to all developers. We found our early testers have really embraced these tools. It's really helping them to be much more surgical in the way they think about targeting their app and making it a great experience for the end user. In addition to the features that help developers to build higher quality apps, we've also got a number of features which help to mitigate risk during the release process. And so when you're releasing a new version of your app, you may have an installed base of millions, potentially hundreds of millions of users. If you're pushing out a new version of your app, it can otherwise be a worrying time. You don't want to know that bugs are causing uninstalls. You don't want to know that information late. So we have a new release dashboard with very low latency reporting that helps you to have visibility of these metrics on the hour, every hour, as it's starting to roll out to potentially global audience of hundreds of millions of devices. And so this can help you to manage a release with a lot more confidence. A third area where we're launching new features right here at I/O is in the business area. And so developers, in addition to building amazing experiences, they want to make money, they want to grow their business. We have a lot of new reporting, including for app developers that have a subscription-based model. You can look at subscription by tenure, look at cohorts from when they've started, when they've installed the app, and how that life cycle trends over time. You can help to see how different inflection points are contributing to subscription renewals or people leaving a subscription. So it can really help you to manage your subscription business. And then in general, we have a lot of statistics that are available through the Play Console. In the past, they weren't always easily navigable. We have a new configurable statistics page, and with that page, developers are much more easily able to slice and dice these metrics, much more easily able to create custom configurations, to compare different time periods against each other, to compare one metric against another, and to introduce benchmarks of whole classes of apps so they can see how some of them compares to peers who make similar apps. And so we think that features like this will really help developers to manage their apps as a business as well.
Wow, that was a lot of stuff. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome to our session. We are really glad to see you all here. And today we will be talking about designing, deploying your agents across platform and then analyzing them. So my name is Ilya. I'm the product lead of API.ai. API.ai is Google's platform for building conversational apps or agents for Google Assistant, Google Home, and also all the other platforms through API or integration. So you can also build a chatbot with it, or add voice to your robot, car, or well, any other, like any home device. In a few minutes, I will be talking about, well, I will show you how to build a conversational agent from scratch and deploy it across platforms. And Ofer will tell you how to analyze it and optimize.
Thanks, Ilya. So I'm Ofer. I'm the product lead on Chatbase. It's an up-and-coming service that helps developers analyze and optimize conversational experiences. And so today I'm going to go over how Chatbase can help developers with key metrics and workflows that can help you create engaging and high-converting conversational agents.
OK, but let's first think, why would you start building a conversational agent? So let's say you are building a online bagel ordering app or service. So now what you will be actually caring about is to get a really great app for like Android and iPhone, and probably a popular web service for it. But it seems like it's not enough anymore. So as you can see, analysts predict that like voice interfaces and natural language interfaces will be extremely popular. So by 2020, more than 30% of all the web browsing sessions will be done without a screen, meaning that, well, users will be asking about, asking their requests through home devices or cars or assistants. More than 50% of all the web searches will be done by voice, so through, again, mobile assistants or some other apps. And more than 85% of all the customer interactions with brands will be done without a human, through chatbots or anything else. So basically, your users will expect you to be able to provide service through a conversational agent and not just a mobile app or a web service. So this is why we are working on API.ai. So what is, well, important about it, it is an extremely popular platform to build conversational agents across different platforms. We have more than 150,000 developers working with the platform. It supports 14 different languages. So you can now start building your agent for English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Chinese, Korean, Japanese. And we are adding new languages constantly. And what is extremely important about it, as I already mentioned, it is cross-platform. So you can build your agent in one place and then deploy it across multiple platforms. So why is it important? So one thing is, which is extremely important, is like, as you know, well, there are multiple different platforms out there where, well, which have audience. So you may have like a Facebook bot or a home device or some kind of an assistant. And let's say if you are adding a new service to your product, like it may be extremely difficult to update your agent across, like, for each individual platform. So it makes sense to have everything in one place. Second, and probably the most important thing, is training. And I mean both manual training and machine learning. So if we talk about manual training, let's say, well, you have your agent deployed across different platforms, and, well, you get some logs from real users, and you are analyzing them and optimizing your agent. So having it all in one place makes a lot of sense, because if you, well, update something, it will be available across all the platforms. So basically, all the platforms benefit from all the interactions with users your agent or product has. Another one is related to machine learning. So in order to train a really good machine learning model to understand what users actually want and support a meaningful conversation, you have to provide it with real-life data, like logs that you mark up. And if you have the data, well, in several platforms, it may be much less beneficial than having everything in one place. So building a very sophisticated training set for your agent to, well, better understand. And third, well, natural language is unique as a UX media because you cannot really control what users will be asking about. So you cannot tell that, well, my service, like, well, my chatbot implementation of service supports these commands, and my home implementation supports those. So users are not limited by any sets of commands or anything, so they can ask about everything. So you really want to have consistent UX across all the platforms. But let's switch to the demo, and I'll show how to build the agent. OK, we make it a little bigger for you. OK. So this is the developer console. So this is where you get when you register with API.ai. I just created an empty agent. And I will show how to build your bagel ordering app from scratch. So as you can see, well, there are two main concepts in API.ai. One is intents, and another one is entities. So intents are types of actions that you want to support. So like what my user may ask me about. And entities are objects that are being used in these intents. So as you can see, there are a couple of intents that are pre-built. One is a fallback intent. So if system doesn't understand, it will trigger fallback intent. So it can say, well, I don't understand. Can you rephrase it or something like this? And you can obviously customize it. Second one is welcome intent. So this one is triggered when you start your agent from Google Assistant or Facebook bot or like Slack bot or something else. So it also has some pre-built responses. I can actually update it and, well, say, greetings, I am your bagel agent. So I save it. And then let's just create our first custom intent. So for bagel ordering service, it will be bagel ordering. So I can tell something like, well, so here I am defining how my end users may address it. So my end user may just say, I'm hungry. Or something like, get me a bagel by 2 p.m. And as you can see, we do named entity recognition. So we mark up 2 p.m. as time. Or let's say, I can say something like, I'd like to order bagels to 123 Easy Street. Okay, and it understands it as an address. And let's say we'll say something like, why don't we order some bagels? So if my user says something like this, we will return action order. And it will also return the result parameters. So, and well, let's call it bagel order intent. And we will reply with something like, OK, ordered. And I save it. So as you can see here, I'm providing a default response here. So if my user will ask to, well, do it, it will just respond, OK, ordered. So in real life, you would want to connect it to your business logic, to your service, so you can implement a fulfillment. So you can set up which service to call. And so now we can try it. So I can say something like, well, basic, like, oh, I'm so hungry. So what happens is it says, OK, so this is the JSON that the developer will get. So user asked, I'm so hungry, and we return action order, and there are no parameters here. Or I can try something else. I can say something like, I want to buy a bagel. Again, it understands it. And what is important here, what's like the first magic here is that well, the phrase that I'm using does not really look like the phrases that I was using in the demo. So the system, the intent recognition part, will try to understand, well, and try to classify anything that is similar to what you provided. So this is like understanding single commands, but obviously we want to support some kind of conversation with the user. So let's make it a little bit more complicated. So instead of OK ordered, we'll reply something like, OK, would you like to have a drink with it? I save it. And in order to support this conversation, I will want to create some intents that work in the context of this question. So there is an easy way to do it like automatically. So I can tell add a follow-up intent to the bagel order. And I will choose select a confirmation. And I can also just create a custom empty intent. So I'll create confirmation. And let's say I'll create a rejection. And I'll customize those. So I'll call it like drink confirm. And as you can see, it has an input context. So this is a topic that starts when user asks to order bagel. So we have this bagel order context active now. And if user confirms, and there is a set of, well, some confirmation phrases, then we will reply with something like, great, your order is on its way. So let's save it. And then we will also rename our second intent, and we'll call it order reject. Sorry, drink reject. Okay. So you can also create these contexts and manage contexts automatically. So let's say we want to make it possible for the user to check the status order at any time. So I'm going to my main bagel order intent, and I will add like ordering context here. And it is possible to set a lifespan. So we are basically trying to emulate human memory. So you may have unlimited number of topics that are active at the same time. And they will expire if you are not talking about it for a while. And they will be refreshed if user keeps talking about something. So I save it, and then I will create a new intent that will be called order status. And it will work in the context of ordering. And will reach, well, and if my user says, like, where are my bagels? Or like, what's the order status? Then it will return like status action to the app developer, and the app developer will implement the business logic here. So like, let's try it again. So I can say something like, I want to buy a bagel. So you can see that it responds with, OK, would you like to have a drink with it? I can say, sure. And it says, yes, the order is on its way. So this is like really a basic way to build conversations. But let's say my user, well, my agent cannot understand the user because user, well, is asking, well, something very different. So I can tell something like, they may, like, well, my usual order, please. Let's see if it works. Yeah, so it responds with fallback intent. It says, I didn't get that. Can you say it again? So you as a developer, you can go to training section, see your logs, and say that, well, if user says something like this, we will assign it a bagel order intent. So I approve it. And now if I again say my usual order, please, it will actually, well, proceed with the bagel ordering routine. So, but with context, you can, well, build these conversations, but you cannot really think, well, create a pre-built dialog tree. So you cannot think of all the possible ways of like ordering bagels. So there are some optimization techniques. One is slot filling. So let me show how it works. But first, I will create a couple of entities. So let's say we want to order, well, add bagel types. So I'll have like a plain bagel and like Asiago bagel and sesame bagel, let's say. So I save this entity. I can also create fillings. Let's have like salmon here. And I can add some synonyms, so it can be also called lox, for example. Or I'll have also tomatoes or cucumbers. And the final one will be spreads. So I may have like cream cheese or mustard or jam. OK, I save it. So now I can get back to my bagel ordering intent. And by the way, so everything that I'm showing here also is available through API. So you can on the fly update your intents and entities. You can create end user specific entities. So if it's like, say, end users list of favorite artists or an address book, you can also take it into account. So let me add some more interesting examples. So I can say something like, I'd like to order 5 bagels with cream cheese. So it figures out that 5 is a number, cream cheese is a spread. You can also say, well, I want an Asiago bagel with salmon. So it figures out the type and the fillings. And so here, let's say I want to get the type and filling and spread always from the user in order to order. So I can check them as required. And let's say I may have several fillings, so I will say that this is a list. So I save it. And let's start again. So I say something like, I want a bagel. Oops. So it takes some time to train. Or I'm hungry. So as you can see, it figures out that the action is order, but there are no parameters filled. And it starts asking me questions like, what's the spread? And you can reply one by one, but it may be pretty difficult to do. Well, it's hard to expect from end users to follow your instructions. So they can like, well, reply in different order. They can combine parameters and so on. So I can say something like, well, I always preferred sesame bagels. So as you can see, type is sesame now, but it keeps asking me what's the spread. And I can obviously customize the prompt as well. So I can ask something like, what kind of bagel is it, or anything like this. So, or I can also reply something like, my mom would like cream cheese. Well, actually, like, say, lox and tomato. Again, I'm not responding to this question, but what happens, it figures out that the fillings are salmon and tomatoes. And then let's finally tell what's the spread. So I say cream cheese is my favorite. It figures out the spread, and now all the required parameters are filled. So it keeps going with the drink. I can say, yep. And order is on the way. So I've built this basic agent. So next step for me would be to deploy it to different platforms. So I can go to integrations. And again, you can just use APIs so to deploy it to any type of platform. But we have like easy-to-use integrations to popular platforms. So let's start with, say, Actions on Google, of course. So I go to create a project in the console. So then I go back and say test. I'll open the simulator. And, well, I can say something like, well, talk to my test app. Oops, I'll need to re-sign in. Okay, so it replies, greetings, I'm your bagel agent. As you may remember, this is our welcome intent. So I'll say, I'm hungry. And it starts asking me all the questions. So similarly, I can enable a web demo, for example. I can set a name for it. So let's say it's my IO bagel demo. So this is my agent again. I'm hungry. You know, cancel. And by the way, I can also make it much more conversational by enabling small talk. So if I say hi now, it doesn't understand me. I can go and enable small talk here, and I can customize it. So let's say if it asks, who are you? I will reply, I'm an IO bagel ordering system. Save. So when small talk is enabled, I can try it again. So I say, hi there, friend. Who are you? Oops. Takes some time to train, but anyway, you got the idea. So, and then let's also enable some third-party platform, let's say Slack. So I go to Slack, say test on Slack, enable it for my group. Takes some time to check the status. Okay, test bot is activated. And yeah, so I've got this API bot. So same stuff, I can say hi. Takes some time to launch it, but like, let's say I'm hungry. I guess I was using it for another demo, and that's, oh yeah, yeah, okay, so it replies to me now. Okay, so this is all good. So the what is interesting and what was announced at this event is that, well, now Google Assistant is also available for Androids and iPhones, which actually makes you build agents that will be available to much larger audience, which is great. So let's say we build this agent, and it is voice only, as you can see. It doesn't reply with some like cards or anything like this. So I can go back and upgrade it. So I'm going to my, say, bagel order and add an Actions on Google integration. And I will say something like, well, so for the drink confirmation, we will add some suggestion chips. And it will be like sure or nope. And then when I'm going into drink confirmation, I will also add a picture here. Yummy. Save it, and let's try it again. OK. Cancel the previous conversation. OK. Talk to my test app. Greetings. I'm hungry. Oops, I didn't save it, I guess. Oh, yeah. So I have to reply. So let's say cream cheese and what's the type? Sesame and fillings, salmon. So as you can see, it added the sure and nope suggestion chips. So I say sure, and it will respond with the answer and the card. You can also add galleries and some other types of rich content, and well, then can connect transactions. So by the way, this simulator, like as soon as you start testing it, it is also available on your physical device as your new home or a Pixel device, for example, or Android. So this is how you build and deploy rich agents across different platforms. And when the agent is deployed, well, next step, you would want to see how real users are actually talking to it. And Ofer will be talking about it, so how you analyze it and optimize it. Yeah. OK.
OK, well, thanks, Ilya.
Thank you.
Well, first I want to apologize for talking about bagels with cream cheese, slightly warm, all before lunch. So sorry about that. Good news. People building agents on API.ai now have analytics. There's a new tab that is there, and it shows you the volume of sessions that you had for your agent, and also like how deep into the conversation the users went, so like the kind of engagement. And then per intent, for example, ordering bagel, you can see metrics, including how often did the user leave the session right after an intent. And so you can really understand what's broken and what to optimize. So now that's the end of the demo. Now I'm going to go back to some slides. So this analytics service is powered by Chatbase. And Chatbase is this new up-and-coming service for analytics. We're currently in early access program, and so people can go to chatbase.com and request access if they want even more detailed analytics than what I've shown right now. So let's talk about the detailed analytics. Next slide.
Oh, there is a clicker there.
OK. So yeah, so Chatbase is analytics for chatbot. What we've learned from talking to tens of chatbot developers over the last few months, some of the top ones out there, is that, oh, that's what I need. OK, and we learned that, we learned that traditional analytics just don't cut it. That because chatbots are built differently, they're multi-turn experiences that are expected to handle variable kinds of input. You can't just use a normal website or app analytics product. And so talking to all these developers, we learned their best practices and put it all into this easy-to-use service. So just like API.ai, Chatbase is also cross-platform, because what we learned is that developers like to deploy on multiple platforms. They don't just do one, usually. And so being able to compare metrics per platform is really powerful. And the way that developers often use this is they might have, let's say, a voice agent that has good engagement, but let's say their text-based one is suffering, is not doing as well. You can zero in on that and fix the text one. And so let's talk about the bagel example a little more. So you've deployed your bagel agent, and now you want to know how well it's growing. That's often the first question you ask. And so we give you some metrics that are familiar, like active users and number of sessions. But also you can see per intent what's going on, like the kind of growth you're getting. On the engagement side, you can see how deep people went into the conversation. But also, we heard that a lot of chatbots drive traffic to their existing website or app. So we show that kind of activity as well. In the bagel example, maybe you want to see the nutritional details of the bagel. That might be on the web page. So that's captured. And then with retention, we show you cohorts that you can filter by intent. And so you can zero in on particular repeatable actions around specific things in your chatbot. Also on the retention side, especially for text-based agents, you often send notifications to re-engage the user. And so we show you how those campaigns are doing, and you can A/B test it there. But what we learned is that the real work of optimizing an agent is really done at the intent level. And so we show you those details, and you can see in this case with bagels that after a lot of people did the initial ordering, 9,000 people, or 7,000, and then a lot of them rejected the drink upsell or cross-sell, and then left the session. They didn't complete. They didn't get to the order it phase. And so you can start to see a story of what's happening and where people are dropping off. And you can also see response time. Sometimes people are exiting. Let's say the drink upsell was taking forever to get back to the user. We show you 50 percentile, 90 percentile response time, and that can be really useful at the intent level. But we went even further. Developers told us that looking at a table can be daunting, especially as you have more and more intents. And so what we do is we automatically generate something we call the session flow. And what that is the sequence of intents that the users went through. And if we look at the example we talked about, you can see that the places where people dropped off and where this is useful is really to help you understand what steps should I optimize along the way. And also, this is that 10,000-foot view of what are people really doing in my chatbot? So let's talk about one of our early access partners and the benefit they saw from Chatbase. So Viber is a messaging app with over 800 million registered users. And they have their own chatbot platform with their own bots and also third-party ones. And they realized that pretty quickly that normal analytics wasn't going to work for them, and so they started using us. And for one of their top chatbots, which is like a digital sticker sharing bot, you can send your friends stickers of cats, dogs, and so on. They saw that really popular queries were having high exit rates, and so they optimized those, and after that, they saw a 35% bump in total queries, in query volume. So, really excited to hear more stories about how some of you out there will benefit from Chatbase. And in terms of next steps, go to api.ai and build an agent. You can also go to chatbase.com and request access to the early access program. We also have code labs. So whether online or here on the premise, you can try a code lab both for Chatbase and for api.ai. If you're building actions, then please join our vibrant community online. And at this point, we're going to open it up for questions. If we don't get to your question, please stop by our sandbox right out here in the assistant space, and we can answer it there and also demo for you both products. Thank you.
I couldn't be happier to be here to see the launch of the Android skilling program. There's going to be so many new great Android developers here in India.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you know I'm from Delhi. Always fun coming back and meeting all of you.
We can scale up developers and scale up mobile developer training to help make India a global leader in mobile app development.
Having the universities teamed up with us in the skilling program is going to be a huge opportunity and make a huge difference.
Finally, we've launched it. It's been a year since we first introduced this program. 2 million developers.
I think that it's a really achievable goal, and I think that it would do a lot for improving the environment in the country in terms of hands-on programming. So I think it's great.
It's a massive number. The possibilities are immense. India will be the largest developer base globally, and just to get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
Let's do something big. More games, more users, more success.
Yes.
Everything more.
So Matt, what's in your bundle?
I don't have any bundles.
You don't have any JavaScript bundles?
I don't write JavaScript anymore.
Has JavaScript fatigue finally gotten you?
Yeah, that's it. I'm dead now.
What do you do these days? You just...
I come and meet you in a coffee shop and get free coffee because
like
you're a delightful human being.
Like any normal developer. I see. Okay, so for everybody else out there working on JavaScript, there's a really cool tool I recently discovered called Source Map Explorer. You can get it on NPM. This is sort of useful for understanding what is in your JavaScript bundle, what you're shipping down to your users. So
how is this different from just normal source maps? What does it give you?
It sort of understands your dependency graph and dependency tree. It'll visualize it for you in a nice pleasant way. Okay, so I'm going to run it against a source map that was generated from one of my vendor bundles and just show you what this looks like. So here we've got Chrome open. I've got the source map explorer dependency graph sort of visualized here. And this is kind of nice because I can take a look at any one part of my graph. So I can see here, these are all the different bits and pieces of React that I'm using. I've got React Router over here in the corner, and I can zoom in and out. It's so nice and pretty. But I've also got, I can see that, what percentage of my bundle is being taken up by different libraries. Here I can see that, in this case, Firebase is taking up quite a lot of my bundle. But I wanted to show you a pro tip that I was walking through with David East the other day. So, and Source Map Explorer visualizes this quite nicely. So I can actually just require in the pieces of Firebase that I'm actually using. So
rather than the whole massive bundle.
Rather than the whole thing. So a few minor changes. I can go and do a new build. And if that all works out, I can show you the before and after, thanks to some movie magic. Now we're going to go and run it against the new vendor bundle. And what we can see now is that A, we've got a much smaller bundle on the whole, but B, we've also changed the look of this graph. So earlier we had a Firebase that's about 304 kilobytes, sort of, that's unminified, ungzipped or anything like that. But it contained database, authentication, storage, and app. I really only need app and database, so I just switched my code over to using those atomic modules. And here you can see that we've actually managed to make our app a tiny bit smaller.
Yay.
It's 138 kilobytes before we've minified it and gzipped it.
All you need to use this is just the source map. You don't need the original source or anything like that?
It just works on source maps. So normally, like for dev at least, I usually have my source maps on my JavaScript files.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because I guess if you strip stuff out of the actual main source by whatever tooling that then gets accounted for in the source map, it's nice.
There's a bunch of different bundle analysis tools that are available. Webpack Bundle Analyzer is another one that's got colorization in place, and it's super sweet. Specific to Webpack, I think, at the moment, but it's also worth checking out. But yeah, tools like this are just great for understanding exactly what you're shipping down to your users. So it's good to ask yourself what's in your bundle.
Oh, I see what you did there. Nice.
Tại hồi xưa mình những cái thử công nghệ tiên tiến nhất mà mình có được là chắc là cái máy tính bỏ tuổi thôi.
จำได้ว่าวันที่พ่อถือคอมพิวเตอร์เข้ามาเนี่ยค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นมากว่าแบบมันจะเล่นยังไง
你只需要打一个连接，你就可以开到那个网页了。你不觉得这是好像一个魔术一样吗？
เว็บเนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่ง่ายที่สุดแล้วในเวลานั้นที่ทำให้เราเขียนโปรแกรมได้บอกเราชอบเพราะว่ามันสวยงาม
Thì ở đây môi trường thực sự là rất là trẻ trung và năng động. Và ở đây nó giống như là một cái gia đình thứ hai của mình vậy.
父亲通常不会说一些说你令他骄傲的话。我希望我是其中一个推动网页发展。 我希望做到的是，让这种知识更普及，更多人知道如何开发网页。
Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and now on tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then, your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google search, and allowing you to re-engage your users.
As a lot of developers know, there's more to having an app succeed than just building a great app. You want your app to be dynamic and responsive by delivering fresh content to users and quickly reacting to their changing needs. You want to test out major decisions to make sure you're doing the right thing before you push them to your entire audience. And ideally, you want to provide a tailored experience for each user, so your VIPs feel like, well, VIPs. But let's be honest, that can be a lot of work. And if you're a developer without a ton of resources, that's time you'd rather spend on other things, like building your app. That's where Firebase Remote Config comes in. Firebase Remote Config is a simple key value store that lives in the cloud. But don't let that simplicity fool you. Because it lives in the cloud, it means you're able to deploy changes that your app can read within a matter of minutes. For instance, say you've just pushed your app out to the world and you suddenly discover that your Swedish text contains some offensive language. How are you supposed to know? You don't speak Swedish. I don't blame you. But fixing that text the old-fashioned way would mean creating a new build and going through the entire publishing process again. That's something that could take days, which is an awfully long time to have 9.2 million people cursing your name. But if your app uses Firebase Remote Config, you could change that text in the cloud through the Firebase console. Kind of like this. The next time your users fire up their app, Remote Config will grab the latest values, update your app's text, and just like that, you've averted a major international crisis. Or, let's say you've got a puzzle game and you're hearing complaints from your players that level 5 is too hard. If you've configured your app using Remote Config, you could tweak those settings to give your players a few more turns and push out that change to the world. But hang on, are you sure that's the right thing to do? What if the silent majority of your users actually enjoy the challenge of a more difficult level? And by making it easier, you're going to turn away your most hardcore and potentially highest paying customers. How could you test whether or not this change is a good one? Sounds like you need an A/B test. That's where Remote Config's audience segmentation feature comes in. This allows you to deliver different configurations to different groups of users simultaneously. So you can try out your new level settings with half your users while keeping the old settings with the other half. But audience segmentation isn't just great for A/B testing. Maybe you've got a feature change that could have a major impact on your in-app economy. Or maybe you just want to double check that some new networking code isn't going to set your servers on fire. You can use Firebase Remote Config to gradually roll out these changes, trying them first with a small percentage of your users before pushing them out to your entire audience. Remote Config can also deliver different configuration sets to your users based on all sorts of different factors, from device type or locale to any audience segment you've defined in Firebase Analytics. So you can send out one welcome message to your New Zealand customers and another to your Australian ones, or only show your Review This App button to people who use your app every day, or you can change your home screen experience for your customers who have spent large amounts of money on in-app purchases, so they feel special. Remote Config is backed by a client library on iOS and Android that handles important tasks like caching, dealing with flaky connections, and keeping network requests lightweight, which is always a good thing. To give Remote Config a try, check out our documentation here. We can't wait to see what you build. So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are going to love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting.
Okay, so we're now in the Android sandbox area. I'm going to spend some time in this area because there's a lot going on, but we're going to start with just features of the OS. And David here is going to tell us about a couple things I've been really curious about. Can we start with Kotlin? Let's talk about Kotlin.
Sure, Kotlin is definitely the show stealer, it seems to me, from watching the keynotes. So Android Studio now has Kotlin support. You can create a new project, and you'll see that you have the ability to check Kotlin support in from the beginning. We already have a Kotlin app here, but you can also write Java code and convert it to Kotlin very simply.
And do you like writing Kotlin?
I love writing Kotlin. I actually haven't gotten a chance to write Kotlin recently, but when I was first learning about it a year ago, I spent a lot of time just going through the language and getting very excited about it, just because it looked so much more concise, and it brings in a lot of modern features that I like from a lot of other languages, and I was really happy to see how fast they moved on it, and the great tooling support that IntelliJ brought into it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been talking to people around the festival today, and one of the things they keep saying is how well designed they believe Kotlin is and what a mature language it is because of that.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely, I feel like they got a lot of influences from a lot of new languages. I highly recommend trying it out, give it a shot.
And Catherine, you've been working on bringing Kotlin into Android for a little while. Can you tell us what the motivation for that was?
Yeah, so I think the big reasons we wanted to bring Kotlin to Android were that, like David says, most developers who try it find it to be really concise and expressive, and it has a lot of awesome features like type and null safety, which are really useful for writing stable, non-crashy apps. Plus, it's totally compatible with the existing Android environment and also with the Java language, which means that even if you have a large existing Android code base, it's really easy to incrementally adopt it, and you can kind of try things where it works. You don't have to go rewriting large swaths of code.
That's awesome, being able to incrementally adopt it, as you were saying, so you don't have to sort of jump in and refactor everything all at once.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you have some chunk of Java you're happy with, you can just leave that, keep modifying it, write some new module in Kotlin, and kind of adopt it very organically, as you see fit.
Awesome.
Oh, and then I think the final thing is just we've been hearing about from more and more developers that they love it. It really makes them happy to write in it. And we try to listen to our developers and give them things they love, so hey.
I want to look at something else as well, David, the profiler in Android Studio. Can you show me something there?
Sure, we're really excited about the profilers. I feel like this is a long time coming. If you look here, you can actually see that this is displaying bitmaps. It's a sample Android app. We downloaded it as is. We didn't modify it at all. And if you look over here, you can actually see we've already started the profilers on it. We have the CPU, memory, and network profiler, so if I start to interact with the app, you'll start to see the different profilers from on. Yeah, so you can deep dive into any of them. You can sample CPU activity. Here, we can click on some stuff, and then what you'll see is if you drag across there, you could actually look at the content of the request. This is actually an HTTPS request, and you can still see the contents of it, which is something that we're very excited about, because that was normally a challenge for a lot of people to try to do. I think some people would debug in kind of HTTP traffic in order to see it, and so we've sort of enabled some new features here, which we're happy about.
Oh yeah, I'm used to like inspecting the traffic on the machine that I'm testing on to try and get that debug information, and yet here it is right in Studio. That's so convenient.
Yeah, I really hope that people have a chance to play with it. We hope that they find the profilers intuitive. I mean, to me, what's exciting is as you're messing around with your app, you might, all of these things that were invisible before, you now have a chance to actually play around with it and see it. And as I said, we don't even think we're including documentation with it, but we're even hoping that even without it, you should just be able to play around and try things out and see what happens and then learn more about your code. We were once debugging some code, and we're like, no, something's wrong here. We're getting this weird memory spike, and we were surprised to find that all along this code had a problem with it, but we didn't know about it until we had written our own profilers.
That's profiling.
There you go.
Awesome. David, thanks so much for taking the time.
Thank you very much.
A few people online have been asking me to get a demo of picture-in-picture, so I found Rob, and he's going to give that to us.
Hey, I'm Rob from the Android Window Manager team, and I've been working on picture-in-picture for this release. We're really excited about it because Android, it's always been a good platform for interacting with content, watching YouTube, etc. But if you want to start to interact more deeply and multitask, we haven't always provided the tools, and I think picture-in-picture is a great one. So I'll walk you through a way of using it. So here we have this video, and it's a Go game by Lisa Dole, the player who famously challenged AlphaGo last year. And we can see, if we go back to home, we'll get the video, and it's still playing here. We can move it around. And for example, I could go into my Go app, and I could start to multitask, and I could play the game along. Oh, that's so cool. So that I could, play along with the game and begin to explore my own variations. And I can dismiss pip when I'm done.
That's awesome.
That's Android picture-in-picture.
Thanks, Rob.
Cool, thank you.
Everybody's talking about Kotlin, so I was able to get some more info out of Andre from JetBrains. Hi, Andre.
Hello.
So first question, you've been working with the Android team for a while. What are you most excited about with this collaboration?
Well, this is very great to be here because basically this means that very many people will be coming to Kotlin, new users, new exciting ways of using the language, new learning materials, new libraries, everything. So it's basically Kotlin's growing as we are looking at it, and it's altogether wonderful. I'm very grateful to the Android team that they had the courage to make the move. But that was, as they say, that was what the public was actually wanting them to do. So we're very happy about it.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the future and what's coming next. First, the language. What's coming next with the Kotlin language?
There are actually many things we're working on, but so the brand new thing with Kotlin is coroutines. We have shown the experimental design pretty, it was like three months ago. So coroutines are a big thing now, doing asynchronous programming in an easy way. So we're now looking into improving that and finalizing the design so that the next version of Kotlin will probably have it already stable so everybody can use it and be sure it will work for all the versions. Then the next big thing is multi-platform Kotlin. So Kotlin's now big on Android, big on the server side. We are working on JavaScript, and we have recently introduced native, which is in a technical preview version now. So we're trying to span the language across many platforms and enable multi-platform development, where you can say, have a couple of modules reused for many platforms and then some platform-specific modules implementing some functionality in a specific way that's leveraging the intricacies of the platform. So it's a very big direction for us. And then there are language-only things like value types, for example, for optimal storage or collection literals. So we have very many directions there. And the strategic ones are those, platform things and the coroutines.
Awesome. What about tooling? What's next there?
Yeah, so JetBrains is all about tooling. So our first and foremost goal with Kotlin was making the language toolable. And now we're in a pretty good shape with many things, but there's a long road ahead. We are now tightly integrated with Android Studio, and we'll work more on that. So in 3.0 preview, we have new wizards for creating things, and we have unified analysis for Java and Kotlin, and we'll improve that. We're working on the incrementality of the tool chain, so Google side as well as JetBrains side. And for non-Android things, we're doing pretty much the same. We're basically getting on par with Java on the Java platform. We're working on debuggability and incrementality for JavaScript. Native is very young for that, but we'll get all that there too.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you could send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console.
All right, so now we're in the Android Wear area, and we're going to take a look at some of the newest watches with the design lead from Android Wear, Brett. Hi, Brett. How you doing?
Hey, Timothy. Doing great.
So I was talking to David Singleton earlier today, and he said you have to check out the new Tag watch. Can you show it to me?
Yeah, I can. So here it is, and you can also see that it's available in this diamond-studded edition as well. And one of the things that's really nice about the Tag Connected is that it's modular, and that's actually in the name. And so not only can you swap bands, but you can also swap out the tabs on the device in addition to the bands. Whoa. So you could have like a metal bracelet band, a leather band, a sport band, as well as you can change these accents out as well, so they can be, you can go for same tone or contrasting tone, and then all snaps back together, and when it's together, it's like rock solid. So that's one example of how partners are really doing really interesting things on the hardware side. With, of course, Tag, it's got all its iconic watch faces in the software, and it's, all powered by the Android Wear platform. Yeah, so that's pretty exciting. It was fun to be in Switzerland for the launch event for this, too. They know how to host.
I bet they do. Tell me, one other thing I want to know is, for developers, what's the new thing that they get to do that you're most excited about?
Really, I'm going to demo a different watch at that point. So the best thing that developers can do now is they can start powering the complication slots or developing watch faces that show off really actionable, great information for end users. So here, I've got this watch face that Us2 developed, and it's got 4 slots in addition to the time. So all I have to do is long press on it. Just, awesomely, it's working just like it should. So I long press on it, and I can change any of these slots. So I can make my, next meeting. I can go and do like countdown to some important upcoming date. I can show today's date. I can go and let's change the layout, over to a different one, so I can have like more slots. And now I can do stuff like, put a fitness goal that I've set up, right on my watch face with just a few taps.
Whoa.
And cool. So developers can do 2 things. They can either be the watch face itself. If you're a developer, you feel like you've got a really strong sense of style, you can develop a watch face, but you don't necessarily have to be an expert in what data does the user want. You can just let the user decide. You can add these slots for complications and let data providers, either from the system or from other apps, power them. And the benefit to users is that they'll really like your watch face. Or if the user's already using something like Robinhood for stocks or Google Fit for fitness tracking, they can get that data right on their watch face. So we're really excited about what developers are doing there, and there's still a lot of possibility left to mine.
Awesome. Thanks, Brett.
Sure thing, Timothy.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Fluin, and I am a developer advocate on the Angular team.
And I'm Alex Rickabaugh. I'm a software engineer on the Angular team.
Our talk here today is all about how to build great experiences with progressive web apps and Angular. And we're going to talk basically in 3 parts. First, we'll give you a little bit of background on Angular to make sure we're all on the same page. Then we're going to go ahead and talk about how we can build progressive web applications with Angular. And then we're going to get into a live demo that shows the latest tools that we've been working on that make it easy for you to do this. So let's get started. So first, we want to really kick things off with a basic understanding of what Angular is. I like to say that Angular is a platform that makes it easy to build applications with the web. And I use 2 of these terms extremely explicitly. I use platform because we're really trying to turn ourselves from being just a framework into more of a platform. And by becoming a platform, we're really focused on understanding and taking care of the entire developer experience from start to finish. All of the things that come up for you as a developer, all the challenges you face, we want to help you across the board. And I second say with the web, because while you can build Angular applications that target things like installed mobile or desktop use cases, we really at the core are building with the web as we do these things. So when we talk about Angular as a team, there's kind of 3 values that we talk about. First, we really value apps that users love to use, so building great experiences. Second, apps that developers love to build. So thinking about the developer experience that we're giving you with all the tools that we give you. And last, a community that feels where everyone feels welcome. And this last one is very important to us. So if we look at something that GitHub actually did, so they did a State of the Octaverse study in 2016, where they studied what the top contributor projects were across GitHub, we saw that Angular is actually one of the top projects by number of contributors. And this was something that we were really happy about, right? We want a vibrant, rich community of contributors that are not only building and contributing back to Angular, but also contributing to the ecosystem across the board, whether it's things like helping with consulting, training, building dev tools, or even just building components. There are thousands of components that have been built for Angular applications that are all about helping you build applications more easily. So let's get into how Angular is really focused on becoming a platform rather than just a framework. So the first way that we do this, and the place that our really story starts, is around the CLI. So for those of you who don't know, the CLI is really designed to automate all of the different processes and all the tasks that you have to do as a developer. It starts with scaffolding out a new application, where we're going to give you the best practices out of the box. Then we're going to help you continue your development journey by generating things like new components and new modules. Then we go ahead and we help you throughout the development environment by giving you this live serving environment. So every time you hit file save, we're going to do all of the transpilation, all the compilation, all the bundling necessary for this application that you've just saved to be live in the browser. And every time you hit save, we want that to live refresh in as fast as an incremental way as possible that makes it easier for you to develop. Then, once you've built your application, you actually want to go ahead and share it. And so using our ng-build command, you can actually take all the work that you've done and put it into a state that's as minified and as small as possible, ready to ship. And we really focus on making this dist folder that we produce by the CLI as easy and as portable as we can make it. Last, we feel that testing is a key part of the developer experience. So we use tools like Protractor and Karma under the hood to give you all of the tools you need to be testing your application from day one. Every component that we give you automatically comes with tests out of the box by the CLI. So the other thing we're really focused on is IDE integration with our language services. So the Angular language service is a service that runs on your computer and gives your IDE additional information about what's going on. And so you may be used to traditional HTML completion within your IDE when you load a .html file. But when Angular sees an incoming reference coming from one of your components, we can actually establish a firm link between these things, giving you completion of all of the properties that exist within your component. But not only that, because we use TypeScript, we can actually be type aware with all of the completions that we give you. And so we understand the objects a little bit more inherently, and we can give you additional support because of that extra tooling. We also have very strong integration with data. There are a lot of different companies that integrate with data in different ways. Many companies integrate with Firebase due to its strong capabilities around real-time data. Some companies are starting to have GraphQL capabilities. Maybe they're using an Apollo backend with an Apollo frontend, which has great support for Angular. Or many companies still have traditional RESTful APIs that they need to be pulling down and parsing JSON. But regardless of what way you're integrating with your data, Angular has integrated first-party support for pulling in, streaming, and then updating the views with all of that data as it's flowing in. There are a lot of integrated solutions that Angular is trying to do for common developer problems. And one of my favorites is internationalization. The world is getting bigger, right? We need to be building applications for broader and broader audiences. And doing so can really dramatically improve the success and the engagement that you get from your application. And so Angular has internationalization support built in. You just add an IETN tag to any of your templates, and we're actually able to automatically extract all of those things into what's called an XLIF file. An XLIF file is an industry standard translation file that you can give to an internal translation house or to a third party. And they'll give you back translated files, which then we build into the Angular application at build time. So, and because we don't do this at runtime, we're actually saving all of those performance challenges that might happen if you were trying to swap out these translations at runtime. Another very common developer challenge that we see is forms. You want to be pulling in data from your users, but you want to be doing it in a conversational way, where you're giving users information about what's going on, whether or not they're providing the right information at the right way, live as they're entering data. And so whether you're building your validation reactively with our reactive-driven forms, or whether you're doing it directly in your templates, we really support both the common as well as a lot of the very advanced usage patterns within Angular, where we're going to give you a semantic understanding of the model that comes from your forms, and combine that with the ability for you to express rules as well as CSS styles that then show up directly within your components as the user is interacting with them. And so it's really easy to reflect the state of your application as it exists to your users. Another thing that we're really focused on as a platform is making things better under the hood. So between Angular versions 2 and versions 4, we actually did something pretty dramatic under the hood. We rewrote our entire view engine, which is what your code looks like after it was compiled. And so without changing a single line of code, when you updated from version 2 to version 4, you saw about a 60% reduction in the file size of your generated code. And so this is something that we really want to continue doing as we continue to evolve Angular, is look for ways that we can make your applications better without asking anything of you as developers. So this is actually a chart that one of our community members created. And what they were trying to show here was because the reduction in their file size was so dramatic, they believed that within a few versions, their file sizes might be negative, which would be a little bit funny to see. Another modern thing that we do is we really look across the ecosystem. And in particular, we look at the standards that are available on the web today. And one of those emerging standards is called server push, or oftentimes called HTTP 2 push. And so what HTTP 2 push allows you to do is it allows you to send either in your index file or in your headers of your requests, hey, you're going to need some additional files in order to run this page successfully. And what that means is your browser can start downloading all of the files it needs to run your application without waiting for that first round trip to complete. And we'll see how this technique can actually make your applications faster, sometimes cutting seconds off of your load time. We also help you target many different modalities for delivery. Because we focus on building applications that are very portable, so we're giving you a dist folder that is static and be hosted on really any server anywhere across the internet, but we're also focused on other modalities. Today we're going to be talking a lot about PWAs, but we also support things like installed mobile with Ionic or with NativeScript. We also support desktop use cases with a tool called Electron, which is basically shipping down a browser as well as a node instance, and then connecting the two and running your application on there. And what this does is by having access to a node instance, you can suddenly, from within your Angular application, get access to things like the file system, or anything that would come from a native system that may not be traditionally available via the web. A great example of a company using Angular and a lot of the tools that we're offering is ShopStyle. So they've built their web application as an Angular app, and then they added Angular Universal to it. Angular Universal is a technology that allows you to run your Angular application on the server side and then render it out to HTML, increasing the perceived performance of your application and also adding capabilities that improve things like SEO or screen scrapers such as Facebook and Twitter. They've also recently announced that their application is now a progressive web application. And so when you visit their website, you're going to see all of the pages faster on every repeat load, and you're going to get a more reliable and engaging experience. So I now want to, we've talked about Angular. I want to talk about how we can build even better experiences by looking into progressive web applications. On the Angular team, I really feel that progressive web applications are a big deal in the way that they improve the lives of both developers and users. At the core, progressive web applications are about building a more engaging experience for our users in 3 ways that we're going to talk about a few different times today. So we're going to talk about applications that are more reliable. So if I have a 2G internet connection, or maybe I have an unreliable connection where I'm going in and out of service, progressive web applications can help with that. We can also build applications that are more performant, and so that we give a better user experience that's going to be better, more engaging by giving a faster experience. And lastly, we can be more engaging by creating notifications and push notifications that allow us to interact with our user even when they're not using our application. So our goal on the Angular team is to make your applications better. And so we're doing this in regard to PWAs by providing Angular-aware tooling that allow you to more easily build progressive web applications that are customized and built based on the code that you're already writing. So our story really starts with the service worker. When you look at what the CLI is doing under the hood, we're providing you an entire build pipeline for your application. And there's one flag right now in the CLI called service worker true that adds a service worker automatically to your application. And with that tooling, we're actually looking at your application code, looking at the code that's generated by Webpack, and then using that as the configuration for the service worker so we know which files we need to store offline in terms of your application code. Then, when the user is making requests to your application, the service worker lives in the middle of those requests and is acting as a proxy, so that instead of waiting for the server, you can actually respond immediately, giving a much faster experience for users. And because the service worker is the ultimate decision maker there, you, as an application developer, can decide if you want to go to the network or if you want to go to the local cache in order to serve out those files. We also handle notifications following the best practices. So there's a prescribed way that you need to, as a good citizen of the internet, handle incoming notifications to the user, such as displaying a notification at the top of the window if you're on mobile. And we handle all of those things automatically for you. Using our ng service worker service, we also allow you to do all of the registration for push, as well as we give you an observable that lets you know whenever a new push notification comes in. So let's talk a little bit about vision for the future. So Angular Service Worker and all of the tooling that we're going to show you is available today, but we really have a more audacious goal on the Angular team. We really feel that at some point in the future, we're going to make these tools smart enough and we're going to make them awesome enough that we can make every Angular application a PWA out of the box. We really do feel that the benefits of building a PWA are so strong that if we can empower with great tooling every Angular developer to build PWAs by default, that's a really great world where users will ultimately benefit. Today, we're going to demo a number of different tools. So we're going to look at taking a static CLI application that we've built. We're going to add a service worker to it. Then we're going to make it route aware. Then we're going to go ahead and look at all the dynamic content that the application is pulling in, and how do we cache those things. Then we're going to go ahead and add an app shell, which will, as I said, increase the perceived performance of our application. Then we'll go ahead and increase the performance again by adding HTTP2 push. And we'll finish things off by making things more engaging by adding push notifications to our application. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Alex.
Awesome. Thanks, Stephen. Hi, everyone. As I said in the beginning, I'm Alex Rickabaugh. I'm a software engineer on the Angular team. I work on a couple different parts of our platform. I work on HTTP, the Angular HTTP library. I work on Universal, which is our server-side rendering component. And I work on the Angular Service Worker, which is our implementation of a service worker in the browser. And aside from kind of those specific things, one of my goals on the framework is to make Angular an awesome tool to build mobile and progressive web applications. So that's what I'm going to show you today. We're going to take this little demo application I've built and turn it into a fully fledged progressive web app. So this is the NG store. It's a store for superheroes. So we sell masks and superpowers. I don't know how we managed to ship you a superpower, but we can do that. And so let's take a look at this application under the hood. So I'm going to jump into VS Code, and let's look at the app module. Now, if you've written an Angular app before, this probably looks pretty familiar. If you're coming from AngularJS or you're just starting to use Angular, this is an ng module. Ng modules are the building blocks of Angular applications. We use them and compose them together to make larger and more complex things. So here you can see we're importing HTTP module, which gives us HTTP support, and we're talking to Firebase with that. And we're using the Angular router. And we're actually using the Angular router in a kind of a specific way. We are lazy loading every single route in this application. And that's actually one of Angular's best practices for performance. We never want to ship code to the user that's not intended to render something on the screen right away. And so I built this application with the Angular CLI that Stephen was talking about earlier. And if you've used the CLI, you're probably familiar with ngserve, the dev server that he mentioned. What ngserve does is starts up a process that watches your code, and when you make changes, it recompiles on the fly and refreshes your browser, so you can kind of live edit, debug, build your application. So I built this app with ngserve, but we're actually not going to use it for the work that we're going to do to make this a PWA. And that's because a lot of the tasks that we have to accomplish happen after the time we take our application's production build, right? The CLI produces our dist folder with all the production assets, but happen before we deploy to the web server. And so I'm going to be using this little run script here that does a production build of the CLI and then runs an HTTP server in the dist directory. And in your applications, you probably have a little bit more sophisticated of a build system to do these steps. But I'm going to use this because we can see in one clear place where everything's happening. So let's jump back to our application here and talk about what we're going to do. As Stephen said, Angular PWAs are reliable, they're fast, and they're engaging. So those are our 3 goals. We're going to make this application reliable, fast, and engaging. And reliability is really about separating this application and making it independent from the network. Because our users are on planes or trains or submarines, they're places without internet or with flaky internet, and they need to load this application. They're going to install it to their home screen, and when they hit that button, they expect the application to load like a native app. They don't expect it to kind of wait or get caught up with network requests. So to make it reliable, we're going to take all of the assets we need to load this app and move them to the device with a service worker. Then, to make it fast, we're going to take advantage of 2 different techniques. It's already using Angular best practices, but we can go a little bit further. So we're going to add an application shell, which is going to improve the perceived latency when you're loading this application. And we're going to use HTTP2 server push to deliver all the assets we need to load it before the browser even knows to request them. And finally, to make it engaging, we're going to add support for push notifications. For example, if we ship someone an order, we really should be able to give them a notification that lets them know that their package is on the way and they're getting their new cape or mask. So let's go ahead and look at the tools that we're going to be using to do this. And there are 2 main ones. The first is the Angular Service Worker. Now, if you've used a service worker before, you're probably familiar with SW Precache and SW Toolbox, which are tools that the Chrome team publishes to make generating service workers for your projects easy. There's a new one that they've come out with called Workbox that you may want to take a look at. And all of these tools work in a similar way. They generate a service worker which is specific to your application. It reads your application configuration and spits out a JavaScript file that you load in the browser. The Angular service worker is a little different. It ships with a worker script that we can just deploy wholesale onto our web server. It doesn't know anything about our application to start with. So we'll also provide it with a JSON configuration file that lets us declare all of the assets and all of the resources that our application needs to load. So the second set of tools we're going to be using are the ng PWA tools. And this is a set of tools we've been working on to kind of automate some of the more configuration-heavy parts of building progressive web apps. You can absolutely do everything we're going to do today without these tools, but I really recommend you use them because it'll make your life a lot easier. So I have these installed already. We don't need to run that. Let's go ahead and jump in and set up our service worker. Right? We're going to work towards that first goal of making this application reliable. And there are 3 things we need to do with the service worker. The first is we have to take that pre-built script that it comes with and copy it from the service worker install in node modules into our dist directory. So we're going to copy from node modules, Angular, service worker, and it's in a directory called bundles, and the script is worker-basic.min.js. So we're going to copy this into dist. And you don't have to write this down. There are instructions on the service worker repo on how to do this. So we're going to copy the pre-built worker. into our site. Awesome. And now that we have it there, now that we're serving it, we need to actually register it in the browser. And there are a couple different ways we could go about this. One of them is we could just register it in the index page. But we need to be a little careful about doing this. If we register it in index, it's going to immediately start trying to download all the assets that it needs to make this application work offline. But that'll happen while the app is loading. And so we'll have two kind of different uses of the network competing with each other, and we'll slow down the initial load. So really what we want to do is wait until Angular is done bootstrapping, and then register the service worker. And we can do that in our main TS file. Here we have our platform browser dynamic.bootstrap module call. This is what loads the Angular application and bootstraps it in the browser. And you may not know, but this call actually returns a promise. And so we can wait for Angular to finish bootstrapping. And only then do we register the service worker using the navigator.serviceworker.register API. And remember, the script is worker basic min.js. And if we load this in a browser that supports service worker, it'll work great. We'll download and install the Angular worker. But if your browser doesn't, this call will crash, right? We'll be calling register on something which doesn't exist. So we need to surround this with some feature detection and check whether this API actually exists before we try to call it. Not every browser out there has service worker yet. And if they don't, that's OK. Our application's not going to break, right? It's just going to not have the benefit of offline caching. And that's called progressive enhancement. So now that we've copied the worker script into dis and registered it, it's time to configure it. So what kind of configuration does it actually need? Well, let's take a look at what it takes to load this application. Here we have some CSS assets that we need, some JavaScript, some images to display. We also have this initial request for the home route, right? Just slash. The worker needs to know that that is a route of our application and should be served with the index file. And finally, we have some data coming from Firebase, right? The cape sale and the products, they're not baked into this app. We're loading them from a database. And so we need to tell the service worker how to cache those as well. And we have to be a little bit careful with data, right? It changes frequently. So we should be a little more specific about how we want to cache it and when it should expire. So to get started doing this, we're going to use one of those PWA tools that I've talked about. And this is called NGU. The U stands for universal. SW manifest. And if I just run this without any arguments, it's going to read the dist directory that CLI built and produce a static configuration that tells the service worker all of the assets in our application and how to cache them. In particular, it's going to include a content hash. And what the content hash does is let the service worker know when it's time to upload those files. So if you deploy a new version of your app with a new manifest and some of your content has changed, the Angular worker can notice and will re-download and recache those files in the background. So next, we need a routing configuration. And we can write that by hand, but we can actually just give the tool our application module. And because it understands Angular, it can read this and figure out what our routes are from the application module itself. And so here we generate the routing configuration as well. And that leaves us with those URLs from Firebase, right? Those ones we have to describe ourselves. And so what we want to do is jump into our application and create an ngsw manifest file. That's Angular Service Worker Manifest in our source directory. And here we can specify a dynamic caching configuration, which will let us cache those Firebase URLs. And this looks a little complicated, but I promise you it's not. So what we're doing here is declaring a group of URLs that will have a caching policy applied. And we can decide what that policy is. So we'll call this the Firebase group. And we really want to match the Firebase URL. And we don't just want to match the root of Firebase. We want to match every URL under this space. So we'll match it as a prefix. And then we get to decide exactly how the Angular worker should handle this data. One thing we might want to say, for example, is that we'll cache it for about an hour. We also want to set a limit on it. We don't want to fill up the user's device with all of our products that we sell. And finally, if the cache gets too full, right, we need a way to expire things. So we have to tell the service worker how we want to do that. I recommend least recently used caching, or LRU. But the most important decision we get to make is how we want the worker to optimize for our data. One popular choice is to optimize for freshness. This is great for data that changes really quickly. It tells the service worker to go out and get it from the network always, unless the network is down. So we always have up-to-date data, but if we happen to be offline, we can use the cache to fall back. But because our data doesn't change that often, I recommend caching for performance. So what this does is tell the Angular worker it's OK to use the cache to speed up requests. We don't always have to have the freshest data. So it can go to the network only when the data is not in cache or when it's too stale. And our tool knows about this file and can actually merge the static configuration that we wrote, or that it generates, with the dynamic configuration that we wrote. And so we're going to take this and paste it into our build script here. So we're going to generate a service worker manifest from our app. And the last thing we have to do here is actually write this out to dist. So we write out this JSON file that the service worker knows to expect. That was a lot that happened really quickly. So let's just walk through it real quick. First of all, we copied the pre-built worker script from Angular Service Worker and Node modules into our app. Then we registered it with Navigator Service Worker Register. And finally, we generated a manifest for it. So let's see what that did in the browser. If I refresh the page here, we can see that Angular Service Worker downloads and installs, and it's up and running for this app. And if we come back to the Network tab and reload, we can see it start to work. Right? No longer are we going out to the network to get all of these JavaScript and CSS assets. Right? Even the images are cached. The only thing that's not are our Firebase URLs. What happened? Well, this is the first time the service worker saw those requests. They weren't in its cache. But if I reload the page, everything is now coming from the cache. This application no longer needs the network to start up. Even that initial home request comes from the service worker. And we can prove it by hitting the offline button in Chrome. And when we reload, we'll see our application doesn't care whether there's a network here. That's reliability for you. So next, whoa, yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. All right. So next, let's talk about making this app fast with App Shell. And to show you what an application shell is, I'm going to go in and turn off JavaScript in Chrome. And I'm not doing this because I expect the end user to have JavaScript disabled. I'm doing this because in between the time the index page downloads and the time all your scripts load in Angular bootstraps, the user will be effectively running in a browser without JavaScript. And they'll see your page as it would look. And on a MacBook, this is like, a half a second or less. But on a mobile device, the user could be staring at the screen for a few seconds, and it's really not pretty. Here we have a blank, empty screen with a little loading text up in the top. And if I were a user who didn't really understand how this worked under the hood, I would think, this application's broken. It's not doing anything. It's just sitting here. I'm supposed to see my app. I just see this loading text. Right? There's no indication that it's actually loading anything. So let's fix this. And we can fix this by using Angular Universal to generate us a new index page that has our application already rendered. And we can do this with another PWA tool called NGU App Shell. And like before, we pass it our app module. We're passing it just a TypeScript file. We don't have to worry about setting up a build first. And when we run this, it's going to generate a new index page for us. And on a first glance, this looks great. It has all of our application CSS. It has all the HTML that we would otherwise render. And this doesn't take JavaScript to display. But the problem is, it's actually done too much. This is the entire home route. It's gone into Firebase, and it's downloaded our dynamic data. Right? And it's rendered out the product list and all of that. But we don't want that in the index. We're going to save that index and push it to our web server and cache it all over the world. And our data changes more frequently than we deploy the application. What we really want is not to display the home route, but to display some kind of loading route. Right? So we can go and write one in our application. And I've actually set this up already. So we have a loading module, which registers a loading route, which shows a loading screen component with this H3 here. And you could go and imagine having a fancy CSS animated spinner here. I'm not great at animation, so I just have it H3. And this module isn't actually installed in our application. Right? We don't actually need this loading route in production. What we want to do is insert it into our application shell. And we run this, we'll generate that new index page. But this time, instead of the home route, we render our loading route. And so we can take this command and paste it into our build script and set it up. All right, run.sh. Here, we're going to generate a new index HTML with an app shell. So I'm just going to format this so it's a little easier for us to understand what's going on. And the last thing we want to do is actually write this out to dis-index.html. We're going to replace the one that the CLI generated for us with the one that we generated with an app shell. And so let's start this up. And I'm going to go in the browser. I'm just going to leave JavaScript disabled, but I am going to remove the old service worker because we've updated our code and we want to see the effect. Normally, it would update in the background, but this is faster. So we expect to see, when we refresh this page, we expect to see, instead of this loading text, we expect to see our material toolbar at the top and some better indication that this app is alive and running on the page. So when we refresh, that's exactly what happens. This is static. There's no JavaScript still. But this is a much better experience for our user. This is an application that's there. It's awake. It's running. It's loading for me. Right? This looks like I expect it to. So when we turn on JavaScript again, what we'll actually see is Angular bootstraps on top of this, and we'll render the home route right on top. Perfect. That's what we want. It shows the loading screen until JavaScript downloads, and then it renders Angular. Fantastic. So that's one of our techniques for making this application faster. Next, we're going to look at HTTP2 server push. And the best way I can show this to you is with a trace. So I actually pushed this application as is to Firebase and rendered it with web page test. And if you think 7 seconds looks like a long time to load an application, you're right. And that's because this is a really low bandwidth, high latency network and kind of a mid-tier device. This is a real-world test of an app. And so Firebase delivers our index page here, this blue square, in about 2 seconds. That's pretty good. Kind of hard to shave this down anymore. And the browser immediately realizes that it needs some other resources to render this page. So it downloads a CSS file and 4 JavaScript files. And about 6 seconds in, Angular bootstraps. And Angular loads the router, and the router reads your route configuration and discovers, hey, there's this lazy route that I need to render. I need to go and get more code from the server. So it fetches this lazy chunk. And that's good. We didn't download any code that we didn't need to render this application. But we did manage to make it take almost 7 seconds to render this app. And we can do better. And we know we can do better because we know the resources that this page takes to load, even if the browser doesn't. And so we can just send them to the browser anyway before it asks. And that's what HTTP2 push is about. So with Firebase, you do this by writing some JSON configuration. And we can generate it with our last NGU tool of the day, NGU Firebase push. And just like before, we pass in what our application module is. And when we run it, it spits out this header configuration for Firebase. And this sets up the header that Stephen was talking about that describes which assets are needed for each page and are pushed down. And the thing I want you to notice here is the home route pushes the first lazy chunk, and the cart route pushes the second one. We've used our knowledge of Angular to figure out exactly which lazy routes are going to be loaded when you go to each route. And so when you run that through Firebase, the trace looks a little bit different. We're still loading our index about 2 seconds. But this time, even before it's done, we start receiving data for all of the other routes. Sorry, all of the other bundles, including our lazy chunk. And by the time Angular bootstraps around 5 seconds, this chunk has already been on the device and is ready to go. So we can load our app in about 5.5 seconds instead of 7. That's awesome. That's a lot faster. Woo, yeah. All right. And so the last thing we're going to do to this app is we're going to make it more engaging with push notifications. So let me talk to you a little bit about how push works on the web. It starts with us in our application registering to receive push notifications. So we're a user, we're using the app, we hit a button that says, yes, I want you to push data to me. It asks for permission, we say, yes, that's OK. What we get from that is a subscription object that defines an endpoint that our server can use to send data to that user. That's a URL and some encryption credentials. And we would send that to the server and save it in our database. And the next time we need to send data to that user, we could get it from the database and use an NPM package called web push to do the right things with the push protocol and deliver a message to this user. But we actually have no guarantee that the user will be using our application at the exact moment we push data to them. And so what the browser does is it delivers that message to the service worker. And the service worker can handle it in any way that it chooses. One thing it can do, for example, is display a UI notification. So on a desktop here, that'll show up as a pop-up in the upper right corner. On a mobile device, that shows up in your notification tray. The service worker could also check whether an application tab is open. And if it is, it can deliver the data to the app. And then in the app, you can do whatever you need to update the UI. Maybe you show a little badge on one of your icons up here saying, hey, you have a message. So let's set this up. The Angular service worker supports this out of the box. All we have to do is turn it on. So we go back to our manifest, the dynamic manifest that we generated, and we're going to add a push section. And all we're going to do here is set show notifications to true. And this turns on those UI notifications. It tells the Angular worker, whenever you get a push, display a UI notification with the message in it. That makes it really easy to configure what UI notifications you want to see from your backend. And now that we've done this, we have to actually register to receive these notifications. And here again, we can take advantage of Angular Service Worker. Because it's Angular aware, it comes with a service that we can use to interact with it. So we can import that and inject it into our app. So we're going to import from the Angular Service Worker. And the service is called the ng Service Worker. And if you've used Angular, you know we probably need to provide a module to make this work. So we're going to import the Service Worker module as well. And we can add that to our app module. And now we can inject this service. So let's add a constructor to app module and inject the ng Service Worker into it. So we do this with TypeScript. Just give it the right type, and Angular will figure it out. And there's a few things we can do with this API. We can ask the service worker to check for new updates of the app. If it has one, we can ask it to activate it. We can check the service worker logs or ping it to make sure it's there. And we can also register to receive push notifications. And we do have to pass one critical piece of data, which is an encryption key. And this makes sure that we're the only ones who can push data to our users. So we'll pass an application server key. Now, you would normally generate this with a web push package on NPM. I have one ready to go because that's boring. And now let's go ahead and subscribe. And what we get back is a subscription. And this subscription object is the thing you send to the server that identifies this user and lets the server push data to it. So let's take a look at what it looks like. I'm going to call to JSON on it, so we serialize it. Another thing we can do with this API is actually ask the service worker to tell us whenever a push message comes through. So if our application happens to be running, we can get the data and deal with it ourselves. So let's console log out, got a push, and we'll save the message. So let's go ahead and run this and jump over to the browser. Now I have a confession to make. I don't actually own a superhero store, so we don't have a backend that can push data to you when you ship orders. But that's OK, because we can use a feature in DevTools under the Service Worker tab to emulate a push event and simulate what it's like to get a backend pushing data to us. So let's go ahead and reset this and make sure that it's deleted. And we reload the page. The first thing we should see is we actually get our push endpoint logged out. And this is that object I said that you would use to push data to the user. So it gives us a URL and our encryption keys that we can use with the push protocol. And now, if we jump into our tab and emulate a push event, you can see the worker gives us a nice UI notification up here. I can do it a few times. If I reload the page, it still works. Clear this out. And if I go back to the console, the service worker is also sending us a message saying, hey, you got this notification. And what this means is, in your application, in your backend, you can configure not only the UI notification to show to the user when you push a message, but you can also set up exactly what other data you want to send down in case the application's open, so it can handle the push in a more engaging way. And that helps us bring users back into the application over time. So with Service Worker, we've made this application reliable. With an app shell and with HTTP2 push, we've made it faster. And with push notifications on the web, we've made it engaging. This is now a fully fledged Angular progressive web app. I'm going to turn it back over to Stephen.
Thank you so much, Alex. That was awesome. If we can go back to the slides as well. So what's next for you as developers if you want to take advantage of this? So we've actually pushed all of the code he wrote and all of the links and guides to this tool onto GitHub. So we've got that top link there. I'd also recommend you take a look at a guide written by Rob Dodson about debugging service workers. Because service workers fundamentally shift a couple of the paradigms on how you develop applications in terms of how it refreshes, how it reloads. And so understanding how to debug service workers can be extremely helpful. So with that, go ahead. I hope you all go and build service worker and progressive web applications with Angular. Please let us know on Twitter if you have feedback, if you love it or you hate it. And thank you so much.
Whether you're just starting out on your journey toward a career in Android development, or you've been working as an Android developer for some time, you might ask yourself, how can I separate myself from the pack and get recognized? Introducing the Associate Android Developer Certification by Google, an achievement available to those who can display the skills of an entry-level Android developer. The first step on your journey is determining if you're ready to take the exam. Start by learning what the exam covers. Review the skills that you'll need to demonstrate when taking the exam. Next, decide whether you need training or are ready to take the exam. Training is available online as well as in person. Also, training is available in some colleges and universities. When you're ready, sign up and take the exam. As part of the sign-up, you'll pay an exam fee. If you live in India, you will pay 6,500 rupee. If you live outside of India, you will pay $149 US. After you've signed up and paid the fee, you will download the exam and load it into Android Studio and begin. The exam is a timed, performance-based assessment in which you will implement new features and debug issues in an existing app. When you start the exam, you'll have 48 hours to finish. And once you are done, you will submit the exam for grading. Your submission will be evaluated through a combination of machine and human grading. Based on the outcome of machine grading, you will move on to the exit interview. After you've finished and you've passed your interview, you will then receive a mark from Google and join our community of Google-certified Associate Android developers. Once you are certified, you can share your mark on your resume, LinkedIn, G+, Twitter, and in your email signature.
every time your mobile app crashes, it's an invitation to your users to rate it poorly and uninstall it. This can spell disaster for the new app that you just launched. If you're an app developer, you need to know exactly where your app is having problems. And you need this information quickly so you can correct the issue before it affects too many of your users. This is where Firebase Crash Reporting can help. Our crash reporting tool collects information about crashes that your users are experiencing and sends that data as quickly as possible to be tracked in your dashboard. With the dashboard, you can monitor the overall health of your app. Here, you can see the top crashes and track the recent history of crashes in your app. Crashes are grouped by similarity and ordered by the severity of impact on your users, so you always know which issues to address first in order to best increase the quality of your app. Each instance of a crash comes with detailed information surrounding its circumstances, including the stack trace, device type, and other important details about the device at the moment of the crash. To further enhance these details, you can log additional information as the app is running. All recent log messages are captured for every crash to help your diagnosis. In the event that you're able to handle and recover from an error in your code, but want to report that event for analysis as well, there's an API to send these non-fatal errors for display in the dashboard. It's easy to get started with Firebase Crash Reporting. On Android, the SDK is enabled simply by integrating the Firebase Gradle plugin into your build with no additional lines of code required. And on iOS, there's a CocoaPod which requires a few lines of code for initialization when the app launches. To learn more and get started with Firebase Crash Reporting today, be sure to start with the documentation available right here. We can't help you write perfect code, but we can help you fight fires with Firebase.
Launching a great app requires dedication and vision, but growing one takes revenue. How about a monetization solution tailored specifically to your app? One that has rich and engaging ads, one that works with Firebase to give you the insights you need to grow, and one that uses mediation to connect you with networks all over the world. Well, that solution is AdMob. Trusted by more than 1 million apps, AdMob offers developers everything they need to implement first-class monetization strategies. And when paired with Firebase, it's even better. AdMob is included with the Firebase SDK, and its APIs are built to make adding banners, interstitials, and video ads to your app simple. Plus, AdMob automatically selects the ads that pay you the most, so you can sit back and watch your revenue grow. And as your business grows, you can benefit from AdMob's advanced features. Say version 2 of your app has a slick new design, and now you need an ad format that fits naturally with your content. With AdMob's native ads, you can create CSS templates designed specifically for your user experience. We'll style the ads to match and display the result in a native ad view that fits your app like they were made for each other. And it doesn't stop there. AdMob helps you earn in-app purchase revenue too. AdMob can determine which of your users is most likely to make a purchase and target those people. They'll see an ad you designed, and they can make purchases right there. Now, with your app's slick design and in-app products, it's become a worldwide sensation. But how can you make sure you're maximizing the revenue generated by each user? With AdMob, you can connect to ad networks around the world, bringing even more advertisers who'll compete for your impressions. And because you're using Firebase, you get access to free and unlimited analytics. Imagine a big-time blogger in Tokyo posts about your app, and overnight your Japanese audience quadruples. With Firebase Analytics, you can easily spot the trend and then switch to your AdMob settings to tweak mediation configurations or start a campaign targeting your new fans. That's AdMob with Firebase. It's as easy as you want and as powerful as you need.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns. Not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart, and there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing, it's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud, where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
We are in the era of progressive web apps. Browsers are more performant and capable than ever, and front-end JavaScript frameworks like Angular and Polymer have simplified development of rich app-like websites. You can now build an entire application purely with static files like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Firebase Hosting is tailored for front-end web applications. Firebase Hosting is a developer-focused static web hosting provider that is fast, secure, and reliable. No matter where a user is, the content is delivered fast. Files deployed to Firebase Hosting are cached on SSDs at CDN Edge servers around the world. From San Francisco to Stockholm to Seoul, your users get a reliable, low-latency experience. And every site is served over a secure connection. Firebase Hosting automatically provisions and configures an SSL certificate for each site deployed, so you can get that green lock of confidence. Deploying your app from a local directory to the web only takes one command. So whether you're building a single-page web app, a mobile app landing page, or a progressive web app, Firebase Hosting has you covered. To get started with Firebase Hosting, check out our Quick Start to get you up and running in minutes. Happy deploying!
So here we are on Main Street. It's pretty much the main thoroughfare at Google I/O 2017. I figured I'd just take a stroll and see what's going on. Want to come with me? Okay. Hi, everybody. Enjoying the festival? Okay, good. So apparently this is an AR, augmented reality, for those paying attention, wall. I haven't gotten figured out how to do it just yet, though. Maybe it's over this way. It's just one of the many things that you can do here in between the sessions. I believe this is dancing, right? So let's go over here. So one of the cooler things that I found here on Main Street is the opportunity to send a postcard, well, to anybody. I'm choosing to send it to future Timothy. Shall we write me a few notes? Okay. Hi. I'm going to join you all here and write a postcard. Who'd you write?
I'm riding back home to Georgia, the country.
Yes.
Quite far, so let's see how long it takes to get there.
We'll find out. I'm sending mine to future Timothy.
Oh, wow, can I do that? But
I
not
don't see-
future Timothy, but future Nino. Can I send it to my...
Let's go do it here. I'm just going to write mine over here. What was that?
I don't know where I will be leaving at the time.
Well, see, if you send the postcard now, future you is any time after now, so you're good.
Okay, so the address is future.
Yeah. See, you had a great time at smiley face. Are you still writing the address there?
Yeah, it's quite long, so I'll get there.
Are all the addresses in Georgia long?
No, not really, not really. Okay, so, but you had yours written, so that was cheating.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Hey!
It's okay, we'll wait.
Okay, I hope you're doing well. Take care. I'm so nice to myself. Take care and good luck with your startup. I have a startup. Okay, great. So,
I think we gotta mail them.
okay. Oh, there was more designs. Next time?
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Bye.
Thank you.
See
you in
ya.
the future.
Okay. All right, let's check out what this wall is all about. It's going well. How are you?
I'm great, thanks. Having a great time here.
Hey, it's a developer festival. How could you not have a good time?
I have no idea, honestly. It's beautiful out. It's an awesome time.
So tell me what's going on with this wall. It's more than just a wall, right?
It is more than just a wall. So this is actually going to be an AR mural. So as you can see, there's a lot of little icons and things on the screen. If I actually put up my tablet here, you can see that there's actually going to be floating overlays. So this AR is being generated because of those triggers within the actual mural itself. So there's a couple different icons and different animations here. So here you can see there's going to be the Google I/O icon spin in. And so what we've been doing today is just taking little short 5-second GIFs for people and then being able to send them to them so they have something as a kind of a memento of today.
Awesome.
You
I
wanna
love
do
it.
one?
I do, but
Awesome.
can you send me a GIF, not a GIF?
I don't know about that.
Whatever.
Okay. Here we go. It's going to generate a little preview. So there you are, jumping around in the background. What do you think?
That's very cool. It's got the heel click and everything. I love it.
Exactly. Awesome.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, of course.
All right, let's go somewhere else.
I first got my Android phone around 2010. I started feeling that some functionality needs to be there, but those are not present. So I thought that, okay, since I'm in programming, I will start building those apps. Then I started feeling that I want some freedom. I feel like, okay, it's better to roam around the world and do your work. So I started learning about freelancing, and in freelancing, more of the projects are in the programming, mobile programming only. The main thing in India is whenever you want to change your domain, you need to have some portfolio. Android Nano Degree program is helping me improving my portfolio. Then next motivation was their community. You will be able to learn how others are thinking of implementing the same problem. Every day you will be learning something new, so that I can showcase the same portfolio as a part of a freelancer, applying for a job in a company. You will be improving your network, and accordingly you will be improving yourself.
Welcome to Tech Chat. We have with us Hemant HM today, who is a Google developer expert for web technologies. How did you get into coding?
When I was 13, I got my first computer, and at those times we had dial-up. So that engineer came in and pulled in a line, and he kept the modem there and said the installation will be done tomorrow. But I couldn't wait, so I had to open up the system and put in the modem and hear to that beautiful music, and then connect to the web and slowly loaded the Google page, right? So that was the most exciting moment of my life on the browser till date. Java was my first language of love, and then I did a lot of Python and Perl, and my first job was on Ruby on Rails. So that has been my journey.
So we've heard this word many times, open source. What does it mean?
Let me give you a simple example. Like, say suppose you have an old recipe like bisibele bath, right? Or the sambar that goes with idli. Like who did it first? Who did take the patent for a sambar or a bisibele bath, right? They didn't really. They kind of make it free and open. They shared the recipe with others, and people modified the recipe, and they made better bisibele baths, or they added some curd to it and made a different version of bisibele bath, right? That's how I see code. Like India has that culture of free and openness from a very long time, and we need to adopt that in our code. And we do have licensing, and we could talk a lot about that, but the whole crux of this is to have free and open code. So things like this are my core fundamental values.
You have been contributing a lot in open source. So how do you keep the pace with your full-time work and your passion work?
Half of the time in my work I spend on open source, but don't tell my manager, right? I'm just joking. Part is you just get used to it. It's more like your morning routine, right? You wake up and you don't ask people like, how do you get time to take a shower or brush daily, right? So once it becomes a habit, it doesn't really feel that you're like putting an extra effort to contribute to open source.
So if I want to become a Google developer expert, how should I get started?
Yeah, the fun part with being a Google developer expert is there is no hard and fast rule or an agenda that, hey, these are the parameters that you need to have to become a Google developer expert. My point of view is like, contribute more to this society, maybe communities or open source and blogs, and experiment a lot on bleeding edge tech and talk about it, tell to people, like maybe write an article or tweet about it, make a GIF, things like that. That's what I've been doing.
Thank you, Hemant, for joining us today. It was a wonderful discussion.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? More importantly, if your app gets published to the world and nobody's there to download it, was all that work for nothing? These aren't just philosophical questions. Discovery is a major issue for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a two-person shop or a big corporation. And while there are many avenues for potential customers to discover your app, one of the most common is through recommendations from friends and family. Developers know this, which is why you see referral codes like this in a lot of apps. It's a good way of enticing users to share the app with their friends. But while these kinds of referral codes can be effective, they're also kind of a pain to use. Is your user really going to take the time and effort to copy and paste a referral code into an email, send it off to their friends, hope those friends then find and install the app, dig up whatever code redemption screen they need to redeem this offer, and copy and paste this code back into your app? Well, maybe, but maybe not. And while you could build your own UI to help this process along with, all those spare engineering cycles you've just got lying around, this is also where Firebase Invites can help. Firebase Invites makes it easy for your users to share all aspects of your app, be it a referral code or an interesting piece of content, across both Android and iOS. It looks something like this. Let's say that your app has a referral code that you'd like your users to share with their friends, and you decide to use Firebase Invites to make it happen. When your user clicks that share button, they'll see a dialog listing all their friends and colleagues with some smart recommendations at the top. They choose which friends to share with, click send, and these invitations are sent, along with a personal message, over SMS or email, depending on the contact. Their friends receive a customized, richly formatted invitation, either one you've designed yourself or one you've let Firebase Invites build automatically from your app's store listing. All this recipient needs to do is click on the call to action button, and Firebase Invites will take them directly to the app if they already have it, or the appropriate app store for their device if they don't. Once they're done installing your app, Firebase Invites can then send the referral code to your app through a deep link. And you can send your new customer the discount that they so richly deserve. And yes, this really does work even if that friend had to install the app first. Traditionally, deep links tend to get lost during app installs, but Invites uses Firebase dynamic links, which are able to survive the App Store installation process. As an added bonus, many developers have found that not only are these kind of invites more successful at driving installs, but that users who join through this kind of personalized onboarding flow are more likely to come back to your app in the future. And Firebase Invites isn't just for referral codes. You can use it to share any content you want from your app. Have a recipe app? Firebase Invites can make sure that killer lemon meringue pie recipe gets the visibility that it deserves. And because Invites is a Firebase product, it works with Firebase Analytics to let you know when a user has opened or installed an app through an invite. So be sure to check out the documentation and give Firebase Invites a try. We can't wait to see what you build.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
When you're building an app that needs to store and share data from a server, there are a lot of things that you'll need to keep in mind. Setting up and maintaining a database can be a hassle. And if you want your data synchronized in real time or need offline support, well, now you're talking some serious time commitment. But with the Firebase Real-Time Database, you can get that time back. The Firebase Real-Time Database lets you store and sync data between your users in real time. This makes it easy for your users to access their data from any device, web or mobile, and it helps your users collaborate with one another. Whenever you update data in the real-time database, it stores the data in the cloud and simultaneously notifies all interested devices in milliseconds. The real-time database is also optimized for offline use. Whenever a user loses their connection, the database SDK uses a local cache on the device to serve and store changes. This means that when the user comes back online, their local data is automatically synchronized. And how do you keep your data secure? You can use database security rules to specify who has access to what pieces of data and how your database should be structured. The security rules are securely stored with the real-time database on our servers. So if you want to make sure your users can only access their own data, or ensure that their message is no more than 141 characters, you can do that in just a few lines of code. Getting started only takes a few minutes. The Firebase Real-Time Database is hosted for you in the cloud, so there's no server maintenance or operations. And there are SDKs for Android, iOS, and JavaScript. To get started with the real-time database, check out our Quick Start, which will get you up and running in minutes. We can't wait to see what you'll build with Firebase.
It's been just over a year since we open-sourced TensorFlow, and we've been thrilled to see the adoption by the community and the pace of development both here at Google and all around the world.
TensorFlow is really the primary tool that we're using for a lot of our machine learning work in all of our products. Towards the end of last year, we actually rolled out a completely new translation system that was based on deep neural nets. In Gmail, we were actually able to roll out a TensorFlow model that, by understanding the context of the message you just received, we can predict likely replies. And this is a feature we call Smart Reply.
Diabetic retinopathy is the fastest growing cause of blindness. It's a complication of diabetes. We gathered a very large data set and had doctors grade the images. And then we, using TensorFlow, trained a neural net that does a pretty good job of predicting whether or not there is diabetic retinopathy in the image.
Can we use something like TensorFlow to make music, to make art, and to allow us to communicate better with each other? With TensorFlow, we're able to think abstractly, almost at a level of like improvisation with machine learning. We're able to try new things, to chunk models together in ways that were impossible before we had that kind of expressivity.
Dugongs are classed as vulnerable to extinction globally, so we do a lot of aerial surveys using drones. Then once you've done a survey of a really large area, you end up with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of photos. The goal was to find a way to automate that whole process, and that's where we've been using TensorFlow.
One of the things that we've been focusing on this year with TensorFlow is performance. We've been especially excited to release support for distributed training.
We want to make it easier for people to use so they don't have to necessarily know all of the underlying internals in order to get the distributed performance the best it can be. XLA is something that can compile down TensorFlow. Maybe you want to compile your graph ahead of time and get it down to something much more compact in terms of memory size, so that way you can easily load it and execute it on something that might not have as much storage space, like a mobile phone or some other portable, smaller device.
When we introduced the Hexagon Vector extensions, what we had in mind was enhancing user experiences with imaging features.
So the TensorFlow team said that you only needed low precision multiplies to be able to execute these neural networks efficiently. So we did some tests, and on the same graph, Inception v3, we were 8 times faster and 4 times lower power than running on the CPUs.
TensorFlow is great to work with, easy to work with, lots of capability. And so our engineering teams and their engineering teams working together, we were able to do something very exciting. This is just the beginning of what will end up being a long evolution of some great things we can do with machine learning in image processing.
In addition to sharing TensorFlow, Google has also shared an ecosystem of tools, which contains everything you need to go all the way from research to production. One such tool is TensorFlow Serving, and this is an open source, high performance serving solution. Another great tool, which is actually quite beautiful, is the embedding visualizer. And you can use the embedding visualizer to interactively explore high dimensional data sets. On the education side, General Assembly has done great work teaching TensorFlow.
For my final project, I was really interested in doing lyrics generation, and TensorFlow was a really great match for that because it allowed me to build out and utilize the models that I needed to be successful.
The TensorFlow community is thriving around the world, and we're excited about as many people as possible being part of it. TensorFlow is an open source project for everyone. We're looking forward to building this into something even better and more useful and more powerful in collaboration with the whole worldwide community.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit. And I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Berlin.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Here we go. We're live. We have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications, and we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process.
A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase.
We're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product.
If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love.
Today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library. It has customized theming and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need.
Is my app set up correctly? Which events are being captured by the SDK? Are you receiving my events and parameters? We've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points.
App quality leads to better user retention. Better your app is, and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. And that's where we come in.
So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app.
And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you. And I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful.
All right, let's get back to the code.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it, I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event like this completed 5 levels event and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
We're now in the IoT tent, and first we're going to learn all about OpenThread from Jonathan.
All right, so OpenThread is an open source implementation of the thread networking protocol. What it is a low power mesh networking technology that allows devices, IoT devices, to talk to each other over a low power mesh network. So if you're building products that run on battery that's supposed to last for years, not months, Thread's a great solution for that. So what we've done at Nest is taken the protocol and made an open source implementation, put it in our products, and made it available to developers to build into their own ones.
Awesome.
Yeah. So you want me to walk you through the demo here?
Yeah, show me what's going on.
So all these devices you see on the wall are actually running OpenThread. They're running our partner hardware, and they're connected to a single thread network. It's one giant mesh network. And one of the benefits of Thread is actually using IP, so just Internet Protocol. And each device has an IP address, an IPv6 address to be specific. So, and that makes it really easy for developers to build apps because it's just IP that they're used to. So if you can ping a web server, you can ping a thread node. So in this demo, we're actually showing pinging a device over the thread network. So as you see that light blink, it's actually going over Wi-Fi from a tablet to this Raspberry Pi, which happens to be on Wi-Fi, and then fanning out to the thread network. And you can imagine sensors or actuators like door locks and windows being replaced by a LED, but we're just simplifying it with this demonstration. It's really cool.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Hey, before we go, actually, if developers want to get started, where do they go?
Sure. It's been publicly available for the last year. We launched it at Google I/O last year. And you can go on github.com/openthread/openthread. There's code labs available if you're here at Google I/O, but it's also available on the Google Code Lab website for you to try out at home.
I see a golden retriever.
It's a golden retriever. That's pretty great. So we're in the Android Things room, and I'm here with Ryan and Wayne. Ryan, tell us about some of the stuff that is built on Android Things in this room.
Cool. Do you want me to hold it?
Sure.
All right. So over here we have a simple demo that we are using to show how easy it is to go from prototype to production with Android Things. So at the top, we have a very simple light that's turned on using Intel Edison kit. Over here, we're using the design, but we used a custom PCB to make the footprint smaller. Therefore, you can fit the overall thing into a smaller form factor. At the bottom, you can see in the candle.
Actually, the really cool part about that demo is that any developer can make a circuit board like that. So in our talk tomorrow, we're going to show how to actually build that circuit board, and you can actually solder this up in your own workshop or home. So it's actually one of the really cool things about the SOM architecture is you can do that.
Yep. On the right, we have the TensorFlow camera demo. This is also running on Android Things. We have Raspberry Pi 3 camera, and it's actually fairly easy to build as well. All these parts are off the shelf. So you'll notice that it's running on battery, completely portable. And the best part is it's actually running offline, completely locally on the device. So we're running the TensorFlow model, TensorFlow Inception model you can get online. And then once we download it, install it as an APK here. Now you don't need online at all, so you don't need data cost associated with it at all. So when I press this button, it will take a picture using the camera module located here. And then it'll be processed on the device, and it'll say what it thinks it is using Android text-to-speech.
Tell me about the M&Ms over here.
So on this one, this was actually built by one of our external developers in our community, Louis. So the Smile Candy Dispenser, it's powered by Android Things using Raspberry Pi 3. And once you press this button, the camera will take a picture of you, send that image through Cloud Vision API, and if it detects a smile, it'll give you the candy. And we're using a relay module, as you can see here, connected to the motor of the dispenser to activate the dispensing.
All right, y'all. Well, I think that's all the Android things that we're going to check out in this booth. Wayne, before we get going, what are some things that developers can do today to play with Android things?
Well, the really cool thing is all these samples here, we've open sourced all of them. So the TensorFlow image recognition, the LED candle, we've released all the source code on GitHub. The schematics for the candle are also available as an actual circuit design, so you can actually make them yourself. So you can try all these things out, and then it's really easy to get started. You use Android Studio to write your code, and it's really easy to get going. So any Android programmer who's written a phone app now has the ability to make IoT apps as well. So that's one of the really cool things about Android Things is it takes advantage of all of your existing Android knowledge and allows you to apply it here.
All right, we're now in the Works with Nest room, and I'm here with Jesse, who's going to tell us a little bit about Works with Nest.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. So Works with Nest is a developer program for Nest, and we have a bunch of different APIs that let you connect into the Nest ecosystem. And there's a lot of ways that you can connect. You can connect to the thermostat, the camera, the smoke alarm, and then also our demand response programs that we set up with utility companies across the country.
That's awesome. So what are some of your favorite integrations with the Works with Nest program?
So some of the really cool ones are over here, the Aware. It's a air quality sensor, and it'll measure the different things in your air, and then how it integrates with Nest is it connects to the thermostat and uses the fan to clean up the air in your house when it detects that levels are high.
Oh, that's cool. What else?
Another one that's really cool, which is a little different, it's not directly connecting with, they're all over. Product is the Rachio sprinkler.
Okay.
So I have that in my house, it manages the water automatically, so I don't have to worry about it in my yard, but with Nest, it shows up in my home report every month, where Nest tells me how much energy I'm using with my thermostat, but then I also have a list of how much water I've used and compares it to the previous month. Pretty cool.
Cool. So that's some of the stuff that's been around for a little bit. What's next? What's like the newest integrations?
So some of our new things are with the camera.
Okay.
So the camera is now connected to the thermostat, or to the APIs, and we're doing cool new things there. So originally you could use the APIs and get motion events and then have your products respond to motion in the house. But lately we've been developing our image vision, and now we can recognize people. So now Works with Nest products can get these people events and do things when they know that there's a person. One example is not necessarily with people, but cool integrations with camera is Chamberlain and garage doors. So what they do is when the garage door opens, they grab a snapshot from the thermostat and they integrate that in their history UI in their app.
That's awesome.
Totally.
Okay, so one last question, because we also checked out OpenThread. Is there anything in here that's using Thread?
Absolutely. So super excited about Thread. It's really like the next phase of our development program. So the first one is giving people an easy way to connect to Nest products. And then phase two, we're going to take some of the core technology that we've developed at Nest to build our Nest products and make it available for developers. So we're working with Yale on this lock. Yale's been making locks for 50 years, 100 years, and they're really good at it, but not really a software company. So we've taken some of the software that we use on our Nest products, like Thread, and made it available to them. And it's going to be a really cool lock that's integrated with the ecosystem. And we've actually open sourced Thread, and we have a booth just a couple booths down where you can see all about it and figure out where to get the code.
Awesome. Is there anything else you'd like to tell to all the developers out there?
Check out the code labs. We have an open thread code lab. We have one with the camera that integrates with TensorFlow. It's fun stuff that you can do for the next 2 days.
Awesome. Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you.
Hello all, and welcome to this deep dive on play data. Have you ever been in a situation where you released an app and realized only days later that you had to replace it? Do you appreciate that the console has great acquisition reports for in-app purchases, but doesn't offer a lot of insight for other business models? And have you ever wanted to take a deep dive into your own data, but felt that our statistic pages were not powerful enough? If you're thinking yes to any of these, we have some great news to share. We recognize that every business and every role within a business may have different data needs, and we want to make our data work for all of you. In this talk, you will learn what we've done to help you monitor your production releases, explore new ways to dig into your own data, and gain new business insights. My name is Suzanne. I'm a product manager on Play, and I'll be talking you through the new release dashboard that we launched yesterday. But first, a few introductions.
Hi there. My name is Tamsin Taylor. I work for Google Play Business Development in EMEA.
Hi, I'm Dario. I'm one of the engineering leads on the Play console. I focus on making our analytics metric timely and useful to our developers.
So let's start. Let's start with your app releases and how we're helping you ensure that you don't leave a bad release in production any longer than needed. With our new low latency metrics and the release-specific breakdown into your data, we're giving you an hour-by-hour view into your app release health, out of the box, without the need for an SDK. This will allow you to make decisions about the rollout of your release sooner and with more confidence. We've always been ahead of the curve with tools to prepare great releases. We have the pre-launch report, we have the alpha and the beta channels, but we haven't yet given you the data to monitor your production release as it happens. We now give you a product that allows you to look at the core release metrics in one view, the release dashboard. Within a couple of hours of your release entering the production track, you will see data for that release on the dashboard. So, when you push a new release, you obviously care about crashes. The crashes that we used to show were those where a user proactively reported a crash. But we also now have device-reported crashes. And that's the metric that you see here. Unless a user opted out during the setup of their device, all crashes are reported automatically, which should mean a lot more data for you. The other metric you should really care about is ANRs, application not responding. These are events where the Android operating system reports that your app becomes unresponsive for 5 seconds or more. Now, if on the crash card you click on View Clusters, or on the A&R card, you click on View A&Rs, you'll be able to see if your release introduced any new crashes or A&R that you should care about. And you can explore the new crash and A&R metrics there as well. So to learn more about the new crash and A&R metrics, and to learn exactly 10 secrets about health metrics, please come back to this same stage at 5:30 p.m. today to see Fergus, Ricardo, and Joe talk. Now back to the release dashboard. So I showed you crashes and A&Rs. Releases aren't all about app health, though. You also want to see ratings and reviews specific to your latest version. When the average rating for your current release is well below that of your overall rating, you may want to start looking into your 1- and 2-star reviews to see what's going wrong, and possibly even move on to halting your release. But what if you could also see low latency install and uninstall events that are specific to your release? And what if you could know how many uninstalls came from updated devices? Are you losing existing customers because your new version doesn't perform? Installs broken down by new installs and updates can tell a powerful story too, though. Have enough users updated for me to push my stage rollout to the next stage? As I've started hinting, it's not all about a single metric. Your crash tool may warn you if you get a huge spike. Your PM may tell you if your ratings suddenly drop. But what about subtle but significant changes across the board? Would you ever notice if you didn't see them all in the same place? Maybe your crashes go up, but not to a point where you would halt your release just yet. But your ratings are down. And if you look further, your uninstalls are starting to trend above average. The combined data may tell you that this is not early stage noise, but actually a real problem that you need to investigate. So the context provided by this holistic view is precisely how play data will help you make decisions sooner and with more confidence. So far, you've seen a bunch of metrics that tell you a lot about your production release, both when looked at in isolation, what are my ratings doing, and together, so what are my A&Rs doing to my uninstalls or to my ratings? I've kept one of the most powerful features from you, though, and that's comparison. During user studies we ran for the release dashboard, we noticed that virtually every participant mentioned that the success of a release is measured relative to the success of a previous release. Everybody has their own idea of what's an acceptable number of crashes and an acceptable rating. So Release Dashboard, when you open it later today, has a selector at the top that allows you to pick a past release to compare your current release against. So here's what comparison would look like for uninstall events and for crashes. The power of comparing is that it gives you even more signals to increase your confidence. You don't only have your crashes, you don't only have the impact that your A&Rs are having on your ratings, but you can also see how these metrics compare against the previous successful release. And Jam City, developer of big hits like Panda Pop, Cookie Jam, and Genies and Gems, confirms exactly those notions. Quicker insight into success or problems, and comparing crash and A&R metrics against the previous release to see if they need to start looking into newly introduced crashes. And Wish, a very popular shopping app, say that they can now ramp up their releases faster and with more confidence, and respond to issues more intelligently. The head of product also specifically mentioned that comparing ratings across releases gave very important qualitative feedback, which ties back to what I mentioned before about not focusing on app health alone. Right, that's the release dashboard that makes Play data work for you in low latency. So go look for it in the Play console when you next push a new version out. It is the new topmost item under release management. You'll be confident sooner, and you have fewer users spending time looking at a bad app release version.
Thank you, Suzanne. So When we think about the app development lifecycle, clearly the release is a critical point. I don't think anyone disagrees. But once you have your app in production and you're happy with it, you probably want to drive lots of new and valuable installs, right? Now, given that you've all heard about the new release dashboard, I have confidence when you leave I/O, you'll be able to have a great release of your app. And once you have your app live, what are the 4 questions you should be asking yourself to grow your business? You should be asking, which marketing channels are driving my most valuable users? Which countries are they coming from? Are my install and buy conversion rates actually good? And which channels are bringing me my most loyal users? So why is this important, and what am I going to tell you? Well, I'll get onto that in a second. So in my role, I talk to developers every single day. There's probably some of you in the audience who I speak to regularly. And what I hear you say is that you need to know how effective your marketing channels are for attracting and retaining new valuable users. I hear you say that you need more data to make the right decision on where you spend your money and where you spend your time and effort to optimize your growth strategies. Now, you may already know this, but in case you don't, a couple of years ago, we launched the User Acquisition Report. To remind you, the User Acquisition Report shows you how many people are going to your Play Store listing page. Of those, how many people install your app, and of those, how many people buy and buy again. You can cut this report by 5 main channels: the Play Store, Google AdWords, Google Search, third-party referrers, and track channels. Now, since last I/O, we've launched 2 improvements to this report, just to make it more useful for you and help you with your growth strategies. But first, I want to touch on track channels and why you should really be using these today. So one of the most powerful features of the User Acquisition Report is the ability to track and see acquisition broken down by UTM tag. Now, UTM tag lets you identify a link you've used to drive traffic to your store listing page. Any link can use UTM tags: your social shares, your websites, even other apps. And by tagging these links, you can see all of your traffic broken down by unique identifier. Why is this important? Well, if you're going to spend money on a campaign, you probably want to know how it's performing. And this allows you to see exactly which link is contributing to your most valuable users. It's really powerful. You can apply this link to anything you create to track the contribution that that specific link has had to your growth success. So, UTM tags are great for planned campaigns. But when I speak to developers, a lot of them tell me that the majority of their traffic actually comes organically through the Play Store. I can see some nodding. Now, you may remember I told you we'd made 2 improvements to the User Acquisition Report. So the first one is we've added country breakdown to the User Acquisition traffic report. And this is really helpful because, as you may have heard earlier today, or yesterday, we now have 2 billion Android active devices across the world. So this report helps you identify where your unrealized opportunity is for international expansion and domination. Now, let me share with you a case study of a partner who's used this to their benefit. Concrete Software is a Minneapolis-based games company. Perhaps like you in the audience or on the live stream, they run a really lean operation. They've got about 30 people. So getting the right information about their business quickly so they can act on it is pretty crucial. About a year ago, Concrete Software were using the user acquisition reports for their game Arctic Cat, which is a snowmobile game, obviously set in a snowy landscape. And they could see that their install conversion was a little bit lower than what they'd expected. When we launched Country Breakdown, instantly they could see why this was the case. What they saw was that countries in cold climates with snow had a 5 times greater in-store conversion than warmer climates that did not have snow, such as Brazil, Indonesia, etc. So suddenly they realized they should be concentrating their optimization on these cold climate countries, which you can see that they've done by increasing their install 25% for these countries by using store listings experiments. So now they know where to target their spend to get the best return on investment. So one thing you've told us, and I heard this quite a lot from partners, was that while you think the user acquisition report is great for understanding your business, I kept getting asked, but is this actually good? How much opportunity exists to drive my acquisition even further? So late last year, we launched peer benchmarks. Peer benchmarks help you see how your app compares to similar apps in the same category who use the same monetization model. So these peer benchmarks can be seen in the user acquisition channel and in the country breakdown channel. And this is really helpful for 3 reasons. Number 1, it shows you exactly where you need to focus your improvement efforts for your conversion. Secondly, it can show you where you can make the business case to invest more in acquisition. And thirdly, it can show you where you can simply celebrate your team's success. So let me share with you a couple of partners who've used this data for their advantage. Now, you may be familiar with Viber. They're a communications app, and they operate in a pretty competitive market. So it's really important that they use all the levers at their disposal to increase the top of the funnel and get more users to install their app. Once we launched peer benchmarks, Viber could finally see what good is. And they knew what goals to set themselves to reach for their install conversion. Using this report, Viber were able to identify countries that were below the peer benchmark. One such example was the UK and the US. Similarly, they seem like sister countries, right? They both speak English. But as Viber discovered, in fact, user behavior was quite different. And they saw that their UK install conversion was much lower than the peer set. This immediately allowed them to jump on the problem and resolve it using store listing experiments, testing the image, logo, descriptions, to bring it back up to par. Now, I'm sure you're all familiar with the Star Wars franchise. And you may also be familiar with the EA game Galaxy Heroes, which launched a while ago. What they noticed was that there were lots of people coming to their page store listing, but not as many were installing the app as they expected. Once we launched peer benchmarking, EA were able to see that actually the problem was not the game, but that the category that the game sat in had a lower conversion than other categories in which EA have games. And this led them to think, if they could change the perception and the display of the game, could they increase conversion? So peer benchmarking gave EA the ability to think not only in terms of category, but also country, and has prompted them to pivot the positioning of the game to increase conversion. It's had a profound impact on the way that they approach top-of-funnel marketing. With this, they're able to create unique assets for different categories and different countries to increase conversion. So, if you're a games company or you use in-app purchase, you might be thinking, this is fantastic. I'm going to go home and dive into my data and find ways I can improve. But how many of you here in the audience, and you can put your hand up if you're also watching the live stream, have a subscription model, or an ad-funded model, or an e-commerce model? Fantastic. So there's quite a few of you. Version 1 of the user acquisition report was really useful for everyone, but perhaps geared more towards developers with in-app purchase model. But like you here in the room today, the majority of you put your hand up, we know there are other really successful business models where you really care about building long-term user relationships, right? So today, I'm very excited to announce the launch of version 2 of the funnel, which has been built specifically with businesses like yours in mind who care about user retention. The report shows retention periods, which is a critical metric for understanding which channels are bringing in your most loyal users. These retained installers are people who have your app installed on at least one of their devices. This is your retained install base. So this, and you can see the percentages, will show you what the opportunity is to increase your user retention using techniques like notifications, email, or just increasing your quality. Better yet, one of my favorites is the ability to export this data via CSV. So now you'll be able to extract your retained user. I can see people clapping, it's great. You'll be able to extract your retained user, your install and buy conversion, and your peer benchmarks to help you manage your business better and look for ways to improve. Now, I work a lot with subscription partners from the news industry through to health and fitness, and they are always asking me for more data. And since subscriptions are a growing and important business model, I'm really happy to let you know that we've built a report specifically for your business. Now, as much as I would like to, I'm not going to ruin the surprise. If you'd like to learn more about the subscription report, come back here 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning to hear more about that. So in summary, I know from today, you're going to go away and you'll look at your app and you'll be able to see which channels are driving your most valuable users, which countries they're coming from, and you'll be able to see where are the opportunities to increase my install and buy conversion, and how can I increase my user retention. All of these reports are here to help you optimize your growth strategies, not just for installs, but for long-term value and business success. Regardless of the way you monetize, we believe the acquisition reports are there for you to help grow your business.
Thanks, Tamsin. So, in addition to the release dashboard and the user acquisition report, which give you unique insights into your data, as you know, in the Play console, we also have more specialized dashboard for specific use cases, like crashes, or Android vitals, or revenue, and so on. But we understand that not all businesses are alike. And each of you might care about different metrics and might care about doing analysis in ways that we cannot predict. So we know many of you use our statistics page, but we also know that sometimes for certain analysis, you have to download the CSV exports and then craft your own analysis using spreadsheets or other external tools. And we understand why. How, for example, could you understand whether last year Black Friday sales went better or worse of this year Black Friday sales, right? Or how could you compare or find correlations between two different metrics, such as ratings and crashes? So, if I take a step back and I think about our old statistics page, there were a number of issues you raised and you asked us to fix. It was sometimes slow to load. The date ranges you could pick were inflexible. There was no possibility of selecting multiple metrics. And also, and this was an important point, the latency of the availability of the data was often insufficient. So we listened to your feedback, and we brought it into our product with a bunch of the launches we had yesterday. It begins with the new statistics page, and I would like to introduce this to you today. So here is how it looks. At the first glance, you can see that the interface is much nicer and more polished than before. It has been designed from the ground up from our material design specifications. With this launch, we are also including some new metrics in the statistics page, such as, for example, the revenue metrics, and also the install, update, and uninstall events, which are also available on the release dashboard that Suzanne presented before. Let me walk you through some exciting features of this page. First, you can now choose any date range you want to visualize your data. A nice date picker is available on the top right corner of the page. There are some pre-selected time ranges, but you can also pick a custom one you want to visualize. Previously, we only had 3, if I remember correctly, date ranges fixed that always ended at today. But now, by being able to choose any date ranges, you can do some analysis, such as look at Q4 of 2016 or January of last year. In addition, when you select a date range, the new statistics page, by default, will also overlay a comparison of that metrics of that date range with its most recent history. So, for example, if you pick the last week of the previous week of the last week of data, you will also see data relative to the previous week overlaid on the chart as a dotted line. If you hover on the chart, a useful tooltip will give you more data about specific data points. such as the exact date or also how they compare numerically. So this feature will allow you to do one of the comparisons that I was mentioning before, for example. You could compare last year Black Friday sales to this year very easily. So our partners at Expedia told us that they love this feature. They were actually able to do very quickly and at a glance year-over-year or quarter-over-quarter comparison analysis real quick. And they said that there is no other app analytics tool that they know of that does this so easily and seamlessly. Another cool feature is the ability of compare two different metrics. If you configure your report by clicking the Configure Report button, you can now select an additional metric to compare to, so that you can spot correlation or lack of correlation between different metrics, such as installer and revenue, or as you can see here, crashes and ratings. On the chart, the two different metrics will be plotted with two different colors. And as you can see, the date range comparison will still be available, and the tooltip will include information about both metric and different date ranges. So this feature will allow you to spot quickly correlation or lack of correlation between different metrics. We've spoken to Move Incorporated that had early access to the statistics page for their apartment and home rental search app. They were able to spot correlation between crashes and uninstall, effectively showing the impact of app quality on the audience. So now think about this. Maybe many of you have a hard time prioritizing fixing technical debt over building new features, right? But once you have this data in hand, you can now build a case to work on that. So this is how you can use this data. Next, for some of our metrics available, such as the install, update, and uninstall events, you can now select to see hourly data instead of daily when visualizing these. Now, reducing the latency of our metrics has been one of your loudest concerns, and we've taken that really seriously. We've worked really hard on that, and I'm happy to announce that for the metrics that are available hourly, you should expect them to be updated within a few hours. In fact, if you log on the Play console right now for this metric, you should already see data for this morning. The hourly data will allow you to observe hour-by-hour trends and also to do analysis that were more difficult to do before. For example, in case of offline events, like a TV ad, and understanding how this affects your metric, your install metric, for example. As you can see here, the comparison features are still available also when you look at the data at an hourly granularity. Last but not least, if you remember, the previous stats page used to show you the top 10 results for certain breakdowns, such as countries and device. If you wanted to dig deeper into data, you had to download the CSV export and observe those. Well, we improved the situation significantly in the new statistics page. You still have the top 10 results, but you can now search for any breakdown. And as you can see, the table will also show a numerical comparison between different metrics if you have selected so. And in addition, you can select specific breakdowns, up to 2, and see them plotted on the chart. And again, as before, all the comparison features I described before are still available. So you can do comparison between multiple metrics, between multiple date ranges, at an hourly granularity for specific breakdowns. So Jacob, the CEO of PlayLab, who should be in the room today, OK. So they are a game developer company from Thailand. And he told us that he loved to have the possibility of comparing multiple metrics at a glance and without going through spreadsheet and also seeing per device or per country comparison. So the new stats page allows you to do more sophisticated analysis much more quickly than before. So to summarize, the new statistics page is a powerful and versatile tool to analyze data and to achieve quickly what you could only achieve before by downloading the data and using our external tools or ad hoc analysis. We are publishing new metrics, such as revenue and install, update, and uninstall events. Some of these metrics will be available hourly. And for these metrics, you should also expect a much lower latency than before. So I hope you will enjoy using these features for your business as much as we enjoy building them for you. Thank you, and back to Suzanne.
Well, thank you for taking us through the new statistics-based Dario and for the business reporting walkthrough, Tamsin. So I'd like to wrap up with some final words. We were very pleased to announce all these features here today. With the release dashboard, we give you visibility into the health of your release. With the acquisition reports, you can see how efficient your marketing channels are for additional business models. And finally, with the new statistics pages, we're giving you a much more flexible way to look at your own data. Together, these features make Play data work even harder for you and help you build successful apps on Play. So thank you very much, and we're happy to take some questions now. There are some mics lined up on the left and on the right.
Preston, would you like to come on stage?
If there are no immediate questions, you can also come and find us in the
What's up, everybody? David here, and today I have a quick and easy Firecast for you. We're going to get up and running with Firebase and the web. And this is actually going to be the first of many screencasts in a series, so make sure you subscribe to get notified of tutorials on authentication, storage, hosting, and web push notifications with Firebase Cloud Messaging. Also, if you're a fan of JavaScript frameworks, I'm going to be dropping videos for Angular 1 and 2, Polymer, React, and Ember. So you better subscribe because you don't want to miss those. But today we're going to start with the very basics. I'm going to show you some mad copy and pasting skills by getting the project initialization code from the Firebase console. And then we're going to set up a small web app. So let's go and dive in. So I'm in the Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com. You can see I'm logged in as myself up here, just smiling at you. But to get started, I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to click Create New Project. I'm going to call it Web Quick Start. And then we'll create it. My project is now created. So I'm going to click Add Firebase to your web app. And this brings up a little modal with all the initialization code I need to get started. It has things like my API key, auth domain, database URL, and storage bucket. So then I can go to the bottom right, and then I can click Copy. And that's all the code I need to get started. But just as a little FYI, you can access all of this information by clicking Auth, and then going up to the top right where there's Web Setup. But now, to the editor. So here in my editor, I'm going to get crazy. I'm going to create this web page from scratch. So I'll start with my basic HTML boilerplate, give it a title, and now I can just paste in all the code from the console. And this is all you need to get started. And just to prove that it works, I'm going to use the database as a little tiny demo. So I'm going to create an H1 and give it an ID. And every single time the value changes in the real-time database, I'm going to sync it to this H1. So the first thing I need to do is get that H1 by its ID. And then now I'm going to create a database reference using firebase.database.ref and then create a child location to the text location. And now I can synchronize any changes using the on function. And then using ES2015 arrow functions, I can just do it all in one line. So to the left right here, I have my project in the Firebase console, and to the right is just my blank page. To use the database, I'm going to remove all security. So I'm going to click Rules, and then I'm going to say Read is true and Write is true, and click Publish. And you should totally know that you only do this while you're developing, because that means anyone can read or write to your database. So now I'm going to give my browser a refresh. And then I'm going to add a text location. and it synchronizes to the browser. And so I can change it, and then it changes as well. So keep in mind that the real-time database is just one of the many features Firebase offers for the web. You can also use authentication, storage, hosting, and even Firebase cloud messaging. So that's all it takes to get started with Firebase in the web. And if you want to go and learn more, then check out the link in the description for our official documentation. And if you're super excited to learn more about Firebase on the web, then please subscribe to our channel because we're going to have tons of more content. So that's all for this time, and I will see you all later.
Hello, I'm Timothy Jordan, and this is your update about the coolest developer news from Google in the last week. The Advanced Android App Development online course has been updated, improved, and extended. With it, you can build a portfolio of apps as you improve your Android dev skills. The course is linked from the post in the description below. We recently launched AIY Projects, do-it-yourself artificial intelligence for makers. With it, makers can use artificial intelligence to make human-to-machine interaction more like human-to-human interactions. We'll be releasing a series of reference kits, starting with voice recognition. More details and links are on the post. Chrome 59 Beta is now available with headless Chromium, native notifications on macOS, service worker navigation preload, and more. All the details are on the post. Google Cloud Launcher has more Google-maintained containers, including Cassandra, Elasticsearch, Jenkins, MySQL, and more. Google Container Solutions are managed by Google engineers, and since we're maintaining the images, the containers available on Google Cloud Launcher will be current with the latest application and security updates. There are two announcements from Google Cloud Next London that I wanted to tell you about. First, Google Cloud Natural Language API is adding support for new languages and entity sentiment analysis. And second, Cloud Spanner is now generally available. Check out the details of both announcements on the post. Google I/O is just around the corner, and if you're like me, you like to go in prepared, which is why we have an Android, iOS, and web app to help you customize your I/O schedule and get around the Developer Festival. Check out the screenshots and find the download links on the post in the description below. Please subscribe and share. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll see you next week.
We started IS on our living room couch, and we really started because of the problem that we had, which was asking the same question to our closest friends. Where are you? What are you doing? We were baffled by the fact that there wasn't a solution that solved this problem, and we felt like we could build one that was better.
The value that IS drives for all users is knowing which of your friends are nearby. So if you look around where we are right now, an arena, how many times have people gone to a basketball game, hockey game, or a concert and found out the next day that they had friends who were at the same event? And think about all those moments that are missed because they didn't know they had friends there. So what we're solving is letting people know who's nearby and making those moments matter.
My name is Diesel Peltz, and I'm the founder and CEO of IS.
I'm Mark French, co-founder of IS.
We felt there was no reason users should manually go fetch data. When I get a text message, there's no reason for me to tap refresh. And we felt, why should it be different from anything else? And Firebase let us solve that. Firebase really allowed us to enhance the user experience by making it real time, simplify the UI by not having a refresh button, and cut down on development time.
Like any startup, the most valuable asset that you have is your team and your time. And what Firebase has allowed us to do is save 50% in terms of time by moving that much quicker with a product. It's a game changer.
We're using 8 features from Firebase right now. They're analytics, remote config, dynamic links, the real-time database, and more. Traditionally, that would have been in 8 different places. And now we go to one place, which is the Firebase console.
We're eager to launch this product in a big way. We're seeing how people are using the product and how they're inviting more and more friends that we're concerned. We're growing very, very quickly. So we sleep a lot easier at night knowing that we got Firebase that's really there to build that infrastructure.
If you're a developer, use it. We love it, and it's enabled us to focus on developing the user experience and not have to worry about the things in the background that should be there.
Yeah, with NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better.
It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saiflahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
So some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user's able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
Raise Labs is a company that is focused on building excellence in software, technology, and design. We do that through our work on mobile applications and websites and technologies in general. My name is Gregory Reyes. I'm the CEO and founder of Raise Labs. We really want to understand the human problem, and oftentimes the hard problems in software aren't just the technology problems, the API, the how do you connect these things, but really getting at the heart of what people are trying to accomplish and do in their day-to-day.
My name is Ben Johnson. I'm the managing director at Raise Labs in Boston. We decided to put our hat in the ring for the Google Certified Agency Program. The first leg is just having access to a lot of what Google is doing today. So there's access to design reviews, invitations to events, and that's sort of the base level. And I think that's hugely rewarding even in and of itself. Having Google review your app from a design perspective is amazingly helpful. So that's sort of the first tier. The second tier comes with certified status. There's a long application process for that. And once you have it, it's something that you can really say to your clients that gives them comfort that we're a reputable firm, that we're building great software in a way that Google believes in.
The certification is a higher bar for us to really differentiate ourselves from many of the other companies out there. It required us to really dig into what that means to be truly world-class, and we wanted to set that bar for ourselves as well.
My name is John Green. I'm a VP Creative at Raise Labs. The Google Developer Agency Program allowed us to have access to engineers for the map team, the design team, to figure out, how can we actually do some of these things? And we could reach out to them when we needed. And also it allowed us to set up and say, we can make this a success. They might look closer at this app because we're part of this program, which has actually been super helpful.
Some of the challenges in building the Six Flags app, and we touched on some of these, are certainly mapping technology and payment technology, material design, or the APIs. Having access to the Google team to really ascertain how we're approaching certain software and ensuring that we're building technologies the right way makes for a smooth development process.
We set off to build the Six Flags app with a pretty lofty ambition, and it was to bring in-park navigation and commerce to the app. The comfort of knowing that Google is there to help us understand where they are heading as an organization and that we are along for that ride is a really helpful thing to know. And as a business, we know that going forward, we're going to be at the cutting edge of whatever Google is doing through access to programs, through the collaboration with their teams. It's really helpful for us to know that 6 months, 9 months down the road, we'll still be a part of that process, and we'll still be working with them to figure out what's next.
Right, let's have a little chat about a brand new API that's just coming out on the platform called the Media Session API. I heard about it when I started doing this app. It was mentioned to me by a couple of the Chrome engineers. But Francois, who's on my team, there's a brilliant Google Web Developers update where he explains in complete detail about how to set up the Media Sessions API. So check the notes below. We're going to pop in a link for that. But I will just show you briefly what it actually looks like in the context of the app on my phone here. In fact, because you probably can't see it, let's switch across to the direct screen cam. There you go. That's what it looks like on the phone. So as I start playing a video like this, you see that if I swipe down from the top, we actually get a notification which has an icon here, and it has play and rewind and fast forward buttons. And you get to configure those yourself. In fact, let me go into another one of these videos where I think I've actually set up to load some custom album art as well. So there's me and Jake. And you can see here now we've got custom album art, which is the picture of Jake. And the previous and next, the fast forward and rewind buttons are actually set to be skip forward 30 and go back 30. So I should be able to tap that and go forward 30, which you can see there. Oh, it's just skipped it right to the end. Whoops-a-daisy. But I can replay the video. Don't worry. The other thing that it actually does, which I really like, is if I turn off the screen and then on again, you can actually see that the picture, the album art, is actually the picture for my phone in the background. That is very exciting, isn't it? So let me show you a little bit as well, since we're here. Let me show you a little bit of the code. It's very straightforward. We have a quick check whether we support the Media Session API, which is basically looking for, let me show you actually. It is just simply looking for Media Session in Navigator. And if we have Media Session in Navigator, then we consider ourselves having the Media Session API. And what we do is we say navigator.mediasession.metadata, and then we create one of these new media metadata thingamajigs. It's very exciting. ESLint doesn't like it. It doesn't think it's a real thing. It is a real thing. You can totally use it. And you give it things like the title, the album, the artwork. I've only set the 512 and the 256, but very much like your manifest files for progressive web apps, you can set as many of these as you need, and the user agent will choose whichever one it thinks it makes the most sense for the device that it's on, and it will upscale and downscale as necessary. But I currently am just setting a couple of them. I may need more as time goes by. And then afterwards, after we've set up the metadata, we set some action handlers for things like the play, the pause, the seat backwards, and the seat forwards. The thing to bear in mind here is that any that you set will have the buttons appear in the notification. If you don't set one, because there are other ones that you can set as well, and I forget which ones they are, but check out Francois' post. He explains the whole kit caboodle. Any that you don't set won't appear. Any that you do set will appear in the notification, and then somebody can control your stuff from the lock screen or by just dragging down from the top. All very good, isn't it, that? And very straightforward code to be writing. So a brilliant little progressive enhancement thing that you can chuck on, and that I have chucked on my media app. Cool. Toodaloo.
Hi there, iOS developer. Interested in getting started with the Firebase platform in your app? Well, you've come to the right place. There are two main parts to getting the Firebase platform up and running: adding your app to the Firebase console and installing the SDK. Let's go over these one at a time. For starters, let's go to the Firebase console at this URL here. Depending on when you're watching this video, the UI might look slightly different, but the general concepts should remain the same. Now, depending on your situation, you might see a blank Create a New Project screen, or you might see a list of existing projects. Oh, before we go further, let me take a moment to explain the difference between projects and apps. A project consists of one or more apps. Now, all the apps in the same project use the same Firebase database backend. And if you want, you can use features like Firebase Cloud Messaging to talk to all of them at once. You don't have to, but you can, which is sometimes convenient. So if you're a developer that has a cross-platform app, you generally want to put the iOS and Android versions of your app in the same project. Now, that'll give you some nice cross-platform benefits. Your user can access the same data if they switch back and forth between the iOS and Android versions of your app. Things like dynamic links will work across both platforms. You can send one notification to all versions of your app, and so on. On the other hand, completely different apps, you should put those in completely different projects. There's nothing gained by cramming them into the same project except tears and heartache, I guess. So if you're working on a cross-platform app and your Android or web team has already created a Firebase project, you should probably select that project and connect your iOS app in there. Otherwise, if you're the first one to be adding Firebase capabilities to your app, you can be the one to create the new project. In my case, I'm the first app associated with the project, so I'm going to create a new project here. I'll give it a name, and there we go. Once you've selected or created a project, you're going to want to connect your client app. I'm going to select the iOS button here, and I'll give it my app's bundle ID. You are eventually going to need to add your App Store ID here if you want features like Firebase invites or dynamic links to work, but you can leave this blank for now and change it later. Now, when you click Continue, your browser should automatically download this Google Services info.plist file for you. Note that it needs to be named this exactly, so if you get that little one in parentheses after the name like I just did, you're going to need to do a little bit of renaming in Finder. Okay, next up, drag the file into your Xcode project, like so. And let me go back to the console and hit Continue here, and it's telling us that this would be a good time to install the Firebase CocoaPods. Now, I'm assuming you know something about Firebase CocoaPods, but if you don't, here's a little video for you to check out. It's fun. So I'm going to jump into my project directory here and do a little pod init. We'll open up the file, and I'm going to uncomment this line because I am using Swift, and this line because my app happens to have a base SDK of 8.0, although at the time of this recording, Firebase is supported as far back as 7.0. Next up, let's add some pods. Now, it's important to remember that, to keep your app nice and svelte, you should only install the CocoaPods for features that you need. In fact, there is no all-encompassing Uber Firebase CocoaPod that installs everything for you. You're going to need to pod install each individual feature, and you can find a full list of the CocoaPods and the features they correspond to over here. Now, for starters, I'm just going to add Firebase/core, which includes everything needed to get the basics up and running and also enables Firebase Analytics. So now I'll make sure my project is closed, and I'll run pod install. And then let's open up the generated workspace. All right, we'll build it and make sure everything compiles okay, and it does, so we can move on to the next step. Okay, looks like the last step here is to add some initialization code. I recommend putting this in your app delegate did finish launching method. First things first, let's import Firebase in my app delegate. Note that this is usually the only thing I'll ever need to import no matter what we've installed. We're doing some pretty nifty work behind the scenes to make sure this works properly. I know this sounds like the exact opposite of my only pod install what you need advice from like 2 minutes ago, but trust me here, this makes development a whole lot easier. All right, so next up we'll add the line for app.configure to make sure Firebase gets set up properly. And that's actually all you need to do. This configure method will take a look at what libraries you have installed, initialize them, grabbing all the appropriate constants from that Google Services file that you dragged in earlier into your Xcode project. So we'll give it a quick run, and if everything is set up and working correctly, you should see a few lines in your console about how Firebase Analytics is up and running. All right, so congratulations. You are now up and running with Firebase. So there are a lot of places you can go from here. You can add sign-in using Firebase Auth, or get your app talking to the real-time database, or start tracking more of your users' usage with Firebase Analytics. You can check out these links to get started and have a little fun.
I think that one of the things that I have applied in my life as I have been evolving is like, feel the fear and do it anyway. Well, I want to tell the whole story. Basically, I am a developer advocate at Google, and then somebody, the head of WebDevRel told me that, would you like to go to Latin America and to do the roadshow? And I said, yes. Anything that I can do to help the region and the developers here to advance and to enable them to create awesome stuff, it actually makes me very, very happy.
We've been in Sao Paulo and Rio, and now we're in Mexico City. We're doing one-day events and meeting fantastic developers. The web is a fantastic way to deliver content. You can get content to users with very small downloads using progressive web apps. My life philosophy, my motto, actually I have two mottos on the web. The first is keep it simple, and the second is focus on the user.
The Roadshow is a great way to educate people how to build fantastic user journeys from top to bottom in 2017 and beyond. Most of the barriers are self-inflicted. You really can do most of the things that people tell you not to do on your own. So keep pushing for what you want to achieve in life.
For us, it's really interesting to actually get out there and understand the local culture as well. Just, email or Twitter or something like that is not enough. You need to go out there and see that there's actually human beings all over the place and understand both the opportunities they have, but also the constraints. So there's so many things in life that can be boring, but you actually get out there and you connect to people and you see all the similarities and the things you can do together. There's nothing better than that. Keep on exploring all the time. There's so many things that are terrifying and you don't want to take the risk, but it's almost always worth it.
It's great to be back in Mexico City. I've met some really amazing developers here who are just building some really cool things. So it's been an awesome opportunity to connect with folks. Every day when I go into work or start any new project, I always think to myself, no obstacles, only challenges.
My life motto is probably passion for your craft. So really believing in what you do and wanting to be the best at it. I can't wait to see what comes out of this, what gets built. This is exactly why we love doing what we do so much, to see these sorts of events and these sort of passionate developers and visit these sorts of amazing cities too.
We hope to come back, visit more countries, and we really want to hear what you're doing, the PWAs that you're making, and get in touch if you have something that you think we should look at.
It's the morning of day 2 at Google I/O 2017. Hi, I'm Timothy Jordan. I'm your friendly developer advocate on the ground here at Shoreline, and I'm going to be taking you around all the sandbox areas just like I was yesterday, so that you can have some of the experience as if you were here with me. So let's go play around in the accessibility tent, which is, of course, all about giving all of your users a great experience with your service. So check it out. Hi, Rob. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So can you help me with the accessibility of my website?
Absolutely. So what we're showing here is the new Audits 2.0 panel in DevTools. So Audits 2.0 is basically taking the very popular Lighthouse Chrome extension and integrating it directly into DevTools. So this will run a number of checks on your site for progressive web app stuff, performance, best practices, and especially accessibility. So,
all right, well, let's see what's wrong with it.
Yeah, so here we've got a page that has some form elements which are missing their associated labels. And so if you want, you can actually go and click on these nodes right here, and that'll actually take you into the elements panel. So here we're showing the new accessibility tab as well, so you can inspect all sorts of information about this node, this little input field right here.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's not going to read anything.
Right, so right now we don't have a label for this control, so a screen reader is not going to know what to announce. So we actually do have a label element right down here. If you want, you can control-click on that. Yep, and add an attribute. You can type in for equals sub-name. Yep, hit enter. And what that does, now if you click on this input field again, there you go. Now you can see that you've associated the label with the control. It's got a nice name, and a screen reader will announce it and tell the user what they're about to interact with.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That was easy, Rob. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, well, we're going to go look at some more stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
All right, let's go check out the selfie stick with my friend Austin. How you doing, Austin?
Good.
So you've got a selfie stick, which is designed for people that selfie sticks usually aren't well designed for.
Exactly, yeah. So we have a Pixel here running TalkBack, which is a native screen reader to Android. And we have a feature that will give feedback when it's in the camera mode to what's in the screen.
Let's hear what it says.
Camera, 2 faces. Shutter button, 2 faces. Double tap to activate. Shutter button is now enabled. Photo taken, 2 faces.
Yeah, it just took a selfie, so it's giving audible feedback to what's in the screen, if the face is centered, and if it's good for selfie.
All right, there's one more thing that I want to check out. It's really cool, and it's right over here. Hi, Jessica. So this is a spoon for people who have, say, limited hand movement, right? And I'm just going to go ahead and try and use it, if that's all right. It's the The trick is to try and dump the beans out. I can't do it. That's really cool. Thank you so much. I'll put that down.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you're enjoying I/O. Welcome to this talk about Google Play app signing. This is a really exciting moment for us. We've been working on this product for nearly a year, so it's great to be able to talk to you about it. I'm James. I'm the product manager for app signing, and this is...
Hi, I'm Anthony. I'm the engineering lead for Google Play app signing.
So let's start by outlining the problem that we're trying to solve. Android requires that all APKs be digitally signed with an app signing key and a certificate before they can be installed. When you sign an APK, the signing tool attaches a certificate to the APK. The certificate serves as a fingerprint, which uniquely associates your APK with you and your corresponding private app signing key. This helps Android ensure that any future updates to your APK are authentic and come from the original author. You must use the same app signing key and certificate throughout the lifetime of your app in order for users to be able to install new versions of your app. Maintaining the security of your key is therefore of critical importance, both to you and your users. If a third party should be able to take your key without your knowledge or permission, that person could sign and distribute apps maliciously that replace your authentic apps or corrupt them. Such a person could also sign and distribute apps under your identity. Your private key is required for signing all future versions of your app. If you lose or misplace your key, you will not be able to publish updates to an existing app. You cannot generate a previously generated key. Your only options then would be to publish a new app under a new package name and ask all of your users to move across. This would obviously be a terrible experience. Developers who take such care in grafting great apps and wonderful experiences for users shouldn't need to be experts in security. You shouldn't ever be in this situation that the president of RV App Studios had to face when they were getting started. So, that's why we've been working on a solution. And you may have heard that we launched this product. App signing is an optional program for developers that provides a secure means of handling your APK signing key. Previously, the burden for signing and protecting keys was entirely on each individual app developer. And we've seen instances of key being lost or compromised. And in those situations, there was nothing that we could do to help. With Google Play app signing, developers' keys are stored on Google's infrastructure, and developers benefit from Google's ongoing investment in technical security. So let me run through how this works. Today, a developer signs their APK with an app signing key. The signature gets attached to the APK, and the app is uploaded to Google Play. Play sends an exact copy of the APK, signature and all, to the user, and the user gets the app signed by the original key. All subsequent updates follow the same path. With Google Play app signing, things look a little different. Now, the developer signs their APK with an upload key. The upload key signature is attached to the APK, and the developer uploads that APK to Play. The upload key is used by Google to authenticate the developer, and that's its only purpose. The upload key can therefore be reset. Play re-signs the APK with the original app signing key, and the user gets an APK signed with the original key, just like in the scenario that is today. So how does this solve your problem? Well, we've had several partners using Google Play app signing for a while now, and the feedback has been really positive. Here, Robinhood speaks to the layer of safety that we've added, while at the same time all but eliminating the worry of having lost or stolen keys. And it's really easy to get started. You just upload your key, create a new one, and then you're done. In fact, it's so easy, I'm going to walk you through the entire process right now. So, log into the new look Play console. You've seen the material design, right? Find the app signing page. It's under release management in our new material design menu. You need to read and agree to the terms. The change to go into app signing is for the lifetime of your app, so please be sure that you want to continue before you begin. We don't intend to allow withdrawal from the program. If you wanted to change the app signing key or go back to signing yourself, you would need to create a new package name and release a new app and migrate all your users across, similar to losing your key today. So please be sure that you want to continue before you begin. Next, you've got to find your current key store file. Here are some of the common places that developers have told us that they keep their key. Your local development machine, your CI server, your code repository, or maybe even a secure server. Then you're going to download our tool to encrypt your app signing key. This tool uses Google's public key to encrypt your key prior to network transfer. If you want to inspect the source code for this tool, you can. Now, select your encrypted app signing key and upload it to Play through the form. Now, you're going to generate the new upload key. This will be used to authenticate your APK uploads with Google. We remove this signature and re-sign with the original key before distributing the app. And you generate a new key really simply using the key tool. Finally, you're ready to register the upload key with Google and then enroll your app. Once you click Enroll, your app is enrolled permanently, and Play console will only accept uploads signed with the upload key. So please be sure that you're ready to transfer over. And that's it. You're done. Hopefully, the transition is seamless and smooth, just like it was for Roblox. For new apps, it's even simpler. We'll create and use a new app signing key to sign your app before it's deployed to users. The key that you use to sign your APK before uploading to Play console becomes your upload key. And that's it. Now, Anthony's going to talk about the security aspects of this product.
Thanks, James. So when we were designing this product, security was our #1 priority. Google has a long history of strong and ongoing investment in security. We have over 750 engineers at Google working on our security systems. And so we have built upon that investment in building this product. So let me go into some more detail on some of the security features of Google Play app signing. So I want to first talk about the security considerations involved with importing your private keys. In designing this process, we wanted to make sure it was as secure as possible. So James has explained that in order to encrypt your app signing private key for transfer, we provide you with a simple command line tool called the PEPK tool. I like to call it PEPK. It stands for Play Encrypt Private Key. So this tool exports your app signing private key from a Java key store and then encrypts it immediately, ensuring that your private key is never left in plain text during this operation. And if your keys are not stored in a Java key store, then we also provide the source code of the tool. So you can write your own code to export and encrypt your keys from wherever they are stored. The encryption we use is public key hybrid encryption based on Shoup's ISO standard. Specifically, we use P256 elliptic curve asymmetric encryption with AES symmetric encryption. And because we use asymmetric encryption, once encrypted, your app signing private key can only be accessed by our internal secure key management system. So intermediate servers along the way can't access the key. Now let's talk about our secure key management system, a specific dedicated service for managing private keys. And in managing these keys, we follow industry best practices. So in more detail, the keys are never exposed outside of this system. And these keys can only be used to sign the APKs that you have uploaded. And in particular, when we go to sign an APK, the signing operation is performed within this system. So the keys don't leave the system in order to sign your APK. Furthermore, all signing operations performed are logged and internally auditable, and access to this system is tightly restricted. Now, to protect the keys within this system, we store the keys such that they are strongly encrypted at rest. The keys are never stored in plain text. And to prevent key loss, we make very frequent backups of our primary storage. These backups are themselves strongly encrypted, and we regularly test restoring from these backups. You can find out more information about Google's security practices in our public Google security white papers published online. Finally, I want to talk to you about this new key we have introduced into the process, called the upload key. As James has explained, the upload key is used by Google Play to verify that the uploaded APK comes from the correct developer. We verify the validity of the upload key signature prior to signing with the app signing key. Now, unlike the app signing key, the upload key is only verified by Google Play and not the Android framework. And that means it's possible to reset it in case the developer loses it or it is compromised. So if, in the unfortunate situation, the upload key does become lost or compromised, you can contact Google Play Developer Operations and request that your upload key be reset to a new upload key that you generate. This process will take a couple of days, as we will need to securely verify your identity, and then you can resume uploading APKs by signing them with your new upload key. Now over to James to talk about what enrolling in Google Play app signing enables us to do for your app.
Thanks, Anthony. So, once Google Play signs your app, you can probably guess what's coming. We can also start to provide optimization services at your request. So, how is this possible? You provide us an APK signed with the upload key. We verify your identity and then remove that signature. There is now a window of opportunity before that APK is signed with your app signing key where we can apply optimizations to your app. We want to use this opportunity to provide services to developers. Think about it as applying the power of Google and text best practices to your app. So the first optimization we decided to focus on is making apps smaller. We think we can have a great impact here. We know that developers care about APK size because users do. Download cancellations are correlated with app size. If a user attempts to download an app and it takes too long or it looks like it's going to be too big, it's more susceptible to getting cancelled. And we know that larger apps are more likely to be uninstalled by a user looking to free up space on that device. If you're interested in what you can do to make your app smaller, make sure you check out the video from the Slimming Down Your APK talk, which happened this morning.
So when looking at how we could reduce app size, we started by looking at what takes up the most space inside an APK. So we analyzed all the apps in the Play Store and looked at the proportion of space taken up by each file type inside the average APK. And the chart on this slide shows you the results of this analysis. What you can see is that the top contributors to APK size are .so files, or native libraries, and PNG files, images. And together, these take up roughly 40% of an APK's size on average. Now, if we look inside some APKs, we can see why these file types take up so much space. Here we have an example APK where we visualize the contents of the APK by size, the size of the boxes indicating the relative size of each component. And I'm sure many of your apps would look similar to this. What we see is that because of the diversity of devices in the Android ecosystem, developers include native libraries for different architectures, so ARM, x86, MIPS, sometimes the 64-bit variants as well, and drawables for different screen densities. Low density, medium density, high density, extra high, extra extra high, extra 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 high. We got really creative at the end there. And this is a good thing, because it means that apps run at their best on each device. They have images at the right density and native libraries compiled for the correct architecture for that device. But the consequence of this is that for a specific device, a lot of the content of an APK is unnecessary. So if I have a phone with a 32-bit ARM architecture and an HDPI screen, then I only need the contents of the boxes in blue. And the boxes in green are completely unnecessary and unused for that specific phone. But if I had a tablet with an x86 architecture and an XX HDPI screen, then I would need a completely different subset of the boxes. Now, you could, in the past, manually create device-specific APKs by generating multiple APKs, each with only one density and one native architecture. But it's a lot of effort. And in fact, we recommended you didn't do this because it's so complicated. And so we found that less than 1% of apps on the Play Store actually do this. But now, as James has explained, with Google Play App Signing, we can automatically generate these APKs for you and deliver to each device only what that device needs. So how does this work in more detail? So you, a developer, uploads a universal APK that contains drawables for multiple densities and native libraries for multiple architectures. Then from that universal APK, we generate multiple APKs that are optimized for specific devices. So for native libraries, what we'll do is we'll remove all the libs directories except for the one corresponding to the device's preferred architecture. So if you have an x86 device, we will remove the ARM and the MIPS directories from the APK that we will deliver to that device. For drawables, we will remove all the drawable resources that would not be loaded for that device's screen density. So if you have included an MDPI, HDPI, and XHDPI version of an image in your APK, then for an MDPI device, we will only keep the MDPI resource in the APK that we deliver to that device. And then after removing these drawables, we modify the resource table accordingly to no longer reference these removed files. Now, because we only removed the native libraries and resources that would not have been loaded on that device in the first place, and keep the ones that would have been loaded by that device, you should see no difference in the behavior of your app, except, of course, that it will be smaller. Now, we call these APKs that we generate derived APKs, as they are derived from your uploaded APK. Each of these derived APKs will have the same version code as the version code in the uploaded APK, and we add an extra field in the manifest that we call the derived APK ID in order to distinguish them. So then what does this mean for you if you were enrolled in Google Play App Signing and have enabled these optimizations? So it firstly and most importantly means that the APKs we deliver to your users are smaller, saving users bandwidth and space on disk. It also means that if you were previously reluctant to add support for new architectures or screen densities because you worried about bloating your APK, then now you don't need to worry. We've had developers in the past tell us they don't want to add support for 64-bit architectures because it will result in a significant increase in their APK size. But now, since we will only include the necessary architectures for each device in the APK we send down, you can add support for new architectures without affecting APK size for users. Finally, if you were previously building multiple APKs for different densities or different native architectures, you won't need to anymore. So instead of uploading 4 different APKs for different native architectures, or 6 different APKs for different screen densities, or maybe you were really diligent and had 24 different APKs, each for a specific native architecture and screen density, now you don't need to do that. Now you can just upload a single universal APK, and Google Play will do the work for you. I'll hand back to James now to talk about some of the results we've seen with some of our early partners.
So hopefully this is pretty cool, right? Hopefully for you, if you're using multi-APK, this is going to change how you build, how you do things. Hopefully make things a lot better. So we're just getting started exploring this area, and it's really early. But we tried it out with some apps that are in our early access program, and we expect the average savings to be about 15%. However, some apps see even better results. Deliveroo was 33% smaller after optimizations, and the 7-minute workout app was nearly a half smaller at 48%. When we talked to developers about these changes, they got really excited. One developer said, "We just put things in the right place, and Google does the heavy lifting." And that's exactly what we're going for. You can do this yourself, but it's complicated. And we want to offer services that apply best practices automatically for developers. So how do you try this out? Now, to get started testing, the first thing you should know is that you can enable app optimizations for specific APKs when you upload them to Play. That means that, for example, you could enable optimizations for a specific APK, and then try it out in your alpha or beta channel. You are using alpha and beta channels, right? We have over 250,000 developers using alpha beta, and if you aren't already using it, then you probably should be. They're a great way to test out new features on a subset of your users before releasing the APK to everyone. Once you're satisfied that optimizations make sense for your app, you can enable APK optimizations for all APKs that you upload. If you want to download and inspect an APK that is signed by Play, you can do this at any time once they're generated, before or after they're released. After you upload an APK to the Play console, it generally takes less than 5 minutes to generate all of the derived APKs, and then you can go into the new artifact library in the Play console. You're going to select the APK that you uploaded and click on the download button to get this pop-up. Now, you can download the original APK, you can download a derived APK by entering in the derived ID, or you can type in a specific device to get the APK that Play would send to that device.
You might also want to try things out locally during development without uploading to the Play console to see how your app will perform when optimized. So there are two ways you can go about this and simulate the optimizations that we'll do on the server side while you are doing local development. One way is you can temporarily modify your Gradle config to output the density and native architecture optimized APKs just by adding the lines shown here. What this will do is it will cause your Gradle build to output multiple APKs, each targeted to a single screen density and native architecture. Or you can build your universal APK that you would upload to Play, and then run a new command that we've added in AAPT2 that will generate the optimized APKs from the universal APK. This command is actually what we run on the server to generate the optimized APKs from the APK that you upload. One other important thing to note for local testing is that many APIs and services require that you register your signing certificate of your app in order for them to work. For example, the Firebase SDK, the Google Maps API, and the Facebook SDK all require this. Now, if you're testing locally and you've enrolled in Google Play App Signing, you will likely no longer have access to the app signing key, as it will be managed by Google Play. So you're going to be signing your local builds with the upload key or another key. Remember to register this local key in addition to your app signing key with all the relevant APIs and services that your app uses in order to ensure that your app will continue to function correctly when testing locally. Finally, one other thing is that we've also updated how our in-app purchases We've also updated our in-app purchase checks to skip the certificate check for users that are registered as licensed testers to make local testing of in-app purchases easier. So if you want to test in-app purchases without uploading an APK to the Play console or without having it signed with the app signing key, all you need to do is register your account as a licensed tester in the Google Play console. So over to James now to wrap things up.
OK, so when can you get Google Play App Signing? Well, it's available today. App optimizations we're trialing in beta with a few partners at the moment, and we're hoping to widen the beta in the near future. So if you're interested in optimizations, please go ahead and sign up for app signing as soon as possible. So Thank you very much for listening. You can come and see us later in the Sandbox C across the way, but we'll also take questions just now if you have any. There's mics here and here in the audience. Thanks very much.
GDG Mumbai!
Sat Shri Akal to all. I am from GDG Jalandhar.
As a community, we are a family and we learn a lot of things together and we share it with the community.
It's a good opportunity for networking. We get the exposure we never get from any other organization.
Hello everyone!
How many of you guys are Android developers here? I thought as much, a majority.
Looks like you guys are already big fans of Firebase.
I'm going to explain you how you can get started with API.ai is that you will go back and hopefully build one agent.
To all the women out there, let's get to work, ladies. It's high time that we start coming forward because we're good at it and there shouldn't be anything that's holding us back.
Being with GDG is really cool.
Google India rocks.
Google Launchpad is Google's program to achieve startup success through in-person mentorship. If you look at India today, we have 400 million folks online. And by 2020, it's going to be 650 million. That's a huge number. And therefore, we feel that working closely with developers, entrepreneurs, startups is the way to go forward.
At the core of Leaders Lab is really around this question, how do you help smart and very motivated people grow? And our belief at Google is that the best way to help them grow is simply by giving them feedback.
This is built upon Google's best practices in people operations and supported by Harvard and Stanford's research. So we really use the best of Google and the best of the world
The Leaders Lab was beyond my expectations. What were my strengths? What were my weaknesses?
What are some of the gaps that I should be focusing on to become even a more effective leader?
How do you have those tough conversations with people? How do you structure it in the right way, the value of honesty?
The way the feedback was collected, I think I really liked that from our colleagues, from our partners, from our clients. That was a great effort by Team Google to actually do that for us, because we wouldn't do that for ourselves.
Launchpad Accelerator is a global program. We're looking to empower the startup leaders across the world, especially in the next billion markets. And we want to help them, of course, achieve success, but lift up the potential of what's possible.
Firebase makes sending messages to your users easy with Firebase Cloud Messaging. It's a free service that allows you to send messages to your users' apps across a variety of platforms. Messages can be addressed to single devices, groups of devices, or even topics. Building a notifications or messaging system with Firebase Cloud Messaging is easy. First, you register your user's app instance with the Firebase Cloud Messaging servers. Then, on your server, you write code that allows you to address these devices by ID, group, or topic, and which tells the Firebase Cloud Messaging server to send the messages for you. It's powerful, it's scalable, delivering hundreds of billions of messages per day, with 95% of messages being delivered within 250 milliseconds to connected devices across many different platforms. It's that easy, it's that powerful. Firebase Cloud Messaging.
People love to use different mobile devices in different ways that suit their situation and lifestyle. Michael uses a phone to play games on the go, while Tony enjoys using a large tablet as he relaxes on the sofa. And Jen carries a small tablet in her purse for reading on the bus. But they all want to use your app on the devices they prefer. So you'll want to make sure they each have a great experience, regardless of screen size, OS version, and the features of the app they use the most. It can be taxing to test each one of these situations so that all your users can be happy. We know you'd rather not have to buy and store stacks of devices and test your app in all these circumstances. That's why we built Firebase Test Lab for Android to make it easy and affordable for you to test your app with a variety of devices and be sure it works great for all your users. Our device lab, hosted in the cloud, offers a variety of physical devices ready to test your app. The selection of devices is always growing, so your tests will stay current with the latest hardware and operating systems. The easiest way to use Firebase Test Lab is to run a robo-test. This is an intelligent, automated test that crawls your app to discover and exercise its features. You won't need to write any additional code to make use of a robo-test. For more advanced testing, you can also script the interactions with your app to simulate specific use cases and verify that everything works as expected. Test results include a detailed report for each device used, including screenshots, device logs, and any crashes that may have occurred during the test. This allows you to verify that your app is working correctly on the variety of devices and configurations you selected. It's easy to make Firebase Test Lab a part of your daily development routine, and we have multiple ways to help you test regularly and spot errors early. First, you can use the Firebase console to upload and test your app. There is also a command line interface for testing with continuous integration servers, so you can automatically test every build. During Android development, you can deploy your app directly to Firebase Test Lab using Android Studio 2.0. And finally, in the Play Store Developer Console, there is a special automated launch test that will run for Android apps published to an alpha or beta channel. To get started using Firebase Test Lab and learn how to regularly test your app on different devices and configurations, you can start with the documentation available right here. Happy testing!
When I was 10 years old, my dad got me a book on Pascal. And just a few chapters in, I immediately realized I can create some amazing things all by myself. My name is Shruti Saraf, and I'm a founder and game developer at Blacklight. I always remember my mom playing solitaire on her computer, but when moving to mobile, she struggled to find a good solitaire for her phone. So she insisted that being a game developer, plus her daughter, I should develop Solitaire for her. So I took the idea to Sumit.
I'm Sumit Soni and I'm co-founder at Blacklight. I'm 32 years old and I have 25 years of game experience, playing them and now designing them.
We played Solitaire for hours. We even bought a deck of cards, real cards, to understand the game better.
60% of our users are mommies and grannies, so we designed Solitaire keeping them in mind. Big bold cards, soothing colors and minimal design, taking a lot of cues from Google Material Design Guidelines.
It took us 6 months of research and design to make Solitaire look great and be really fun to play. And then we noticed a lot of visitors are visiting our page, but very few of them downloaded the game.
So we thought maybe the logo is the problem. We experimented on Google Play with a modern design and a very old-fashioned one. And wow, the old-fashioned logo had 54% more downloads, and after we adopted it, our total downloads went up by 90%.
Plus, we moved to Android Studio, which allowed us to integrate Google Play game services, and emulators helped us design user interface for different screen sizes and varied pixel density. The feeling that something you have created is adding fun and value to so many people around the world, most of them from places I've never been to, can be quite profound.
Shruti's love for coding and her mom's love for Solitaire led to this. Today, we have 5 more games in the pipeline, and we hired 5 more Android developers to work on them.
It definitely wasn't a smooth journey, but through hard work and great user feedback, we are where we are today, and we can't wait to see what we do next.
Android Wear 2.0 is the most significant update to Android Wear since its launch in 2014. I'm Hoi Lam, and I'm here to take you through 3 highlights of Android Wear 2.0. First, material design has arrived on Android Wear. The new Android Wear interface uses a darker color palette, which makes the watch blend in more in social environments. It also helps save battery by OLED displays. We also suggest that developer adopts vertical layouts and reserve horizontal swipe for activity dismissal. In our research, this makes user interface easier to understand. To help developer implement these new design patterns, we have introduced new user interface components such as the wearable drawer layout and wearable recycler view. Check out the material design for Android Wear site for more details. The second highlight for Android Wear 2.0 is watch face complications. Before Android Wear 2.0, if a watch face wanted to display data from another app, they need a one-to-one agreement in both business and technical terms. To alleviate this complexity, with Android Wear 2.0, we have introduced the Complications API. Complications are a traditional watchmaking term for areas of the watch face that displays information other than the time, such as the date or phases of the moon. We have extended this concept to smartwatches, so any app can publish data for watch faces to consume. And watch faces can display these data in a style that fits into their unique designs. For app developers, this helps increase user engagement and mindshare. For watch face makers, this adds utility to the watch face. Users can now choose whichever watch face they want, as well as getting the data that they need. Check out the watch face and complications sections of the developer documentation for more details. Last but not least, standalone functionality. Previously, Android Wear 1.0 apps require a phone app to communicate with the cloud. With Android Wear 2.0, Wear apps can access the internet directly without the need for a corresponding Android phone app installed. This means the Android Wear app can access the internet even if the user has an iPhone. To help with app distribution, we have also put the Google Play Store on the watch. Users can now download apps directly on their wrist. Apart from these 3 areas of improvement, material design, complications, and standalone apps, there are numerous other enhancements with Android Wear 2.0. Check out the Android Wear developer site for more details. I'm Hoi Lam. Happy coding!
The IndexedDB 2.0 standard is now fully supported in Chrome and features new schema management, bulk action methods, and more standardized handling of failures. Progressive web apps become more immersive with display full screen. Allow top navigation by user activation gives sandboxed iframes new powers, and there's plenty more. I'm Pete LePage. Let's dive in and see what's new for developers in Chrome 58. The structure of your site's database has large performance impacts and can be difficult to change. IndexedDB 2.0 changes that. Updates, object stores, and indexes can now be renamed in place after refactoring. Binary keys allow for more natural keys without worrying about performance penalties. Data retrieval is easier with getKey, OpenKeyCursor, and continue primary key methods. And bulk recovery of entire datasets no longer needs a cursor with getAll and getAllKey. When progressive web apps are launched from the Android home screen, they launch in a standalone app-like mode that hides the Omnibox. This helps create an engaging user experience and frees up screen space for content. However, for even more immersive experiences like games, video players, and other rich content, mobile UI elements such as the system bar can still be a distraction and take up valuable pixels that you may want. Now, you can make your progressive web app feel more immersive by setting Display Full Screen in your web app manifest. When your app is launched from the home screen, all non-app mobile UI elements will be hidden. Chrome 58 now supports the new iframe sandbox keyword, Allow Top Navigation by User Activation. When triggered by a user interaction, this keyword gives sandboxed iframes the ability to navigate the top-level page while still blocking auto redirects. And of course, there's plenty more. Say goodbye to the clear fix hack. Instead of manually resetting multiple layout properties like float and clear, you can now add a new block formatting context using display flow root. Pointer events.getCoalesced events allows you to access all input events since the last time a pointer event was delivered. Perfect for when you need a precise history of points for things like drawing apps. And workers and shared workers can be created using data URLs, making development with workers more secure by giving them an opaque origin. These are just a few of the changes in Chrome 58 for developers. Check the description for more details, including links to the docs and specs.
Hey everyone, Sam here. In this web series, we'll solve common web problems with standards. These techniques are part of the web platform and work with any framework or library. Okay, let's go. If you're animating some elements, whether you're using CSS, the Web Animations API, or libraries which just use Request Animation Frame, make sure you help your browser stay speedy by letting it use your 3D graphics card. Sam, what are you talking about? When you look at a website, it's made up of layers stacked on top of each other, and your graphics card won't need to redraw for changes to only some certain CSS properties, specifically opacity and transform. These two properties let you move stuff around and change how visible it is. You can animate, width, color, or other CSS properties, but do it sparingly and not in response to user action, where you want to be snappy. To keep things fast, if you have elements that move around a lot, you'll also want to set the will change transform or opacity CSS property. This is a hint to the browser. This element should be a layer all the time. Otherwise, when you upgrade or downgrade to a layer, you incur a cost. The browser has to redraw that specific part of the page. But if you give everything in your page a layer, this might bog down your browser as it struggles to compose them all together. This is a complicated topic, and you should check out more documentation to learn more about it. And most importantly, your site doesn't need to be perfect. It won't crush your user's experience to make a few mistakes here and there, but it's good to keep on top of it. Check Chrome's rendering section inside Developer Tools once in a while just to see what's happening and how your site's going. This was Layers the standard way. See you on the next tip.
The only thing that evolves faster than technology is our expectations. We want everything. Better, easier, now. Suddenly, downloading an app feels like it takes forever. And in many parts of the world, data is still at a premium, with 1 megabyte costing up to 5% of a monthly wage. Let's face it though, until now, the alternative to native apps hasn't been great. was then. Progressive web apps can now deliver mobile web experiences with a native look and feel, offering features like real-time push notifications, adding a site to your home screen so you can easily jump back to it with a single tap, even when you're offline. Plus the ability to make quick payments on the go. And all from your browser. This is the next generation of the mobile web. So what are we waiting for? Let's go and build something great.
I'm Wojtek Kaliciński, this is Android Tool Time, and let's talk a bit about the Espresso Test Recorder and how it can help with adding UI tests to your app. But first, a short explanation for those unfamiliar with Espresso. Espresso is a testing framework designed to provide a fluent API for writing concise and reliable UI tests. However, it is often the case that developers are reluctant to add UI tests to their apps, or simply don't have time to learn the framework. This is where the Espresso Test Recorder comes in. It lets you create and add UI tests to an existing app in an interactive way. You may have previously seen the beta version of this feature, but in Android Studio 2.3, we're promoting it to stable with a few enhancements. To get started with the test recorder, click on Record Espresso Test under the Run menu. The device selection dialog pops up, and after you make your choice, the test recorder runs your app in debug mode. Simply progress through your app's UI as a regular user would by clicking buttons, swiping, and typing into input fields, and all those actions will appear in the test recorder window. You can also click here to add an assertion to your test at any time during recording, which will trigger the test recorder to dump the current view hierarchy. To select the view you want to assert on, click on the screenshot that appears in the recording window and choose between the assertion type from view exists, doesn't exist, or check that it contains the specified text. When you've finished recording your test, the test recorder generates the equivalent test code to run your actions and assertions and puts it in a new file in your project's instrumentation test folder. It also checks if your build file contains the required Espresso dependencies and adds those if needed. When you look at the source file that Espresso Test Recorder created, you will see that it's perfectly normal, human-readable code, so if you need to further customize your tests or alter them when your app changes, you can simply open the file again and make the alterations you need. As you can see, the Espresso Test Recorder is very simple to use, but it does come with some limitations. As of Android Studio 2.3, only a few most common assertions are available through the Recorder UI. So if you need anything more complicated than that, you will need to edit the generated code by hand. Also, at this stage, the test recorder cannot handle all situations where additional synchronization is needed to deal with delays and async operations in your apps. I highly recommend getting familiar with the Espresso Idling Resource API and using that in your tests to signal when a long-running operation happens. For advanced users who want to tweak some aspects of test code generation, there's a settings page for the test recorder in Android Studio Preferences. Here you can change the maximum view hierarchy depth that will be used for view identification, and if app data should be cleared every time you record a new test. The Espresso Test Recorder is a great way to start adding tests to your app, whether you want to learn Espresso by examining the generated code, or simply to quickly build a test suite which you can customize later. We look forward to your feedback on our social channels, and happy testing.
Consider the simple URL. A few years ago, these were pretty straightforward. You clicked on one and 9 times out of 10, you went to a web page. Then things changed. People started using their mobile devices for, well, everything. And these devices in turn started supporting the idea of deep links. Click on one of these deep links and it could take you not just anywhere on the web, but anywhere in an app as well. So you could use a deep link to point directly to a specific restaurant inside a reservation app, or give your new customers a personalized welcome based on the link that brought them to your app in the first place. At least, that's how they worked in theory. In practice, deep linking had issues. The same link wouldn't necessarily work on an iOS or Android device, and they behave very differently, or didn't work at all, for users who didn't have your app installed. And for people who did install your app through a deep link, all of that great link info was typically lost during the installation process, leaving your personalized warm welcome out in the cold. So while deep links were great in theory, their uses were a little more limited in practice. Enter Firebase Dynamic Links. Firebase Dynamic Links are deep links that work the way you want them to. So you can create one single link that behaves one way on iOS, another on Android, and even a third on a desktop browser, and it will take you to a place that's appropriate to that platform. You can also set up dynamic links to change their behavior depending on whether or not your user has your app installed. For users who don't have your app installed, maybe you send them to your website, maybe you take them to the Play Store, or maybe you show them an interstitial describing the benefits of your app before you take them to the App Store for a smoother transition. More importantly, these links can survive the App Store installation process. So if your user installs your app when clicking on a dynamic link, all of that information is still available to you when your user opens up your app for the first time. So what does this mean? It means you can use dynamic links the way you've always wanted to use deep links. You can use them in marketing campaigns, from email to social media to banner ads to, heck, even QR codes. And in addition to install attribution tracking, the kind that lets you know which campaigns are getting you the highest quality users, you can also give your users a customized first-time experience based on the campaign that brought them there. So if a user installs your music app because you showed them an ad for classical music, you can make sure your app takes them right to Chopin's latest hits when they first open it up. Dynamic links are great for sharing too. Your users can use them to share recipes, links to their favorite level in your game, or even coupon codes. In fact, dynamic links are the technology that powers Firebase Invites. And because dynamic links are a Firebase product, you can see their stats directly through the Firebase console. Find out how many people clicked on a link, or use Firebase Analytics to find out which of your users first opened your app through a particular link. To find out more about dynamic links, check out the documentation here and give them a try. And deep link away.
Okay, Google, what's the temperature like at Mount Everest?
The temperature there is -14.
Ooh, I better pack a jacket. Oh, hi, I'm Wayne Pekarski, and today I'm going to talk about the Google Assistant and how you can develop your own actions to be a part of this new ecosystem. At Google, we've been providing assistance to users for years across many of our products, but we think there's much more we can do to help people get things done right when they need it in a conversational way. And that's why we're building the Google Assistant. The Google Assistant can help users get things done throughout their day, whether they're at home or on the go. And it powers devices like, for example, the Google Home, a voice-activated speaker. To better serve user requests, the Google Assistant needs to work well with an ecosystem of everyone's favorite services. Actions on Google allows you as a developer to integrate your services with the Google Assistant. And that is what we're going to explain how to do in this video. Conversation actions enable you to fulfill a user's request directly via a two-way dialogue. Users don't need to pre-enable skills or install new apps to interact with any actions you build. When a user asks for your action by name, we'll connect them with you immediately. Let's first go through a detailed example of a user interacting with a conversation action. Think about something as simple as helping a user choose what to have for dinner based on their mood and the ingredients they have around. Let's call this action Personal Chef. The user first needs to invoke your action with something like, "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef." The assistant will then introduce your action, and now the user is talking to you directly. From this point onwards, you get to interact with the user and have a conversation. "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef."
Sure, here's Personal Chef. Hi, I'm your personal chef. What are you in the mood for?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so I'd like something to warm me up, like a hot soup, and I want it fast.
All right, what protein would you like to use?
I have some chicken and also some canned tomatoes.
Okay, well I think you should try the chicken tomato soup recipe I found on example.com.
Sounds good to me. So this is a pretty rich interaction. Think about all the sentences I spoke and how the action needs to extract the meaning out of this. How would you implement this? If you're an expert in the area of natural language processing, you can use the Conversation API, which allows you to process the raw strings that contain the spoken text from the user. You can then use the Actions SDK that includes all the tools and libraries you need to build the actions. However, if you don't want to process the user's transcribed speech yourself, you can use one of the tools that have integrated with Actions on Google. One of these tools is API.ai, which provides an intuitive graphical user interface to create conversational interfaces, and it does the heavy lifting in terms of managing conversational state and filling out slots in forms. This means you'll no longer need to process the raw strings. API AI can do this for you. To handle a conversation, you use the API.ai developer console to create an intent. This is where you define the information you need from the user. For our example, finding a kitchen recipe, this would be the type of food, the ingredients, the temperature, and the cooking time. You then specify example sentences. API.ai parses these sentences and uses them to train its machine learning algorithm to process other possible sentences from your users. You don't have to write regular expressions or a parser. You can also manually set what the acceptable values are for each piece of information. Once this is done, API.ai uses these definitions to extract meaning out of spoken sentences. The user can provide information naturally, out of order, all at once, or in pieces. The action can ask follow-up questions as needed. Pretty neat, right? Once you've set up everything in the API.ai console, you can then test it all out immediately with example sentences. Then you can test your project with the web simulator, preview it on Google Home, or deploy the full project to Google, all from within API.ai. Next, you can connect up an optional webhook to your intent to allow it to interact with a backend server. When all the details you need are filled in, your webhook is called with the appropriate details provided as JSON data. You don't need to worry about parsing strings or dealing with responding back with follow-up questions for the user. You can also develop the webhook using the language and hosting platform of your choice. It's just an HTTP callback. So API.ai makes this really simple. It's easy to get started, and you can have a prototype working in just a few minutes. You should check out our screencast video where we show all the steps to make this happen. So the Google Assistant is the next big opportunity for developers. By developing actions on Google, you'll get cutting-edge experience in natural conversation interfaces and be ready to actively participate in the emerging space of AI-first computing. In addition, you'll be able to help shape the platform and grow your audience in all the devices and contexts where the assistant will be available in the future. And thanks to conversational interface building tools like API.ai, as well as Google's unique understanding of the user's interests and contexts, you'll be able to create frictionless, intelligent experiences for people that engage with the Google Assistant. You can find out more about actions on Google by reading the documentation at developers.google.com/actions. We also have an Actions on Google developer community on Google+, so you can ask questions and share your ideas with everyone. We look forward to seeing what you build, and I'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, so I actually have a sixth sense for donuts. I know where they are, and I'm sensing they're right over there, and all I have to do is use Android Pay to get one. Shall we do it? Yes, we should. Hey, how you doing?
Great, how about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. So what do I do here?
Just tap your phone with the Android Pay loyalty card on it, and we'll get you a donut.
There it is.
Which donut would you like?
The green one, clearly. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Are good.
Okay, so Dennis and I clearly have been using Android Pay a few more times. Dennis, tell me about what just happened there when I tapped my phone on.
So we're doing actually tap for treats. You get to go to stations right now. You basically tap through NFC, and basically it's a loyalty card that's set up that basically you can collect points off of every time you do a tap. So you go to the stations, tap, we'll give you a nice donut, some other treats. After you get 4 taps, you can come back to the station later on in the day and you can get a free Android bot.
So this is something that people are doing all around the festival today?
Correct.
And I can see, as I've been passing by throughout the day, that it's also very, very popular. And I don't think it's just the donuts. I think it's also pretty easy.
Yeah, it's super easy to do. Literally takes seconds to actually recognize through the NFC tap. People obviously love Android bots as well, so that's probably another big incentive of why people are doing it.
Oh, and wait, there's more than just donuts, right?
There is more than just donuts. You actually have a custom bot that you can get once you tap 4 times. Come to this terminal, people can actually get a nice free custom bot that's specifically Android Pay on IO 2017.
That's really cool.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Just for
really?
you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right, my hands are full. I'm going to take care of this, and we'll get to something else.
Is it on? OK. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to our session on building an Android Instant App. I'm Shobana. I'm the engineering lead for developer experience of Instant Apps. I've been on the team since the very beginning, so I'm very excited to be here today to bring all of you our Instant Apps development experience. So today, I'm going to talk to you about what Instant Apps are, give you a quick overview of the user experiences that they enable. I'll then talk about a few key principles to keep in mind as you build your Instant App. I'll walk you through the developer experience that we built that you can expect when you start. And then finally, we'll work through a specific example of building an Instant App from an existing app. Sounds good? Let's get started. So what are Instant Apps? Instant Apps are Android apps that run without installation. They provide users the ability to have rich native experiences at the tap of a URL. In this example, our colleague Joyce sent us a URL for the New York Times crossword puzzle. You tap on the URL, and it directly brings it up inside the New York Times crossword app. No installation needed. Now, as a result of this, my product manager, John, sends me a URL every morning with his timings. Unfortunate consequence. Anyway, so now, since Instant Apps are launched from URLs, they are discoverable from anywhere that you can put a URL, whether that's a chat session with a friend or a link in your search result. Did you know that the White House was actually listed on Zillow? Now, with installable apps, you're probably used to users coming in through your front door, so your launcher activity or your main activity. But with Instant Apps, users can launch into any experience that you have within your app. So that improves the surface area for discovery. Instant Apps are a mode of your existing app, not something separate. They allow you to provide the exact same product experience that you provide in your current installable app. They share the same package name, they have the same icon, and they have the same code base. So now that you know what Instant Apps are and what user experiences they enable, let's talk about a few key principles to keep in mind as you start building your Instant App. You'll see examples of these principles throughout the rest of this talk and when you do it yourself. So I'll cover discoverability, security and privacy, and performance. Instant apps are launched from URLs. So the first step is to consider the experiences within your app and make them URL addressable. You can do this very easily with Android app links. App links allows you to associate a domain with your app and support specific paths against that domain within activities in your app. The more of these paths you support, the more discoverable your app is. Let's talk about security and privacy. With installable apps, apps get access to the user's device when the user goes through an explicit installation flow. At that point, the user is granting your app access to your device. You also have the ability to ask the user for permissions to access private data, like location. Now, with Instant Apps, they're just launched from a URL. So there's no explicit installation flow, and hence no upfront consent. For Instant Apps to maintain the same capabilities as installable apps, they use the Runtime Permissions API that allows them to get private data like location or on-device resources like the camera. We also provide user-resettable identifiers for Ad ID and Android ID. But we limit Instant Apps from querying unique device identifiers like IMEI and MAC address. We also limit Instant Apps from querying what apps are installed on a user's device and listening to system broadcasts. Finally, let's talk about performance. Instant Apps are loaded and run on demand. So the size of the binary has a huge impact to the user-visible startup latency. The smaller the binary, the faster it loads, the better the user experience. So it's very important to have small, lightweight binaries to have a great Instant Apps experience. We recommend starting your app on a very strict diet, 0 fat. Take out dead code, unused resources. Look in your manifest for unused permissions, and your Gradle file for unnecessary libraries. Many of our partners saw a huge improvement in their binary size with just this step. You can then build your application into modules. Remember, Instant Apps support multiple entry points. So having modules that support each of these entry points allows us to only load the module that's needed for a given entry point, with the ability to load more as the user goes through different flows within your app. So to quickly summarize, 3 key principles to keep in mind while you build your Instant App. Discoverability with Android app links, privacy and security with the Runtime Permissions API, and performance with small modular binaries. Now, we worked with over 50 early access partners who really helped us refine our developer experience. Their level of engagement and their extremely valuable input is reflected in the quality of all components of our developer experience. I'll walk you through a few of these. I'll cover development tools, some new constructs that we've introduced, the project structure, as well as the publishing interface. Many of you develop apps in Android Studio. Android Studio 3.0 comes with Instant Apps support out of the box. You can install the Instant Apps SDK through SDK Manager, and then you can build, run, test, and debug Instant Apps directly from the IDE. You can also easily add URL entry points with the App Links Assistant that's built directly in Android Studio. Apart from on-device support, we've also enabled emulator support for you to do fast and easy local development. We've introduced a new construct called the feature module. The feature module is very similar to a library module in that it contains code, resources, and a manifest. But feature modules build as APKs for your instant app. Our Gradle plugin will automatically build them as libraries for your installable app. So you can use the exact same code base. Now, instant apps are built across multiple features. So we've also introduced an instant app module that builds the container to hold your feature APKs. This is a zip file. Now, installable apps are built as a single binary, the APK. So the project structure can be done in a variety of ways. Many of us have worked on apps that started small and that ended up being large monolithic code bases under a single module. I've always dreamed of the perfect modular structure, and sometimes I've done the work, but there's limited benefit to the actual binary size. Now, with instant apps, we need to load binaries on demand. This is where our feature module comes in. It allows you to extract out specific features into their own modules. So you can set up your project to take the common code from your existing application module and put it in a base feature module. The base module is always loaded. And then you can extract out specific features into their own modules. That way, for a given entry point, we only load the base module and the corresponding feature module. As the user goes through different flows within your app, we just load more of the feature modules within the same application context. So now you can have a project structure that builds both your instant app and your installable app directly from within a single studio project. Finally, when your instant app is ready, you can use the Google Play console for publishing. We've enabled 3 publishing tracks: development, pre-release, and production, for you to roll out your instant app in a phased manner. So to quickly summarize our developer experience, you can set up Android Studio 3.0 with the Instant Apps SDK. You can then introduce feature modules and refactor your app into these feature modules such that we have a feature module for each entry point. You can create a project structure that allows you to build both your instant app and your installable app off the same studio project. And finally, when your app is ready, you can publish through the Google Play console. So let's get our hands dirty and try this out. At this time, I'd like to invite on stage Anirudh Divani. Anirudh is our lead developer advocate for instant apps and has worked with many of our partners to enable their instant apps experience. Welcome, Anirudh.
Thank you, Shobna.
Next slide, please. Still with the slides? Still with the slides? Can we switch back to the slides? Sorry. So Anirudh has an app called Banjara. Banjara is a Hindi word for nomad. The Banjara app is a tourist attractions app. It gives you a list of attractions around you. And for any given attraction, it gives you details. Now, the Banjara app is structured this way. It has a top-level application module with 2 activities, one for the attractions list and one for the details. Each of these activities has their own fragments. There's some common code, such as integration with Glide, maps, some utilities. The app also uses the Runtime Permissions API for location. Now, today we'll work on making Banjara instant. So the first thing to consider is, what are the URL entry points into Banjara that make sense? We have 2 entry points, one the list and one the details. We want to make both of them discoverable. So we'd add 2 URL entry points. one for the attractions list and one for the details. We'll then refactor the existing application code into 2 feature modules. The base feature module would contain the attractions list and the common code. And the details feature module would then have the details experience. Remember, the base module is always loaded, and so the details feature module only needs to have the additional code. So this is our target project structure. We'll get to it in 3 steps. Step 1, we'll introduce URL entry points into our application. We'll do this with the App Links Assistant. Step 2, we'll take our existing application module and make it a single base feature module. All the code is encapsulated within the feature module. We can then introduce an Instant App module and an application module to build off this base feature module. At this point, we'll have our first functional Instant App. Then step 3, we'll extract out the details experience from the base feature module and make it its own module. So we've reached our target project structure in 3 steps. Let's try this out. Step 1, Anirudh, if we're ready, can you show us our project structure and then walk us through this step?
Absolutely. So before we begin, let's make sure we have the Instant App Development SDK installed. So I have the SDK Manager open, and here you see the Development SDK is installed. Just going to click OK. All right, so now let's just set up URL entry points for our app. This is done by adding intent filters to your manifest. To help us with the process, we're going to use the Android App Links Assistant tool. And there, it opens as a panel on the right and will guide us through the process of creating our entry points. The first thing we want to do is map some URLs to our activities. So let's set up some mappings. So I'm going to use banjaraapp.com as my host, and then set up main path for my attractions list activity. I'll repeat the step for HTTPS. All right, now that we have the main path set up, we also will now set up the path for our details activity. So again, the same host, and use details, and choose details activity from the drop-down box. And then again, repeat the same step for HTTPS. And there, we have our mapping set now. There's a preview window here which shows you your manifest and the changes that we just did using the mapping editor. All right, so the next step is then to add logic to handle our intent. This is already done because we're using existing code. The next step is to create a digital assets link file and then associate our website with our app package. So I'm going to bring up the tool. Couple of details here. You enter your site domain, you enter your application ID, and then you choose your sign-in key. Now I'm going to use the debug key, but when you productionize your app, you'll choose your release key here. I'll now click on digital to generate my digital assets link file. Now this file basically tells us that our app is now mapped to our domain. This is very important to claim ownership of your URLs. This file now needs to be uploaded to a specific location on your server. The location is here. Once you're done uploading the file, we'll click link and verify, and this will make the association between your app and the domain. All right, back to you, Shobna.
Great. So we're done with step 1, and we now have 2 experiences within our app discoverable through URLs. Let's move on to step 2. We'll now take our existing application module and then put it in a base feature module. So we'd have to rename our application to be a feature. We'll also change the Gradle file to not be com.android.application and make it com.android.feature. Now, since all the code will be within the feature module, we can now introduce an application module and an instant app module to build off the same feature module. each of them don't need any code because they'll be building off the existing module. Let's try that.
Sure. So as you can see on the left side, my project currently has one module. That's the Banjara-base, and this is an application module. So what we are now trying to do is convert this into a feature module, so all our code and resources are in this feature, and then create two new top-level modules, an application module and an Instant App module. And then we'll include the feature as a dependency for those modules. So I have my build Gradle file for my Banjara-based module open, currently says com.android.application. I'm going to change this to com.android.feature. This is the new plugin. Now, all modular apps using the feature plugin are organized around a single base module. Now, since this is our only module, we'll tell the Gradle build tools that this is our base module. We're going to do this by setting the base feature property. All right, now that we have our base module, let's first create the application module. So I'll select new module, choose phone and tablet, and let's call this Banjara app. I'm just going to choose a package name that's consistent with my other modules. And I'll select add no activity because for now all our activities and all our code is in the feature module. All right, the module is now created. I'll remove the test sources and resources for now. And then in my application manifest file, I'll remove the application tag because this is going to get merged from our feature module. All right. So now let's look at the Gradle file for our newly created application module. So the first thing I will do is use the same compile, SDK, and build tools version that I'm using in my feature module. Then remove the test dependencies. And now we want to include our feature module in our application module. So right, now we have the feature module included. There's one final thing we need to do. So let's head over to our base build Gradle file again. Now the base module is a very important module. The Gradle build tools look into the base module to figure out all the features and the application in your project. So we need to make our base module aware of our application module. This will help with the manifest merging process, and we'll pull up the application ID to package the instant app. So this is done by using the application configuration. All right, this is synced now. Now let's try to compile. I already have an emulator running M. Let's see, we got a little error here. I'll clean the project. All right, the build is now successful. So I have an emulator here running M. So So let's try to run our app, which is now using a feature module, which produces a feature APK, produces a library file for our app. So I'll select the app configuration and then run. There, our app is now running. It uses runtime permissions for location. And this is our list activity for a list of attractions. I'll bring up one of the details for one of the attractions here. Right. So now this is an installed app because we use ComDroid Android application. So I'll uninstall this app. And we'll now build an instant app. So to do that, I will create a new module and choose Instant App. Let's call this Banjara-Instant App. The module is created. As you can see on the left from the project structure, this is a very lightweight module. There is no source, there are no resources. It just has a build.gradle file, and it's going to build just a container zip for our feature APKs. So using the same compile and build tools as version. And now, just as we did for our application module, I will include the feature module as a dependency. Right? Now let's try to build our instant app. All right, the compilation is successful. Now before we run this app, let's take a look at our run configuration for the instant app. I have it here. As you can see in the launch options here, instead of using an activity, this is now using a URL. So let's switch it to the main, which maps to our list of attractions. Apply. OK. And now let's run our first instant app. So this may take some time for the first time when you try to run this, because it's now setting up our device or setting up our emulator for running instant apps. Now our instant app is running. It uses the same runtime permission model. We didn't make any changes to the code yet. We have a list of attractions, and then I bring up an attraction from the details activity. So before I give it back to, all right. Thank you. Before I hand over back to Shobna, let's quickly look at our build artifact from the instant app project. So here, as you can see, this is a zip file. I'm going to use the APK analyzer to inspect the zip file. In the zip file, you can see I have one feature APK. It's our base APK. I can look down and then drill down and look at my resource usage using the APK analyzer. All right, back to you, Shobna.
Great. So we have our first functional instant app. 10 minutes. So now let's move on to step 3. We're going to extract out the details experience into its own feature module. We're doing this by introducing a new feature module and just refactoring code out of our existing base module into that feature module. We'll then have to update the application module and the instant app module to now build from 2 feature modules. So Anirudh can show us how to do that.
All right. Okay, let's review our project structure. Right now, we have 3 modules, which is one is a feature module, Banjara base, and then one application module, and an Instant App module to wrap the feature module. So let's create a new feature module and refactor some code from our base module. So I'll now use the new feature module template and call this Banjara details. Following the same project structure and the package naming scheme. Now remember, feature modules are built just like libraries, so they need to have a different package name, cannot be the same as your application ID. Again, no activity to add, we'll refactor existing activities. All right, our details module is now ready. Let's look at the build Gradle file. So it automatically applied the plugin com.android.feature. Let's switch to the build tools. All right. Now, when we created this module, Android Studio automatically added a dependency. It says a dependencies to Banjara base. Remember what we said about modules there. The base module, all the feature modules are organized around a single base module, and they need to extend the base module. So, because we already have a base module, Studio automatically applied the dependency to our base module. And let's take a look at our Gradle file for our base module. Now you remember we added the application configuration here to tell our base module about our app. So it needs to pull down the package ID. When we created the new details module, Android Studio also added a feature configuration which tells our base module about the other feature modules in our project structure. This is very important for manifest merging and the build process. All right, so now we have 2 feature modules created, but we need to go back to our application and Instant App and include the new details module in the build. I'm in my application right now. I'll add the details module here, and then the same for my Instant App. All right, now that all the dependencies have been set up, let's actually refactor some code into the details module. So before we begin, I'll create a package where I need to place the new classes. I'll use the package name UI. This is where our classes are in the base module. Okay. I'm going to remove the test sources again. All right, now let's actually go and get our classes that we need to refactor. So we'll move the details activity and the details fragment into the new module. All right, the new classes, the details classes are now in our details module. We also need to move the activity declaration from the manifest file of the base module where the classes were previously and bring that, the activity was previously, and then bring that to our feature module. So this is my details activity. let's add it to our manifest file for our details module. We'll just create an application tag to put the activities under it. And there. Let's now compile the project. All right, project compile. Now before we run this, let's quickly inspect the container file again. In my Banjara Instant App module, head over to Build Outputs, and my zip file is here. Now when I inspect this using APK Analyzer, I see now two feature APKs, my base feature APK and my details feature APK. Now let's use our Instant App run configuration to run this. And my app with two feature APKs is running. Thank you. I'll bring up an attraction. Now this attraction details were loaded from a different APK. And before I hand it over to Shobna, I just want to show you in the launcher here, we don't have the Banjara app installed anymore because we were running it as an instant app. But if we head over to the recents, we can see our Banjara app running. All right, back to you, Shobna.
Thank you. Thank you. So just to quickly summarize, how did we make Banjara instant? We enabled URL entry points into our app. We then created a base feature module with existing code. And we extracted features out of the base module into their own feature module. At the end, we had a single studio project that you could build both the instant app and the installable app. Now, this was a simple sample app. It's likely that you'll take a little longer than 15 minutes to make your own instant app for a real-world application. We've heard from many of our partners as to how long it took. And we found that it's typical to take 4 to 6 weeks to build your instant app. You'll spend the first part of that thinking through the product experience that you want to build in your instant app. Then identify the target project structure that's perfect for your application. And then there's the refactoring effort to put code inside your base feature module as well as into other feature modules. And then you'll spend some time trimming down each of these modules to be light and small size so they can be downloaded and run on the fly. We have 50 instant apps live today. I see a few of our early access partners over here. Thank you and congratulations. But we believe this is just the beginning. We're very excited to see what instant apps experiences you will build. But we're not done yet. In the coming weeks and months, you'll see huge improvements to the developer experience. We're focused on features that can enable additional binary size reduction. That includes allowing your app to be sliced along device configurations, display densities, allowing commonly used libraries like AppCompat to be shared between instant apps, and on the compression techniques to reduce over-the-air binary transmission. On the tooling side, we're introducing a refactoring tool that will make it really easy for you to modularize your code into features. Additionally, we're expanding instant apps to more devices and more countries to make sure your reach reaches all of Android. Here are some resources for you to get started. Our Instant Apps website has a lot of information around product, but especially it has a getting started guide for you to walk through the developer experience by yourself. We're also in the Instant Apps sandbox under Don't See, where you can come by and see some demos of our early access partners and their Instant Apps experience. Immediately after this talk, we're going to have a fireside chat with some of our early access partners, so you can hear from them what their experiences were developing Instant Apps and what benefits it's brought to their applications. We hope this talk was useful in jump-starting your Instant App development. Thank you so much for being here. We're done.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers. Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, three things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of
updated curriculum, developing 2 million Android developers. Being working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, believe.
Hello everyone, I welcome you all in this Android Development Fundamentals.
An app is basically a solution or a medium by which you get a solution to a lot more users.
You have to figure out what kind of benefit the person is going to get by using that app.
I feel personally, the phone is not a phone. It is something that can change people's life.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
To get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
We encourage you to continue learning, continue developing, and now go build some great apps.
You have the talent, and there is a need. Bring it on.
LinkedIn is the premier social network for professionals. We are consistently one of the top apps on Google Play. My name is Pradeep Dash. I am the engineering manager for LinkedIn infrastructure team for the flagship apps. We have 1 million+ reviews. We are consistently 4+ stars. Our users are really appreciative of how stable the app is, how it really helps them bring their professional profile forward.
My name is Drew Haney. I'm on the Android infrastructure team at LinkedIn. My team is responsible for the overall health of our Android application. We take care of releases to Google Play, our testing pipeline for the app, our build pipeline. One of the tools that my team has been excited about is the APK Analyzer tool, because we spend a lot of time paying attention to the size of our app, and it required some expertise to figure out what was causing your app to be a certain size. But now that we have the APK Analyzer tool, we've been able to expand that knowledge throughout the entire team. LinkedIn was an early adopter of Gradle, so adopting Gradle for Android was a pretty natural fit for us because we can share a lot of our custom plugin logic that we've built, and we can also get consistent builds across developer machines and our build servers. One thing that's really benefited us is the lint system, which has a lot of built-in checks for common problems, and we've really appreciated being able to write our own custom lint checks for LinkedIn's specific internal libraries. With so many developers checking into the code base, one thing that helps onboarding someone new is having a consistent code style throughout the code base. Android Studio lets us find a custom code style that each developer can add and automatically have their code formatted in the LinkedIn style.
One of the things that we really appreciate is the open nature of the platform, where not only has the feedback that we have given back to the developer community being accepted, but also being worked upon. In the last couple of years, my team has become way faster, much more agile, and being able to code easier and faster on the Android Studio.
This is Ask Firebase, a show where we answer all sorts of Firebase questions on whatever medium you ask questions on. We take those questions, we give you answers. It's a show. Let's get into it. Ask Firebase. Take one, Mark. Hey folks, my name is Abe Haskins. I'm a Firebase engineer here in San Francisco, and I'm here to talk to you about Firebase for Unity. If you haven't already seen it, I did a Getting Started video for Firebase in Unity. It'll be linked below. But in the meantime, I want to talk to you about some of the great questions we've gotten since we released the Firebase SDK into general availability a few weeks ago. Also, unrelated, but if you want to call me Abe, that's great. You want to call me Abe, you want to call me literally anything, I'm okay with it. As long as it starts with an A and has some letters after it, we're all good. Let's dive in. That's not nice. Let's get started with the first question from my laptop battery is dead. All right, first question. On our last YouTube video about Unity, 7Mandara1 asked, can I use this to build out WebGL games that I've developed in Unity? And the answer is no, You really can't. Since the Firebase SDK for Unity is built on the Android SDK and the iOS SDK, we don't have the ability to build out for WebGL or PlayStation 3 or some of these other platforms that Unity supports. You'll find that some of the features do work, and even in the editor, they're stubbed out, so you'll be able to use them and test your code and compile it and everything like that, but you won't get the same functionality you would if you built out the game for the device. Thanks for the question. Next question. On the Firebase mailing list, Deep Pixel asked, why does my app report libapp.so cannot be found? This is actually a great question, and it's related to another issue we've gotten on GitHub from Sakura777. He said, why is Firebase app not able to be found? These issues are both related to the timing of when Unity imports the dependencies it requires to run the Firebase SDK. In some environments, you're just gonna luck out and you're not gonna have to deal with this, but it just depends on your specific game and your specific operating system. So what you can do is, one, make sure you're on the latest version of the Unity plugin. We've pushed some changes that should help this for a lot of people. And two, you can go into the assets folder and go to Play Service Resolver, Android Resolver, Settings, and there's an Enable Auto Resolution checkbox. This is just going to do some extra things to help you get those dependencies imported and help control that timing so everything's going to work well for you. All right, and if you do that, your issue should be solved. Thanks a ton, Sakura and Deep Pixel. Next question. The next question is one we've been getting a ton. A lot of people want to upload different assets for their game into Firebase Cloud Storage. They want to upload images and text, all of these great things, movies, etc., etc. All those things you need for your game. You know the stuff. They want to upload those into cloud storage and then retrieve them in their game and just, use them in the easiest possible way. The Firebase Unity SDK is really good when you're dealing with these storage assets because you have a lot of control. You can download them as streams or you can download them as a byte array. But you don't have to really do all of that if you're not interested in dealing with those more complex flows. The absolute easiest way to get an asset out of cloud storage, rendered or consumed in your game in some way, is to use the W package and the get download URL async method that we offer. With that method, you'll just get a normal URL. It's a public URL that you can consume and pull down just like any other URL. And the W package in Unity makes it really, really simple to take that URL, download it, and turn it into a material, turn it into an audio clip, even a movie. So any of those assets you upload in cloud storage or your users upload, if they're uploading profile icons or anything like that, you just pull them down with W and you'll be good to go. If you want to find out more about the W package or how it works with the get download URL async method, you can check out our documentation or the Unity documentation. Both are great resources for this. Thanks a ton for that question, everyone who asked it. I appreciate it. Next question. You guys have no idea how much I spend on conditioner to get this volume. And the final question, the big one we all want to hear about, Cloud Functions. I'm sure you heard at Google Next we announced this awesome thing, Cloud Functions. How does that work with Unity? What can we do with these two things put together? And the answer is you can do like anything. If you check out the repo we have a function sample repo, and this isn't specific to Unity, it's just our general function sample repo. It has 26 different examples of things that functions can do. And every single one of those you could do with the Firebase SDK in Unity with Cloud Functions. And that's because Cloud Functions ties into your real-time database. It ties into analytics and storage and all these other Firebase services that are supported in Unity, and it lets you execute code and change things way back on our cloud so you don't even have to think about it. So if you want a game that interacts with an external API, or you want a game that has some custom authentication that you've brewed up in your awesome game development shack, you can do this with Cloud Functions and you don't have to worry about scaling or anything like that. So you can absolutely use Cloud Functions with Unity, and it's highly, highly recommended. So go check out that repository. It's got a ton of different samples and every single one will work great with Unity. Thanks for the question. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. That's going to wrap up this Ask Firebase featuring Unity. If you have any more questions, obviously you can leave them in the YouTube comments below, post them on Stack Overflow, tweet them on Twitter with that hashtag Ask Firebase, or literally reach out to us in any way. Tweet at me, tweet at Firebase, shout it at the top of your lungs near a Google office. We will hear it. We will answer your questions. We'll see you next time.
Oh, hi. I'm just building a paper prototype here in the design tent. And I'm going to get this design reviewed in a few minutes, but first let's take a look around, shall we? All right. Hey, Liam. How are things? Good. How about you? I'm doing great. I'm going to get a design review. I'm a little nervous, but we'll save that for a few minutes from now. Before I get there, I kind of want to know what's going on with these posters. It looks like you had a design sprint.
Sure. So these posters are kind of showcasing the work that we did at the Dimensions Sprint up in SF. It was a 3-day event where Google brought a bunch of designers and developers together to kind of ideate and come up with some solutions around these 5 categories.
Cool. Can we see some of the stuff? What is this?
Sure. So this one is called Bay Window, and basically the idea is to keep 2 people connected to each other. It's a live wallpaper.
Oh,
and a
I
lock
get
screen.
it. Bay, like
Yeah.
BAE? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So you basically pair with your partner, and then you can upload photos directly to their live wallpaper. And if you go a while without connecting, then you kind of see these 2 circles like start to drift away a little bit.
That's not good. All right. What's another one of your favorites up here?
I think this one is probably one of my most favorites.
Yeah?
It's around self-activation. And the idea here is just kind of a community where you can share experiences and get some support. It's made to kind of serve the needs of people who are looking for a safe place to talk about experiences they've had, kind of document their own progress of working through those at their own pace, and just keep track of how they're doing. So it kind of allows you to like track how you're feeling each day, some thoughts or experiences you might have throughout the day, and just how you're making progress.
It's a beautiful design too. All right, let's look at one more.
Sure. So this is one that I helped out with actually. It's around productivity. So the idea here is that a lot of people, especially if you work in a consultancy setting, you have a lot of different tasks and project managers and tools that you use. And you might spend a lot of time like jumping between those to figure out what you're supposed to be doing for the day. So this is kind of an idea that uses Android's ability to share data between apps to collect all of the tasks that are assigned to you and then allow you to kind of make your schedule for the day, regardless of where that work is coming from.
That's cool. And is this actually like a working prototype here?
Yeah, working-ish. So you kind of just triage the things that you want to add to your list by like swiping in one direction or the other.
That's fun.
So you make it like all the way through your list, and then you kind of have your list here. And if you want to, you can reorganize some of them just based on the order that you want to knock them out in.
It's a really beautiful design. This is very inspiring. It's very material too.
Yeah, so a big focus of Dimensions was also just what makes Android unique as a platform and trying to solve for these categories based around those ideas.
That's awesome. All right, Liam, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I think I'm going to go find Yasmin around here somewhere.
Awesome.
Okay. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. Yasmin, these are my friends. Hi friends. So, I'm a little nervous. It's my first design review in a long time. I made it. Okay, this is my app. It turns out if you spend a few minutes every day writing down what you're grateful for, you live a more stress-free life. So I figured maybe I could build an app that's a gratitude journal, right? And this is what I'm thinking. This is the home screen, and when you bring up the app, it just shows like something that you're grateful for, which is rated based on a thing I'll say later. And so it just like lists that, so you can kind of remember the things that you did. And then you go into this list view, and this is like your journal. It's chronological, and it's super simple. It just shows the things you're grateful for in the day. And if you double tap it, like you add hearts to it, and you can add as many as you want. So like as you go through your journal, you can say, oh yeah, I remember that and I loved that. And the more hearts it gives, the more it shows up on your home screen.
Oh, so it's like, so you can see the memories that are like most important to you or bring you most joy.
You can reinforce them.
Yeah.
And then if you hit the plus icon, you go over and you just type in what you're grateful for, and then it just automatically puts it in your journal. So you can just go in anytime and say, you know what, I'm grateful for this thing.
Yeah, no, that sounds awesome, and I love
it.
Love it. No, it's simple. That's the best way to start. Can you tell me about the other navigation that you have going on here?
So these are just the buttons, and I'm not really sure what to do here because I put 3 of them each place, but maybe instead it's like a button that expands into the options. But these are just for getting to like the list view, the home, and this is a plus for. That's actually a little house. I know it's hard to see. That's a little house, and these are like 3 lines indicating the list, and that's just a plus for like adding it.
Yeah, definitely.
What do you think about that?
So one of the things that you might want to consider doing is using a floating action button as the main component, which you kind of have going on right here, but instead of you move it out of the bottom navigation and add it to the top so it's always floating in there.
Okay.
One of the things with action buttons, a lot of people think, all right, let's add them everywhere, but it should be tied to an action, so you shouldn't use it for navigation, mostly for something like creating a post, One thing that you could add is if you were adding as your journal, as it expanded later on, you would tap the add button for adding a new thing that you're grateful for, and potentially maybe then you could add one where it's like photos. So it's like maybe you want to do a text one or a photos one or a video one, so that can give you quick access to adding a new journal entry.
Awesome.
So that's one potential to think of.
I mean, guess now that I'm thinking about it and you say that, maybe I get rid of the navigation buttons, and the way you get between this and the list is you just scroll down.
Yeah, you could, because there isn't going to be a whole lot, at least in the beginning. One of the things you might want to consider adding is some form of search, because you'll probably want to search through all your memories and remember what made you happy.
Okay, is there anything else about this app you want to tell me?
No, I love that you started off with sketching first. That's one of the things that we really encourage everyone to do, because then you're not married to this solution, because you can go on and think, maybe I didn't really like how this is working. Like let's think of some other iterations, and you haven't spent time coding or designing it within a sketch or anything. So this is a great way to start.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you.
That was really painless. I'm happy.
You're good? You're good. All right, good.
Okay.
We try to make it easy for everyone, so yeah.
All right, well, that's the design booth, everybody. I'm going to go start on my app.
Okay. I forgot that was on.
That's right.
So how's everyone doing today? My team. Are you guys having fun? Has it been a good I.O.? Good? Doesn't sound like it. Good? Okay. My name is Maru. I'm a developer advocate working on Instant Apps, and we're here today to do an Android Instant Apps best practices fireside chat. It's lots of words. As you know, we announced Instant Apps last year at Google I.O. to lots of developer excitement, and we're so happy that we're able to open it today to all developers. And in the process of getting here, we worked with a large group of developers to get all those nice apps that you saw on the previous sessions. Some part of that group is here sitting with me today. So we have our panel from Castbox, Twitter, Vimeo, Deliveroo, and Zillow. Woohoo! Okay. So let's go start with some intros. First, Alan. Alan is a product manager for Castbox, and he loves listening to podcasts. He works on trying to optimize the listening experience on podcasts for his users. Alan, tell me, which ones are your favorite podcasts?
Serial, This American Life, and especially 99% Invisible, because it's made right here in Oakland, California.
Oh, nice, Oakland. Anyone from Oakland here? Woohoo! Okay, next we have Leanne from Twitter. And yay! Leanne is a senior staff software engineer for Twitter, and she works on Periscope. She was a tech lead for the Fabric team as well, and she worked on the mobile Twitter app. She likes to hike, she likes arts and crafts, and she also likes to work in the garden. Leanne, let's see. Any favorite spots that you like to hike in?
Yeah, so I have a spot down on the peninsula called Hidden Villa, and it has a lot of beautiful trails. My favorite runs alongside this creek, It's got lots of shade and gently sloping trails, so it's a perfect hike for me and my son, who's 4.
Oh, good. I love Hidden Villa. It's nice. Next, we have Kyle. Kyle from Vimeo. Kyle, woohoo! Kyle came here from New York City, and he is the Android lead for the Vimeo app. He worked both in the creation of the mobile and the TV apps, which are both great. And he loves to travel. And he told me this story that I think he should share with you guys from his last trip.
Yeah, actually, my last trip, I got to bungee jump off of a bridge in Zimbabwe, which was a ton of fun.
How was that?
A blast, exhilarating, and it was right over a river, so kind of horrifying.
Scary.
Yeah.
Great. Now we go to Anna. Anna is from Deliveroo. She came from London. Long way here. Thank you, Anna. Anna works on the consumer application for Deliveroo. She's an Android engineer, and she loves sweets. So she has a funny story about her order history in Deliveroo.
Yes, so if you look at my order history, you will see that I mainly order sweets, but I also have a prawn. Yes, I ordered 1 prawn because I was showing to my sister what I was working on, and I just told her, no matter what you do, don't press this button. And as I was pointing to that button, I just touched it and I placed an order.
Someone got free prawns. That was probably a surprise. Now we go to, I know your name, Lucas. Lucas from Zillow. Lucas is a software engineer in the Zillow team, and he works on their mobile app. He's been at Zillow for 3 years. And Lucas likes to play games and also to watch random documentaries on Netflix and YouTube. Tell me one, just one random documentary.
So one documentary I watched recently on YouTube was about harpy eagle. It's one of the largest eagles in the world, and it's in South America. And it's really fun to be able to follow around a baby harpy eagle for 4 months in a 1-hour video. So that was a lot of fun.
Good. OK, so what we were trying to do here is that you guys get to know us a little bit before we start. And now we're going to go through some questions. I'm going to ask you serious questions now about the work that this panel did on Instant Apps. Most of it is going to be very technical. Some of it's going to be product questions as well. And after that, we're going to open the floor for Q&A. So we're going to have 2 mics that you can come up and ask questions. And that will be for the last 15 minutes. So don't run off when we're done, OK? So we're going to start with the questions. First is the why. So that's the first question we get, right? Why would you do this? So why would you invest your resources and time in building this? So Alan, what made you decide to build an instant app for CastBox?
So we took a risk to try Instant App out because we believe Instant App is useful for people who don't currently use CastBox to have a first impression with our platform. For example, if you listen to an episode on This American Life or Planet Money and using CastBox and blew your mind, and you can't wait to share it with, say, your friend Meru, who happens not have the app installed. So you click the share button, send over the link. With Instant App, Meru can click the link, and CastBox will load right away and start playing the episode that you think Carol would like. We get some traffic from search engine as well. If you search for episodes that you want to listen and click the link from the search results page, that triggers the Instant App experience as well. We actually have a website with the full functionality and with over 500,000 podcast channels. We use the website for internal testing, operations team to validate traffic or take down some bad traffic. It's already mobile optimized. So initially, we used the WebView wrapper to try Instant App out.
So that brings a good topic. Should you take a website and put a WebView wrapper around it and build an Instant App? When we were working with CastBox, we gave them a recommendation to move away from that and go a full native experience. And I think we gave them this feedback on a Friday afternoon. And then they said, sure, we'll have it ready by Monday. And I was like, nah, But tell us a little bit about what you guys did for that.
Right. So if we take a step back, first of all, we could see the difference. So obviously, web view is slower. The scrolling is less smooth. We care about our user experience. So we actually don't want our users to spend too much time on our user interface, per se. We actually want them to come in and listen to the episode they like. So internally, we track two metrics. One is total listening time, which is about 1 to 2 hours per user per day, typically. Two, the time users spend on using the user interface itself, which we try to minimize to some extent. So that's the main reason we wanted to move from web view experience to the full native experience. So over the holiday weekend, the engineering team did the refactoring and put in the native code, did testing, and got a lot of useful feedback from Adam from the operations team, which is always responsive and helpful. We added a few features, such as we added a dialog to pop up the install to install the regular app. For instance, if you listen to an episode and you want to subscribe, and the dialog will pop up, say that you can subscribe to the channel by downloading the regular app, because we haven't built the full user profile system yet. We haven't built the full features yet. The team initially thought it would be too much work, but it turns out to be easy, because the app is already modularized. That speed up the development process. We use Dagger 2 framework as dependency injection to build the UI. We use the XO player to handle the playback. These two libraries, together with many other libraries, are well supported by the Instant App SDK. So that made the development process fast and straightforward. As we move on to iterate the Instant App, we plan to add other features as well, such as in-app billing for users who want to share premium content, say, to someone who doesn't have the regular app installed. So that person can use Instant App and in-app billing to purchase that content, for example. So last but not least, the journey from web view to full native Instant App cannot be completed by our hardworking engineering team, some of them in the audience, Go team, and the fantastic support by the DevRel team and BD team of Google. So I want to say a big thank you.
Thank
you. We're really excited about Instant App, and as we add more features in the future to make the experience even better for our users.
Awesome. Thank you. Yay, Alan. Now, the next question we get is, how long? How long does this take? Is this really difficult, or is it easy? He said it was easy. Do you believe him? So now, Lian, this is your question. This process takes, from the partners that we worked with, we saw that it could take as little as 3 days to 6 weeks. So we're saying in average, we think it can take from 4 to 6 weeks. It really depends on how modularized your app is and where you are. How long did it take you to build the Periscope Instant App, and where were the easiest or hardest things you did?
For Periscope, I'd say it took us about 3 weeks total over a course of several months to build a production-ready Instant App. Periscope was in the first wave of partners, and we started development back in September. Being in the first wave of Instant Apps meant we were getting very early versions of the SDK, and we get these drops every week. Whenever we got it, we would test it, build it, see what issues there were, and verify bug fixes. So it was a really iterative process between Google and us, a lot of rinse and repeats. But by the end of October, we had a fully functional Instant App, to the point that it was even demoed at the Google Playtime event in SF in November. And that was really exciting for us to see, because it was just validation of all the work that we were putting into the Instant App and the progress we were making. In terms of easiest, I'd say there were two reasons why I felt like the Periscope Instant App development was relatively straightforward. The first was the Periscope the Periscope app at that time was already modularized. So in March of last year, we had spent a lot of time pulling out core playback functionality from the app into a library. And what we were doing with this library was bringing this library into the Twitter for Android app because we wanted to have a native viewing experience within the Twitter for Android app. So what that meant was we had a head start here. When we started the Instant Apps project, we didn't have to focus on modularizing our app. We could hit the ground running and really focus on just integrating with the Instant Apps SDK. The second reason I felt like the whole process was enjoyable for us was we just had a great working relationship with Google, and this was super important because we were in that first wave of Instant Apps development. There was very little documentation. We were learning as we were going, both sides. And our developer advocate, Arun, really did a great job partnering with us to make sure we were set up for success. So we were getting quick turnaround times on bug issues, status updates on issues and how they were tracking. Google also vetted all the third-party libraries that we were using, so we didn't have to worry about compatibility issues. They also gave us tips on what we can do to reduce our APK size, and they shared a lot of those tips at another I/O session today. And we got a lot of testing support. Again, being in the first wave, we had access or limited access to devices, so we couldn't do a lot of testing in-house. And we were also under NDA, so not a lot of people knew what we were doing. So those, I would say, made it easy for us. In terms of what was hardest, I say the hardest thing for Periscope was just being aware of the subtle differences between a regular app and an instant app. So instant apps run in this sandboxed environment, and what that means is there's not a one-to-one mapping of the API behavior between the regular app and the instant app. And we saw this right away when we were looking at how Periscope parts were being rendered. Periscope parts are like a core experience in the Periscope community. They're what viewers use to show their support and appreciation for what the broadcaster is showing. So getting this experience right, the Periscope parts, was really critical for us. It needed to be exactly the same between the instant app and the regular app. And the fix for this was actually easy. What we were doing was we were calling create bitmap, and we were using this 3-parameter version to create this bitmap. It took in the width, the height, and the bitmap configuration. But in the instant app world, you need to give it a little bit more information. So the fix here was we had to switch to using a 4-parameter version, and that 4th parameter was one that took in the display metrics. And that gave us the density compatibility mode in order to render those bitmaps correctly in the instant app world. So the key takeaway here is just to really take a lot of time to test your app thoroughly, because there may be a subtle difference in how the API behaves in instant apps because they are running in this sandbox environment. They have restrictions and platform limitations in order to make it secure for these instant apps to run on the device. And Google has come a long way since we started. Again, we were first wave, and the tooling and the support is really there. There's a lot of lint support in there that will help developers with this.
Yep. Thank you. So we move now to Kyle. We're going to talk about refactoring. Refactoring is, or can be, the scariest thing when you read the docs and you think, am I going to be able to do that? So we wanted to talk about what it means to refactor, what are recommendations that Kyle can give the audience in terms of how to make this process easier. So Kyle, would you give the audience some recommendations on how refactor the app, but also how to reduce the APK size?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Vimeo app itself, the full app actually started at 16 megabytes. And to get it down to an instant app, you need to have each feature be 4 megabytes. So for us, we were going to build a player instant app that we needed to chop down a lot of megabytes on. So with that, we found a lot of different tools we could use and different things we could do to accommodate that and get there as fast as possible. One of the we kind of started with the low-hanging fruit of the easy things. So of that, you have a tool that's built actually right into Android Studio, which is for removing unused resources. So you actually just go into Refactor on Android Studio, remove unused resources, and that'll kill things like layout files that aren't being referenced anymore, and then because of that, it'll remove any PNGs that aren't being used anymore. So that's a really good place to start. That's kind of where we began. The next piece is actually a little bit meatier and more technical, and I guess that advice is basically trying to look and draw out a dependency tree for whatever feature you're trying to turn into an instant app. So for what that would end up looking like is basically taking the activity or fragment and then look at all the imports at the top of the file and then see what those imports, what those point to and what their dependencies are. And it actually helps just to draw this out, just so you can see exactly what classes this feature will depend on. So in our case, we actually started by, we thought all along that we had been modularizing our code, making it super easy to just pull out. All of our player activity was inside of our player package. So we started out by just trying to cut that and paste it into a module. So in doing so, we were like, oh, hopefully it's just going to work. But sure enough, it ended up having a whole bunch of those red squiggly lines on all of our import statements, which was, of course, daunting. But from there, we kind of started figuring out, well, what are the things that we can cut down on? What are the dependencies we can remove from our player activity? So what that ended up looking like, I guess a concrete example we ran into was we use Fresco for our image caching, which, if you're unfamiliar, is actually a pretty large library. It's great because it's super performant, but it's around 2 megabytes, which in the world of instant apps is absolutely massive. It's half of your requirement for a feature. So we basically had to find a way to pull out Fresco and then swap in some other form of image caching. So what that ended up looking like was we created this interface which handles all of our image caching for us, which you then could basically stub in and inject which different implementation you'd like to use. So the way that we used, so basically for our full app, we use Fresco because we like the performance. But then for the instant app, we use Picasso, which is only a couple hundred kilobytes, which of course we still get image caching. It might not be as fast, but it still works. So that was a big piece for us. The last thing is something we actually, I think, kind of did relatively well, which was relying pretty heavily on composition. So for the player activity, we, of course, have this player component that we rely very heavily on for all of our playback. Now, our player has to be able to accommodate 360 video playback. It has to be able to do Chromecasting. We have offline playback of encrypted files so you can download to watch later. And because of that, we knew we had to build our player in such a way that we could easily add in these pieces or inject them in. So because we have the same code base, really, for both our mobile apps and our TV Android app, we started this process because we didn't need things like that. It ended up benefiting us in the long run using dependency injection at that level, because then for our instant app, we actually don't need to have 360. We don't need Chromecast. We don't need offline playback because it's not currently supported by instant apps. So it was actually really easy just to remove these larger dependencies. So with 360, you get things like the Cardboard SDK, which is pretty large. Or with Chromecast, you have Play Services, which is also pretty large. Offline playback had a whole bunch of encryptor files. So we basically were able to remove those right off the bat, and that saved us a ton of space. So I guess basically just to sum up all that stuff, it's really a matter of just looking at your dependencies, seeing exactly what depends on what are things that are absolutely necessary, and if there's something that's relatively large, think about wrapping it in an interface. Try to compose your different pieces. With that interface, you can either potentially omit it entirely or swap it for something smaller like we did with Fresco. And then also, for people that are going to be building new features going forward, something that we've started doing and has helped us a ton is actually just when you build a new feature into your app, build it as a module. Build it as its own as a library module that your main app depends on. And then keep an eye on that build.gradle file, because that'll tell you exactly all the things that are consuming all the space. And those are the things that are going to get you in the end. And of course, if anyone has any questions about our particular implementation, you can feel free to ask me after.
Thank you.
Of course.
Where's the team? So I think that's a good segue into the next question. Doing some of this work that you do for your instant app may result in benefits for your installed app or your installable app. So that's like a free win that you're getting when you're doing this work. So Anna, Was there any benefit, or did the work that you did on your Instant app have any benefits on your installable app?
Yes, it had. So when we started to work on our Instant app, we knew that we are going to change the structure of our project. This because with Instant apps, you give users the opportunity to access a feature from your application, and this means it has to be in a separated module. So this was one of the biggest challenges that we faced because we didn't have modules, and we brainstormed a lot in order to find a way to split our project in meaningful units that could be used in both the installed app and the Instant app, because we took this approach as we didn't want to have the feeling in the future that we are going to maintain two different applications. So because it was such a big change, we decided to do it gradually, and as we released so often, we didn't want to have any impact on our customers. So now, having more modules, it increased our build time. But in the end, we learned so much during this process. We have a better project structure. And I think with the new tools that were announced today, we are going to see some improvements. Some other improvements that we did in our application were to reduce the size of the APK and the number of methods. And how we did it, we started by looking our program files just to make sure we hadn't missed anything. And then we looked at the libraries that we used, and we decided to remove some of them. For others, we looked for a lighter version, and we replaced them. And then we actually noticed something interesting. So while we are investigating why our resources are so big, we found out that some libraries had lots of strings that were localized in so many languages that we didn't use in our application. So we changed the Gradle script so that we can include only the 7 languages that we support. And this also decreased the size of our APK. So after all these changes, we noticed a decrease in our APK size by about 20%. And other changes that we did were not necessarily related to refactoring, but they were related to the fact that we were building an Instant app. So one example was adding smart lock for passwords. This was recommended to have in the Instant app, and it was very easy to integrate. And we felt that it was a very good feature, and we decided to have it in our installed app as well, as it simplified the sign-in experience for our customers. And in the end, we have a great team at Deliveroo. They are here in the audience. We are constantly improving our application. And during this program, we learned so many things. We have now a better project structure. We removed some of the libraries. We kept only the ones that were truly helpful for us. And I would say that the fact that we decreased the APK size came as a big bonus.
Mm-hmm. That's good, 20%.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. And this is on the install app, not the Instant app, so that's good. Also, we hear all the time how much tech debt you have on your apps, and you never have the time, and you know it's not a priority for the product team to give you time to work on this. But now that if you work on Instant apps, and you have that time to work on some of that cleanup and things that you always wanted to do, or maybe didn't, but it's good for your app. Thank you. Now we're going to go to Lucas, and this is our last question before Q&A. So, Lucas, now that you've gone through the process of building an Instant app for Zillow, what are some recommendations, or what are the things that you wish you'd known before you started this process?
Yeah, so I think one of the big recommendations I would have is to definitely sit down and read through all the requirements for Instant apps. And make sure that everything you think you have implemented, you actually test to make sure you have implemented. One thing that we ended up getting into was, for the longest time, hello? Is that us? OK, I guess I can keep going. Are you hearing that?
Yes.
So for the longest time, we thought we had Instant apps, or not Instant apps, sorry. OK, let me recompose here. All right. So for the longest time, we thought we had app linking implemented correctly in our regular app. The problem was, as we went to test it to make sure that it was working, it didn't. So we had to kind of halt development on our Instant app and make sure that we got app linking actually working in our main app. And so, just make sure that you look all that over and for sure test it before you just start working on Instant apps. Another thing to keep in mind is that network calls and Instant apps all have to be secure network calls. So we had to go through and audit our network library to make sure that everything we had was using secure network calls. And we also had to audit all the third-party libraries we were using. It turns out one of our analytics libraries was using unsecured network calls, and then they were just basically not working at all in Instant apps. So go through and make sure that you can either work around those network calls in your Instant app or re-implement those in a secure way. Another big thing that I would recommend is to get very familiar with build tools like Kyle recommended, the APK analyzer. I think probably around 70% of our work was to cut our app size down, and these tools are definitely a lifesaver. Another tool that we ended up using a lot was actual Gradle dependencies, which would print out a whole dependency tree for you. And it will not only show you the libraries that you depend on, but the libraries that those libraries depend on, so you can see all your transitive dependencies. And you can actually, through Gradle, you can exclude some of those transitive dependencies. So we were able to exclude like third-party analytics libraries, and that was able to help cut down the size of our app quite a bit. And then another thing to look at for size-wise is your assets. Make sure you're not using really detailed assets when you can't really tell the difference. I think we ended up just totally removing our two most detailed folders of assets, and that ended up helping to get us actually down below 4 megs so that we could actually get an Instant app up and running that was working. And the last thing we found out was we had a crasher on startup of our Instant app, and one way that we were able to debug it was since Instant apps are just a zip file with feature module APKs, you can actually sideload those APKs onto your phone like you would a regular app. And that way, when you start it up, it would start up just like the regular app would, and you wouldn't lose some of these exceptions in the stack trace. And I think the last thing I'd like to say is that it sounds like this might be a difficult thing to do, but trust me, it's worth it. I think it provides a great experience for our audience. That's really what we're all here to do, is provide great experiences for our customers.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we went through all our questions now, and we have 9 minutes, and we'd love to hear some questions from the audience. Who's the first brave one? Okay, you.
So my question was...
Can you speak closer? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So my question is, if you just jump into an app, right, there's a lot of other jumping off points. So how do you kind of handle those? And I know with the
Thì hồi xưa mình những cái thứ công nghệ tiên tiến nhất mà mình có được là chắc là cái máy tính bỏ túi thôi.
จำได้ว่าวันที่พ่อถือคอมพิวเตอร์เข้ามาเนี่ยค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นมากว่าแบบมันจะเล่นยังไง
你只需要打一个连接， 你就可以开到那个网页了。你不觉得这是好像一个魔术一样吗？
เว็บเนี่ยเป็นสิ่งที่ง่ายที่สุดแล้วในเวลานั้นที่ทำให้เราเขียนโปรแกรมได้บอกเราชอบเพราะว่ามันสวยงาม
Thì ở đây môi trường thực sự là rất là trẻ trung và năng động. Và ở đây nó giống như là một cái gia đình thứ hai của mình vậy.
父亲通常不会说一些说你令他骄傲的话。我希望我是其中一个推动网页发展。我希望做到的是，让这种知识更普及，更多人知道如何开发网页。
Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. I used to play a lot of computer games. I was completely fascinated about it. I started to feel like I should prepare such games. I just wanted to learn how these applications react to humans. Somewhere the dots were not getting connected. So I started reading blogs on all the possible online resources. Luckily, from GDG Bangalore, I got an invitation for Google Mobile India 2015. If I attend this competition, I could get a sponsorship for nano degree. I was completely excited. I figured out that's what I required to connect the dots. It's like being really in front of a teacher. It enabled me to develop a production-ready application and converting my idea into reality, something that helps education and make the world a better place. Now I'm feeling relaxed.
When we want to learn something, it's not very comfortable for girls. Generally, they don't go out and learn with with other colleagues. They don't prefer learning with someone. The reason I go to Udacity is because a friend of mine told me about how wonderful the course is, and even if you know nothing about Android, the courses are designed so that you don't have to have a very much detailed experience in Java or Android. So when I started the course, I was like very scared that like maybe it will be too technical for me to understand because I don't know very much about Android or Java in very deep, like how to have some logic into a program and how to code in general. But the instructors, like my favorite way, Catherine, she makes it so interesting and so normal. You don't feel like that you are learning something, and it's a good way to learn online. Whatever I feel like learning today, I could just go and then search for it, and there will be a course available for that.
I was an HR. I was working as a recruiter, and I was completely unaware as to what I am supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter. I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's like, after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my nano degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and Now on Tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then, your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google Search and allowing you to re-engage your users.
So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are going to love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting. As a lot of developers know, there's more to having an app succeed than just building a great app. You want your app to be dynamic and responsive by delivering fresh content to users and quickly reacting to their changing needs. You want to test out major decisions to make sure you're doing the right thing before you push them. And ideally, you want to provide a tailored experience for each user, so your VIPs feel like, well, VIPs. But let's be honest, that can be a lot of work. And if you're a developer without a ton of resources, that's time you'd rather spend on other things, like building your app. That's where Firebase Remote Config comes in. Firebase Remote Config is a simple key value store that lives in the cloud. But don't let that simplicity fool you. Because it lives in the cloud, it means you're able to deploy changes that your app can read within a matter of minutes. For instance, say you've just pushed your app out to the world and you suddenly discover that your Swedish text contains some offensive language. How are you supposed to know? You don't speak Swedish. I don't blame you. But fixing that text the old-fashioned way would mean creating a new build and going through the entire publishing process again. That's something that could take days, which is an awfully long time to have 9.2 million people cursing your name. But if your app uses Firebase Remote Config, you could change that text in the cloud through the Firebase console. Kind of like this. The next time your users fire up their app, Remote Config will grab the latest values, update your app's text, and just like that, you've averted a major international crisis. Or, let's say you've got a puzzle game and you're hearing complaints from your players that level 5 is too hard. If you've configured your app using Remote Config, you could tweak those settings to give your players a few more turns and push out that change to the world. But hang on, are you sure that's the right thing to do? What if the silent majority of your users actually enjoy the challenge of a more difficult level? And by making it easier, you're going to turn away your most hardcore and potentially highest paying customers. How could you test whether or not this change is a good one? Sounds like you need an A/B test. That's where Remote Config's audience segmentation feature comes in. This allows you to deliver different configurations to different groups of users simultaneously. So you can try out your new level settings with half your users while keeping the old settings with the other half. But audience segmentation isn't just great for A/B testing. Maybe you've got a feature change that could have a major impact on your in-app economy. Or maybe you just want to double check that some new networking code isn't going to set your servers on fire. You can use Firebase Remote Config to gradually roll out these changes, trying them first with a small percentage of your users before pushing them out to your entire audience. Remote Config can also deliver different configuration sets to your users based on all sorts of different factors, from device type or locale to any audience segment you've defined in Firebase Analytics. So you can send out one welcome message to your New Zealand customers and another to your Australian ones, or only show your Review This App button to people who use your app every day, or you can change your home screen experience for your customers who have spent large amounts of money on in-app purchases, so they feel special. Remote Config is backed by a client library on iOS and Android that handles important tasks like caching, dealing with flaky connections, and keeping network requests lightweight, which is always a good thing. To give Remote Config a try, check out our documentation here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Ask Firebase 17 A&B Cam coming slate. Mark.
Hello and welcome to this week's episode of Ask Firebase. You've got a lot of questions, we've got a lot of answers. Why don't we get started? Doug, start us off.
This one is from Jordan on YouTube, who asks, how come when I make changes in Remote Config, they sometimes don't show up right away in my app?
Oh, all right. That is a very good question, Jordan. So the answer basically is that the Remote Config library does a whole bunch of caching on the client, by default up to 12 hours, before it goes out and hits our servers to get new data. And this is generally sort of a way to keep the service free. It kind of helps make sure that your clients don't accidentally, DDoS our service. And it turns out I have an entire video all about it that you should check out right here. We'll just link to it here. All right, great question. Thank you very much. Let's move on.
Next question is from Casey Atwell42 in Twitter, who asks, ask Firebase, why in my app does it say UI View Controller is not convertible to User Status View Controller when I try to run it?
Oh, okay, you know what? I've actually seen this problem before. So the issue, Casey, is that on line 96 of your User Status View Controller, you forgot to add a question mark. It's a common thing. It happens all the time. But that was easy, huh?
Yeah.
I hope they're all this easy. All right, let's move on. Next question. This one is from Alex on YouTube, and come to think of it, a whole bunch of users on Quora and our Firebase talk group and Stack Overflow who all want to know, hey, Ask Firebase, how can I send a notification in response to some data changing in my real-time database?
That's a great question. You used to have to set up your own server to do something like that. It was kind of hard, but now with Cloud Functions for Firebase, you can set this up on Google Cloud servers. You write code, deploy it, trigger on a database write, and then you can send FCM messages to your users. As simple as that.
And where would a user want to go if they wanted to find out more about Cloud Functions?
They should go to the Firebase page at firebase.google.com/docs/functions.
All right, we'll put a link should we put a link here? Here's a link.
The link in the description below.
Great question. Thank you very much, everybody who asked. Let's move on to another.
Next question. This one is from Marie Waller, also on YouTube, who asks, hey, Ask Firebase, in Picasso's Girl Before a Mirror, what is the mirror supposed to represent?
Oh, okay, great question. So I know some people think that the mirror, the reflection, is sort of supposed to be the girl's self-perception, the way she perceives herself versus the way the world around her sees her. There's another camp of developers who thinks it might represent her blossoming femininity, but if you check out the Firebase FAQ section, we actually have a section all about this. You'll see that the answer is, hang on, I got it right here. All right, mortality. It's mortality. Thank you very much for the question, Marie. Let's move on. This next question comes to us through our Firebase Google group and a user who asks, hey, Ask Firebase, I want to record the names of the elder gods in Firebase. Ooh, what's the best way to do that? Doug, you're kind of an expert on this. Why don't you take this one?
Yeah, so you might think that storing the names of the great old ones would be done with just a bunch of strings, so it would be a candidate for a typical NoSQL database. But it turns out storing the symbols for the name of Ihor, the god of the labyrinth, on a normal hard drive will cause all physical storage within half a league to transform into carnivorous flies that will consume the flesh of our data center engineers until naught but bones and teeth remain.
Okay.
So don't do that.
Yeah.
Use cloud storage for Firebase instead.
Yeah, that's really what it's made for. Yeah. Awesome question. Let's move on. Next question. This question is from Kelly S. on Twitter, who asks, hey, hashtag Ask Firebase. I have an app where I'm using Firebase Cloud Functions to read in an image from cloud storage for Firebase and then asynchronously apply some machine learning to identify the content of those images. Now my question is, can you teach me how to Dougie? Teach me how to Dougie. Well, I'll be honest, this really seems like a better question for Doug. Doug?
No, I cannot. Next question. Okay, this last question is from several of you who have asked, hey, Ask Firebase, whatever happened to David East?
Well, David is on assignment right now, but he's assured us that he'll be
Am I through? Can you hear me, YouTubers?
What was that?
I don't have much time. You have to help me. They've got me trapped in.
Do whatever you have to get us back.
It's madness here. It's all just one repository.
Right now. Shh, guys, go. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties there. Anyway, David is off on assignment, but he's assured us that he's really interested in doing more Ask Firebase episodes with you just as soon as time allows. And he's definitely not being held captive in some re-education facility until he learns to pronounce GIF correctly.
Don't you mean GIF?
Well, that's all the time we have for today. I'm Todd Kerpelman, the only host there has ever been for this episode of Ask Firebase, asking you to keep sending in those questions with the Ask Firebase hashtag, and we'll see you soon.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you can send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console. Welcome to Coffee with a Googler. Today I'm going to be chatting with Shania King-Robertson, and we're going to be taking a look at this new course called Firebase in a Weekend. It comes from Google and Udacity working together, and if you're not familiar with Udacity, they're the experts in online training. We're going to have a whole lot of fun chatting about it, and I hope you have a whole lot of fun watching it. So, Shania, welcome to Coffee with a Googler. And I know you've been really busy with like getting lots of courses out and Udacity stuff, but you have a very special course to tell us about today. Could you enlighten us?
I'm really excited about it. Yeah, we've been really busy. We're actually launching a new Firebase course.
Okay.
You know Firebase, right?
Kinda.
Oh, well,
I've heard of it.
Oh my gosh. Firebase is our new mobile backend as a service. It allows anyone to create quickly a mobile backend for an Android or iOS app and web as well.
And web, can't forget web.
Yeah. This course is going to focus immediately on Android and iOS.
Okay.
And so we're really, really excited about it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Now, so this course, it's called Firebase in a Weekend.
Oh,
right?
yeah. This is actually a little bit different than any of the other Udacity courses that we've created. There's a lot that comes into mobile development. There's a ton of different aspects. This course is called Firebase in a Weekend because we want new, intermediate, advanced developers, anyone to be able to get up and running on Firebase as a mobile backend in one weekend.
In one weekend.
Yeah, you want to take a look?
Sure.
Let's dive into the Firebase real-time database structure. All data is stored as JSON objects. You can think of the database as a cloud-hosted JSON tree. This means that your entire database is stored as a single JSON object.
I was just joking earlier, but of course I'm familiar with Firebase, and you know, it's a suite of technologies, and some of it's like really to help you develop better apps, and some of it's to you know, to grow your apps and then to earn from them. And I know in this weekend you're focusing on the development of the app, so you get that foundation. Right. So, and there's a bunch of technologies there. Which ones does the course actually cover?
So it covers authentication, which is really exciting. It covers the real-time database, security, and what we're really excited about is, like you just said, getting all of the foundations set up, because Firebase is, like you said, a suite of options. But what's really exciting is we actually teach you to get all those foundations set up, ready to go, so you can really just focus on, you know, the really fun things that we have, the UI design, the engagement, the earning, all of those different things.
Sweet. And so it's a sweet suite.
Right.
Now, so typically with Udacity, you do this by building an app. I assume there's like an app that's going to be built in this?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we're really excited because we are actually teaching people to build one of our favorite demo apps, which is called Friendly Chat.
Friendly Chat.
Friendly Chat. It is a messaging app.
Okay.
And so by the end of it, we are able to see messages coming back and forth. You're able to authenticate users. Multiple people are able to chat with each other. And also we teach you a new library, which is called Firebase Auth UI, which makes authentication UI really easy and really simple on both Android and iOS. So you have all the foundation, get up and running and chatting with your friends, learning how to use all of the remote config, messaging, all of those different things right off the bat.
Okay. You mentioned remote config, and that's one of my favorites, right? Yeah. That when with remote config, it's very, very simple for you to just change your UI on the fly because it's a server-side variable.
Yeah.
So instead of you needing to deploy a new code base, if you need to make changes or you need to make tweaks, you can do it by reading these like variables out of the cloud. It's mind-blowing.
I mean, it's crazy. There's going to be, it's so much better for developers. It's much faster and simpler. And so what we really try to do with Firebase is teach from an end-to-end hand-holding. There's a video instructor so that people feel as though they're interacting with a real person teaching them how to build this app rather than just reading the documentation.
Right, and one of the things that I really like about how Udacity do it is that it's a very Socratic method.
Right.
It's not like your typical video training where you sit back and you watch a screencast for 2 hours and then hope that you got it all. It's, you know, how would you explain it?
Yeah, so it's the Udacity is actually really good for engagement. You watch short chunks of video, so 2 to 3 minutes, maybe 5 tops, but then it's immediately followed by an assessment. What we want to do is make sure that in every node, you get a chunk of information, you really learn that piece, you really you can embody that piece before you move forward.
Okay.
And then you're able to move back and forth rather than trying to scroll through a 2-hour video to find that one sentence that you're looking for. Everything is broken up into nodes, which makes it really helpful.
Yeah, and I personally, for me, because I don't have great retention, that like when it's short like that and then it's like challenged with a little bit of a quiz, it forces me to think.
Right.
And I might only spend like a half an hour learning in a particular day if I'm doing something like this, rather than 3 or 4 hours. But I retain so much more in that time because it's much more intense, it's much more concentrated, and I still remember some of these
right, and you're super hands-on with it because you're actually building. You know, you're using GitHub, you're learning the different things, you're looking at the diffs, you're seeing all of these different changes, and they're small changes so you really understand and see the progression from start to finish, rather than just trying a bunch of things out and seeing, does this really fit together with this? It takes you in a linear order so you kind of get a round view of what's happening.
So the obvious next question is, where do we get started? How do I get this course? How do I learn it? And how much is it going to cost me?
Absolutely. So developers can access the course at no cost to them.
Okay.
They can just go to udacity.com/Google and click on Firebase in a weekend.
So the entire course, no cost?
No cost to them.
Wow, so I can learn all of these things in a weekend.
Absolutely.
Wow, I've got to go try it out. And there's one other thing that they will learn, and that's how not to cook a burger.
Yes. A veggie burger.
A veggie burger, yes, of course. And you'll have to watch the course to find out.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much, Sinead.
Of course, thanks for having me.
This has been so much fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing the finished product. I've seen little bits of it, and I taught some of it, but I just can't wait to see the finished product. And developers, I think, are going to love it.
We're really proud of it. Thank you so much, Lawrence.
Thank you.
I've been playing
games all my life. It's my passion. I also learned how to program computers. And then in 2001, we started the first video games company for mobile phones in Spain called Microjocs. In 2013, my studio was acquired by a big company. Some of the guys and myself, we decided that we should do something fresh, something new, and we founded O'17. Titan Roll is a real-time strategy game. It's considered as a MOBA. MOBA is a massive online battle arena, but especially designed for mobile devices. The game is today as it is thanks to the early access program. We changed many things from the learnings from the community. Since we launched the game on early access, we got more than 2 million installs on Android devices.
We started in the early access program back at the very beginning of it. The difference between the early access program and a traditional soft launch is that users are actively giving the team feedback. So you don't only check the metrics you have, but they also provide possible solutions. So you end up by doing the game players want to play. The thing about not having the ratings, but having the constructive feedback was very good. The early access was a great opportunity for an indie developer, someone starting, and very key for us in Omnidron. When we started with the early access program, we approached it in different stages. So the idea was at the beginning to focus on the engagement of the games. Once we sorted that out, we focused on the retention of the game. And finally, we focus on monetization to do a valid product for the market. We managed with early access to improve our retention in a 41%, the engagement by a 50%, and the monetization by 20%, from the very beginning of the program till worldwide launch the game.
I feel very happy working on the video games industry because it has been my passion since I was a child, and it's really inspiring that through Omnidron we have a real chance to shape the new era of the video games.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 10 secrets to be able to increase your user retention of your application. I'm Fergus Hurley, product manager at Google, focused on improving the quality of the Android ecosystem.
I'm Joe Castorena, I'm with the Google Play BD team.
And I'm Ricardo, engineering manager in Google Play. So today, we're going to spend some time together to understand how the Play console can help you create great apps that captivate your users and achieve great user retention. To do that, we're going to spend a good amount of time thinking about performance. We're going to have a focus on app performance and technical quality. And we're going to look at how you can achieve that throughout your app lifecycle. Finally, we're going to look at how Play is going to reward all of you as developers for focusing on app performance and technical quality. First, so why we'll focus on app performance? Why does it matter? And the reason is pretty simple. Some people say that there is an app for everything. Thing is, there is not a high-performing app for everything. And high-performing apps achieve great and high user retention. And that's why performance matters. A high-quality app that doesn't crash and doesn't stutter is critical to achieve that high user retention. Users love these great experiences, and they have no reason to leave when they have a great performing app. For US developers, it's a great differentiator from other apps that may offer similar functionality to yours. Couple of numbers that you may have seen. We have shown them earlier today, but here is some data points that suggest why creating a high-quality app matters. Summarizing, if you create an app that doesn't really perform that well, users are going to notice, and they're going to mention it in their reviews. Other users are going to see it, and this is going to spread around. When we look at reviews that have been written in the Play Store, 50% of the time, people left a 1-star. They were mentioning stability and bugs in the app. 60% of the time, they were leaving you 5 stars. It was because you focused on speed, usability, design, and all these great things. We asked a few developers around, and here is one that we also showed yesterday. Buzu, which is a language learning app which is used worldwide, made a big investment on performance. It's part of their culture, and they, with that focus and focusing on the technical performance of their app, they improved their star rating from 4.1 to 4.5 stars, which is a pretty big jump if you think about it. So we're going to focus and walk through a few features on how. There you go. Focus on a few features that are going to help you create high-quality apps throughout the life cycle of your development, from before the launch to when you're about to go live to when you are fully live and you want to understand and iterate your app performance. And these are going to be our 10 secrets. So the first one that I'm going to mention before launch is the pre-launch report. We mentioned it today in the keynote. It's in the play session. Pre-launch report summarizes issues that we found when testing your app automatically against a collection of physical Android devices. We think that is already greatly contributing to the success of apps, and already thousands of developers are using that. Pre-launch report behind the scene is powered by the Firebase Test Lab for Android. It's basically our data center packed full of Android devices where you can test your app. Pre-launch report does it automatically. If you want to do your own custom testing, custom scripts and such, you can integrate with the Firebase Test Lab for Android and run your own custom scripts against physical devices from Android Studio, from your continuous build, and such. Key part of pre-launch report that you can find in the Play console is what we call app stability testing. We have a robot crawler that automatically crawls and plays with your app for every APK that you upload to the alpha or beta channel in the Play console. It crawls the app automatically for 5 minutes, and it tells you if it detects any crashes. And you get the little red indications there. Which means that if the robot detects a crash when your APK was in alpha or in beta, it's a crash that didn't reach production, because you can then fix it before your app goes to prod, and your users will not leave a 1-star review because of that. Vast majority of Play top developers have adopted the pre-launch report since when we launched it last year. And since then, we've performed over 6.5 million crawls, over hundreds and thousands of APKs. These numbers are nice, but the best one is the impact for users. 85% of the time, when the pre-launch report detected a crash, the app was not then later launched to production. And this means that millions of users have been spared from a crash that would have otherwise affected them. The first big change and announcement that we're making today is this one. You may have heard, obviously, about Android O and the latest developer preview and such. So we took a bunch of Pixel phones, and along with other devices, we made them available to you in the pre-launch report. You can now test very easily how your app performs on Android O. You just have to upload an APK to the alpha or beta channel in the Play console. And by the end of this talk, or by the end of tonight dinner or the concert, you get the result back, and you get to see how your app performed when executing against Android O. So this was secret number 1. Android O preview available in the pre-launch report for all of you starting now. Second secret is more pre-launch report features. Not only we add more devices, we invest also in the functionality that it offers. To allow the robot to crawl more of your app with data that you control, you can now specify test credentials that the robot will use to pass through login screens and explore more of your app behind those login screens. We've improved the way the robot captures screenshots and videos during the crawl. Specifically, we now take into account the structure of your app, the activities that is composed of, and the transition therein, to cluster screenshots intelligently, so you get to see at a glance how your different parts of the app look and feel, which is kind of useful if you want to spot if you have, for example, visual inconsistencies across form factors or across languages. And finally, we also automatically scan your app for vulnerabilities and privacy leaks. We added a bunch of scans and new detectors over the last year, so now we capture up to, I think, 30 different type of vulnerabilities and privacy issues, be it the usage of outdated libraries that have known problems, or be it coding patterns that you have that result in leaking identifiers. So if you've not already given it a try, you can go to the Play Console now, opt in to the pre-launch report, and the next APK you will upload to alpha and beta will undergo all these treatments and analysis. A number of developers, like Paul, CEO of Playdemic, have found that it's really helpful to give them that sense of security to go to production safely. So definitely consider giving it a try. And so this is secret number 2, more features in the pre-launch report. The next step is you're about to go live, and you have to make distribution decisions. The moment when you go live is one of the most criticals in your app lifecycle, because this is when your users will discover your app or your new features for the first time. And Android today gives you an amazing reach thanks to the diversity of Android devices across capabilities and price points. But we heard from many of you that navigating the device space and targeting the right devices can be a bit of a challenge. And so we have made a number of changes. As you may have heard yesterday, we have created a brand new device catalog in the Play Console. You go from the long list of checkboxes that you have on one side to a full-featured device catalog across the thousands of devices that you can target. It's not just nice to look at. There is a bunch of things that it can do for you. First, for each device, you get full device specs: RAM, GPU, system on chip, screen size, OS version, and everything. We also group different models, different SKUs that belong to the same model, so you can see all the common devices in one go. You can search by spec. You can search, for example, for all devices that have a given characteristic, like having at least a couple of gigs of RAM. And for every search or slice that you create, we tell you how many installations, which rating, and how much revenue is coming from that particular slice. What do you use that for? Use that for what we call device exclusion rules. You can now choose to target your application to a selection of devices under your control. For example, if you're developing a rich graphics game, you may choose to target only devices that have at least 1 GB of RAM, because that is the minimum under which your game will run satisfactorily. You can also set similar exclusion rules, for example, on system on chip, because maybe you have detected a particular issue with the system on chip, and you want to temporarily limit distribution to those devices until you get a fix, and you can resume distributing to those. Whenever you create an exclusion rule, we tell you exactly how many users, how much rating, and how much revenue is going to be affected by excluding those devices. So you can make this decision consciously and know whether it's worth doing it or not. Finally, we've updated the Play Console throughout. So from many different places in the Play Console, you can link straight into the device catalog, be it from reviews, be it from the stats pages, and such. So this is secret number 3, brand new device catalog and targeting capabilities. The last one that I want to mention briefly, and you may have heard in a session earlier today, is a brand new release dashboard. Until now, looking at statistics in the Play Console was a bit sad, because you get limited analytics capabilities, and they only updated once a day, and sometimes it would take 2 days. So we decided to change that a lot. You get a brand new release dashboard and associated statistics that update by the hour and capture all the significant information that describe your application status, be it crashes, ratings, installation and installations as they happen, so you can monitor your releases while they are in progress. For key information, like ratings and crashes and reviews, they come in real time, so you can detect the moment your release goes out if there is a problem coming, and you can take action immediately. And so this was number 4, a brand new real-time monitoring dashboard for your releases. Fergus, yours.
Thank you. Great. So we've talked about before release, during release. Now we're going to talk about the data from the field and how you can be able to use that to be able to improve the quality of your application. The first area to talk about here is reviews. So we launched reviews analysis last year at Google I/O. This enables you to be able to see what topics people are talking about in your reviews and how those topics are having a positive or negative impact on your rating in the store. This is where we're putting Google's machine learning team to work for you to be able to extract those topics and be able to also see how you're comparing with other apps in your category with the peer benchmarks that we offer. Now, up until today, it was only available in English. Now we're making it available in the second most popular language on Google Play, which is Spanish. Another major market for Play developers is Japan. So we're also enabling you to be able to see the topics that people are talking about in Japanese. One of the big limitations that people have had with interacting with users on Google Play and responding to reviews is that we haven't had a full review history. When a user would update their review, you wouldn't be able to see the previous review that they've written. Now we're enabling you to be able to see the full thread of the history of any communication you've had and they have had with you in our review section. If a user deletes their whole review, you won't see the history, of course, but if they keep changing their review, you can be able to have a fluid conversation with them now. Developers have been getting great results from reviews. We've seen a 50% increase in the number of developer responses over the past year. And the reason they're doing that and interacting with reviews is because they see users increasing their star rating as a result. We now have an updated rating section in the Play console where you can be able to see what is the change in rating that users are doing if you've replied to them, and what is the change in rating if you haven't replied to them. And you can be able to make the decision yourself as to whether this is a wise investment of your time to be able to respond to reviews. Finally, the last big addition to the reviews area that we're announcing today is the ability to be able to flag reviews. So we do a lot of evaluation on the reviews when they're posted on Google Play. Sometimes reviews that don't match our posting guidelines get through our evaluation. And if you think that one of the reviews does not match our posting guidelines, then you can be able to let us know, and we'll do another manual review and evaluation of that review and determine whether we should remove it or not. This is already... Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. So this has already been rolled out to a few developers, and it will be rolled out to all of Play developers over the next couple of months. So stay tuned for that. So that's the fifth secret. Reviews, and focusing on your reviews and the reviews analysis and reviews management tools that we have available to you. Now let's jump into the sixth secret, which is Android Vitals. Android Vitals was featured in the keynote yesterday. It's a big initiative at Google to be able to improve the stability and performance of apps across the whole Android ecosystem. The first thing we're doing is focusing on three core performance areas. Those are stability, render time, and battery. However, you'll see a lot more performance areas being provided to you over the course of the next year. We just launched the Android Vitals section in the Play Developer Console. This is where you can go and see today the data on your application from the users who have opted in. So where does this data come from? This data is generated from the hundreds of millions of users who have opted in to share their device usage and diagnostics data with Google and our partners, you. So we're now making that available to you for the first time. And we're very excited for you to be able to use this data and improve your apps as a result. You do not need to use an SDK to get this data. You do not need to change your app at all. You just need to go to the Play Developer Console and look at this data. Now we're going to be making a lot of data available here for the first time, and we think this is going to change the dynamics within companies in terms of how they look at performance. Up until now, very few people within the company have seen the performance data on their application because they aren't running Android Studio themselves and looking at that performance data. Now that we're exposing that in the Play console, your product manager, your other engineers that you work with can be able to see that data and can be able to make the choice of whether you should invest in improving performance or building that latest feature. Now, to make it really actionable for you, we have generated this concept of bad behaviors. This is where, if you're in the bottom 25% for any one of these metrics, we will flag that to you and put a red exclamation mark on your application. This alerts you that this is an area where you should really invest in because you're underperforming compared to your peers. So this talk is about user retention. And here's a quote from the Kabam team of how much user retention has improved as a result of them focusing on performance. And so we hope that all of you will make performance a big part of your culture and your app development for us in the future. Great. So now we're going to jump into 3 other secrets that are all tied together. And I'm going to draw an analogy here to triathlons. I completed a couple of triathlons myself. And when you are training for a triathlon and you improve in one sport and you increase your fitness, you increase your performance in the other sports as well. And that's where, by improving in one performance area, you'll probably see performance improvements in the other areas. But you still need the knowledge and equipment to be successful in each one individually. So I hope you'll connect with the analogy. So let's jump into the first sport. Only joking. First performance area here. So stability. So stability is all about providing a reliable experience to your users. And we are providing a lot of insights here that you might not have been able to get from other crash reporting tools. And why would you care about this area? So what we found is that making a first impression on users is critical, as we all know. And that the data shows that if your app crashes a lot on the first day of use, you get 30% more uninstallations than if your app works well. So really focusing on these stability issues is critical to your user base. As I mentioned, this is data from the Android Vitals is from users who have opted in. Previously, the data that has been in the crashes and A&Rs section of the Play console has come from users individually reporting events. Now that we have this data from the opted-in users, you can expect to see about 100x increase in the crash data in the Play console. So that can give you a lot better coverage and a lot better insights into your app performance, while still covering 98% of Android versions. Now, I'm sure all of you are aware of the crashes and crash-free user rate and all that side of things. A&Rs are a critical thing to focus on Android as well. An A&R is application not responding. This is when your application is frozen for more than 5 seconds. In the Android Vitals section, we show you, broken down by app version, by device, and by Android version, what is your A&R rate. Then you can click on, let's say, the A&Rs from a specific app version, and you can be able to go in and see all the A&R clusters corresponding to that version. And you can be able to then go in, click on a specific cluster, and be able to view the thread dumps and other diagnostics information about the devices, etc., to be able to really focus on fixing that issue. You can also be able to access the previous data source that we had for A&Rs and crashes in the Play console if you'd like to see that data as well. Twitter has built a phenomenal application. It has an amazing, reliable experience. However, they were even able to learn things from the A&R data in the Play console when we gave them early access to this. And they were able to fix issues already with their application as a result. So I encourage you all to go and check out this section and see what you can fix. To recap in the stability area, we have 2 core things to focus on here: reducing your A&R rate and reducing your crash rate. Next, we're going to jump into rendering. So rendering is about providing a fluid experience to your users and having it so that they feel like they're getting a 60 frames per second experience on their device. 60 frames per second results in draw events happening every 16 milliseconds. So if you miss one of these draw events, your app starts to feel laggy. Even if you miss it by just 1 millisecond, then you've missed that frame and it appears at 32 milliseconds until that frame is redrawn. If you miss multiple events, then it really appears like it's a slow experience for the users and the app has nearly even become frozen to a lesser extent than an A&R, but still not responding to their input. And this is about 700 milliseconds is what we found. We now give you the insights into this data in the Play console in terms of render times. We show you the distribution of render times, and we show you the potential root causes of why these things are happening. So you can be able to figure out if it's something to do with things happening on the UI thread. The two core metrics to look at in terms of render time are slow rendering and frozen frames. So slow rendering is when the percentage of users who experience more than 50% of their frames rendered at greater than 16 milliseconds. Frozen frames is when 0.1% of your users have experienced more than 0.1% of the frames at a render rate of greater than 700 milliseconds. Great. So now we've covered the 8 secrets. We're going to jump into the 9th secret here now, which is battery. So we all want to be able to have battery life last for the entire day. And we all, as app developers, want to reduce our usage on the battery when it's unnecessary. And this is where we're now going to start telling you when we think you are actually using the battery unnecessarily. This includes using the radios and the CPU. The first one is wake locks. This is where, when the device is idle, you're keeping a wake lock for more than an hour. In the Android Vitals section, each metric that I'm talking about for the bad behaviors here has a separate way for you to be able to diagnose and investigate the data. For the wake locks, we provide you the wake lock name, and you can be able to figure out where there is an issue there with a specific wake lock, and you go and investigate that specific one. We also link out from each of the performance areas to articles on the developer.android.com documentation, so you can be able to understand each one of these wake locks as well. The wake locks that you use within your application should not be completely unique per user, because otherwise you won't be able to get the aggregated view of them. We also have it broken down by app version, as you can see here. And then you can be able to see the distribution of wake locks. Finally, the last metric that we're introducing is wake-ups. So wake-ups are when you are constantly waking up the device when the device is idle. So we flag your application when you wake the application up more than 10 times per hour, and you have a high percentage of users who are impacted by that. This is another tab within the console. We give you the wake-up tag names here as well, so you can be able to figure out where the issue is. The 2 battery areas to look at, stuck wake locks and excessive wake-ups. Encourage you to check those out and figure out where you are having an issue in your application potentially. And as I said, we will flag you with a red marker if you're in the bottom 25% of apps for each one of these metrics, so you know to look into that area. Great, now I'm going to hand over to Joe to reveal, actually, one sec, I've got some bonus actual secrets for you guys, just on the Android Vitals side. So, we have many resources outside of the Play console to help you with improving your performance. The first one is to use developer.android.com. Tons of documentation on the performance areas in general, tons of videos, and from the Play console, we link out to the relevant ones as well. Next is to use Android Studio profilers that have been built into Android Studio 3.0, which was launched yesterday. And finally, Firebase Performance Monitoring is an SDK that you can include in your application, so that you don't just need to look over the whole APK, but you can diagnose specifically within your APK, within a specific part of the APK, if there's an issue. And you can be able to instrument the application yourself. Out of the box comes network and startup time, but there are counters, so you can be able to set it up whatever way you'd like. Now we're going to hand it over to Joe for the final secret on rewards.
All right. It's now time for the best part. So why should you care? Why should you jump on this now? Well, reducing your 1-star ratings, reducing your uninstalls, those seem like pretty compelling reasons. Those, in addition to the things that Ricardo alluded to earlier, like reducing or getting a more stable app, leading to better user experience, leading to stronger engagement, longer retention. All these are really good reasons. But there's actually directly impactful reasons that relate to your app and its presence and its performance in the Play Store. This relates to Play's perceived quality of your app and the promotability that goes with it. Play has always strived to surface the highest quality apps for our users, and your app health is a key component to signal for that. App health is important for your search results in the store. It's important for the promotional and merchandising collections in the store. App health is also important for awards designations and collections like Editor's Choice and the Google Play Awards. So getting your app health right is one of the most fundamental things developers can do to be successful in Play. Play takes in various user signals to determine an app's promotability, and the app vitals point directly into that. For example, if an app crashes often, it could lead to a user having a really poor experience. They could probably wind up leaving you a poor review. You get more one-star ratings. They could even lead to lower usage and even uninstalls. All of this can negatively impact your promotability and your presence in the Play Store. So developing high-quality apps actually acts as like a virtuous cycle to where you have a better user experience, you're going to get better user reviews. Those better user reviews and ratings will get you better results and promotability within the store, which will drive more users, etc. The new and updated feature collection. This has been a long-time favorite of our users and developers in the Play Store. And frankly, it's a favorite of the Play team as well, because it's a great place to showcase the highest quality apps and games that are launching on any given week in the store. As you can imagine, app quality has been a key foundational factor when reviewing apps and determining their eligibility for consideration in this collection. And as you can imagine, these new app vital metrics that we're talking about are going to plug into this app quality review that we do on the apps. And then finally, we have the Google Play Awards. These celebrate the achievements of our developer community over the past year by recognizing the best apps and games across 12 categories. This year, we've introduced new categories to fully reflect the breadth of apps and games that deliver innovative experiences in the Play Store. We evaluate both the apps and games on overall design, on quality, and on user experience. And we're now going to be using the app vital metrics to inform whether the apps have a strong technical performance as well. As luck would have it, the Google Play Awards ceremony is happening right after this session at 6:30 over on stage 3, and you're all invited. In fact, you're highly encouraged to join us. It's a fabulous celebration of the best across the industry and across your peers over the last year. So please join us. I'll turn this back over to Fergus so we can wrap up.
Thanks. Thanks, Joe. So we covered a lot of things today. And I hope you're excited about these 10 secrets, and that you'll be to refer your other coworkers to our BuzzFeed talk when it's posted on BuzzFeed later. Only joking, no, it won't be posted on BuzzFeed, but it will be posted on YouTube for all your colleagues to enjoy it. Please take a photo of the top secrets and send it to your team as well. And encourage you to use these tools and play around with the Play Console. There's a lot of tools in there. We rebranded the Play Developer Console as the Play Console because we realized that it's very valuable to many stakeholders in the organizations that are building applications. And so please go ahead, use the Play Console, and use the many tools that we mentioned today to have success. We're now going to open it up to Q&A, and we'll also be over at Sandbox Dome C after this and tomorrow. So we got mics here in the middle of the rows here. Please.
I first got my Android phone around 2010. I started feeling that some functionality needs to be there, but those are not present. So I thought that, okay, since I'm in programming, I will start building those apps. Then I started feeling that I want some freedom. I feel like, okay, it's better to roam around the world and do your work. So I started learning about freelancing, and in freelancing more of the projects are in the programming, mobile programming only. The main thing in India is whenever you want to change your domain, you need to have some portfolio. Android Nano Degree program is helping me improving my portfolio. Then next motivation was their community. You will be able to learn how others are thinking of implementing the same problem. Every day you will be learning something new so that I can showcase the same portfolio as a part of a freelancer, applying for a job in a company. You will be improving your network, and accordingly you will be improving yourself.
Welcome friends. Today we have with us Preeti Guruswamy to share her journey as a woman in tech. Preeti, how did you get started with programming?
I don't come from a CS background, I come from a biotechnology background. I wanted to be in medicine. Unfortunately, because of financial situation, I couldn't get into medicines. So a lot of people said, why not try IT? Started as a software tester and something caught me. After a year, I wanted to do programming, and I remember my mentor, she asked me, have you programmed? I said, no. Will you do it? She asked me, and I said, yes.
Preeti, you've been involved in many communities. What is the one thing that keeps you motivated to contribute back to the society?
I feel women need a lot of empowerment, and even as a child, right, whenever there used to be a maid and their daughters, I used to always sit with them and teach them so that, okay, do something as an education, because education is a very important part of it. And mostly you're educated because you need to have a good husband. Otherwise, if you're less educated, you may not get a very... I think that's why mostly all of us are educated. At least my cousin clan we are all educated because we get a good husband. And I was not very keen about not getting good husband because I never thought education is for a husband, right? Education was for self.
What is the message that you would like to give to the women out there who want to start mentoring other women?
I think first thing, whether you want to be a mentor or not, you need to believe in yourself and move forward. I think most of the time we don't believe in ourselves, right? And mentoring is one of the beautiful concepts that has been in India. We call gurus, we had gurus before, they were all mentors. Unfortunately, we have forgotten that fact, right? And being a mentor, you will learn a lot. So be truthful, be sincere, and tell your experience in a very sincere way. You know, you don't know who will be inspired by you, who will learn from you. You don't know. They might learn or they may not learn, but at least you will carve a path for somebody, and definitely you will be a good mentor.
Thanks a lot, Preeti, and you have a great story to share.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. We have with us Soham Mondal today, who is a Google developer expert for user experience. Soham, what is UX according to you?
So UX is, as you know, right, user experience. It's about understanding the need, the basic goal that they want to achieve, and helping them achieve that goal, as simple as that.
Recently your app got featured on the Play Store. So what are your tips for other app developers?
So the first thing is do a lot of user research. Understand their backgrounds, their motivations, why they are installing your app in the first place. And then build something for that. After that, once you've understood that, you've tested that, done some usability testing, then follow guidelines, right? Guidelines make your life easier. Follow material design guidelines and other guidelines. That's how my app got featured on the Play Store.
What are the tips you would like to give for people who are building for rural India?
The challenges in rural India are completely different. You have to first of all localize the application, right? There are so many languages in India. It's very important that you localize the app and make it very, very accessible. Apart from that, make sure that the gestures and icons and the overall application is very, very localized. So people are not used to swiping because that's their first computing device. So make sure that you are building something that they understand. And finally, make sure that you're doing usability testing, that they're able to achieve the task, right, in any kind of application. That's very, very important. So with all of this, I'm sure you'll be able to make a great application for the whole of India.
You are a BLR Droid community organizer. What is it that motivates you to give your skills and expertise back to the community?
I've been part of this community for, since 2009. And initially I was just a member. I used to go to meetups, I used to learn so much, I used to meet so many interesting people. It's such a great experience that you learn something, you meet people, and then you want to kind of give back to it because it's so good. I've learned so much from it. It's only fair that I give it back. So that's my motivation.
Whether you're just starting out on your journey toward a career in Android development, or you've been working as an Android developer for some time, you might ask yourself, how can I separate myself from the pack and get recognized? Introducing the Associate Android Developer Certification by Google, an achievement available to those who can display the skills of an entry-level Android developer. The first step on your journey is determining if you're ready to take the exam. Start by learning what the exam covers. Review the skills that you'll need to demonstrate when taking the exam. Next, decide whether you need training or are ready to take the exam. Training is available online as well as in person. Also, training is available in some colleges and universities. When you're ready, sign up and take the exam. As part of the sign-up, you'll pay an exam fee. If you live in India, you will pay 6,500 rupee. If you live outside of India, you will pay $149 US. After you've signed up and paid the fee, you will download the exam and load it into Android Studio and begin. The exam is a timed, performance-based assessment in which you will implement new features and debug issues in an existing app. When you start the exam, you'll have 48 hours to finish. And once you are done, you will submit the exam for grading. Your submission will be evaluated through a combination of machine and human grading. Based on the outcome of machine grading, you will move on to the exit interview. After you've finished and you've passed your interview, you will then receive a mark from Google and join our community of Google-certified Associate Android developers. Once you are certified, you can share your mark on your resume, LinkedIn, G+, Twitter, and in your email signature.
Every time your mobile app crashes, it's an invitation to your users to rate it poorly and uninstall it. This can spell disaster for the new app that you just launched. If you're an app developer, you need to know exactly where your app is having problems. And you need this information quickly so you can correct the issue before it affects too many of your users. This is where Firebase Crash Reporting can help. Our crash reporting tool collects information about crashes that your users are experiencing and sends that data as quickly as possible to be tracked in your dashboard. With the dashboard, you can monitor the overall health of your app. Here, you can see the top crashes and track the recent history of crashes in your app. Crashes are grouped by similarity and ordered by the severity of impact on your users, so you always know which issues to address first in order to best increase the quality of your app. Each instance of a crash comes with detailed information surrounding its circumstances, including the stack trace, device type, and other important details about the device at the moment of the crash. To further enhance these details, you can log additional information as the app is running. All recent log messages are captured for every crash to help your diagnosis. In the event that you're able to handle and recover from an error in your code, but want to report that event for analysis as well, there's an API to send these non-fatal errors for display in the dashboard. It's easy to get started with Firebase Crash Reporting. On Android, the SDK is enabled simply by integrating the Firebase Gradle plugin into your build with no additional lines of code required. And on iOS, there's a CocoaPod which requires a few lines of code for initialization when the app launches. To learn more and get started with Firebase Crash Reporting today, be sure to start with the documentation available right here. We can't help you write perfect code, but we can help you fight fires with Firebase.
Launching a great app requires dedication and vision, but growing one takes revenue. How about a monetization solution tailored specifically to your app? One that has rich and engaging ads, one that works with Firebase to give you the insights you need to grow, and one that uses mediation to connect you with networks all over the world. Well, that solution is AdMob. Trusted by more than 1 million apps, AdMob offers developers everything they need to implement first-class monetization strategies. And when paired with Firebase, it's even better. AdMob is included with the Firebase SDK, and its APIs are built to make adding banners, interstitials, and video ads to your app simple. Plus, AdMob automatically selects the ads that pay you the most, so you can sit back and watch your revenue grow. And as your business grows, you can benefit from AdMob's advanced features. Say version 2 of your app has a slick new design, and now you need an ad format that fits naturally with your content. With AdMob's native ads, you can create CSS templates designed specifically for your user experience. We'll style the ads to match and display the result in a native ad view that fits your app like they were made for each other. And it doesn't stop there. AdMob helps you earn in-app purchase revenue too. AdMob can determine which of your users is most likely to make a purchase and target those people. They'll see an ad you design, and they can make purchases right there. Now, with your app's slick design and in-app products, it's become a worldwide sensation. But how can you make sure you're maximizing the revenue generated by each user? With AdMob, you can connect to ad networks around the world, bringing even more advertisers who'll compete for your impressions. And because you're using Firebase, you get access to free and unlimited analytics. Imagine a big-time blogger in Tokyo posts about your app, and overnight, your Japanese audience quadruples. With Firebase Analytics, you can easily spot the trend, and then switch to your AdMob settings to tweak mediation configurations or start a campaign targeting your new fans. That's AdMob with Firebase. It's as easy as you want and as powerful as you need.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns, not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart, and there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing, it's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud, where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
there, we're in the AR and VR tent right now, and I'm going to play with some of the coolest, latest stuff from Tango and Daydream. Want to come along? Okay. See, that's the Earth. I don't know much about this, but my friend Eitan over there, maybe he can come explain it.
Hey, Timothy. All right, so here we are at the Tango booth at Google I/O, and we're going to show off a product that we announced today called AR Expeditions. And this is all about helping kids in schools learn in a different way, in a more immersive and intuitive way. So we're actually going to bring things to them, in front of them, compositing virtual objects into the real world. That enable them to just see the sun and the earth and the moon and some other things too. So Brandon over here is going to help us out with that.
That's awesome. Let's check it out.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is we can actually see the earth that has been placed in our actual physical space. So we've mapped the room, we understand where we're at, and we can actually allow students to all experience the earth together and look around and find the 5 different hurricanes that are around the earth. We can do things like switch to the moon. And you can see actually like the approximate location here that Neil Armstrong landed on the moon initially. Pretty awesome,
so cool.
Pretty awesome. We can also see the sun. And if we can we actually like go around this side? So we can see if we go around this side, the different layers inside the sun and how hot they are.
That is crazy.
Here we can see the inner planets, and students can actually go and explore and see Earth and its relative size to Mars or Venus. We can also see other planets like Jupiter or Saturn. Look at that. And then kind of my favorite is actually looking at the asteroid belt, because you can actually, seems like you're flying through the asteroids.
That's awesome.
Pretty fun. And then finally on our exploration of the solar system, you can see dwarf planets such as Haumea or Pluto. And Haumea is really interesting because it's this kind of smashed looking planet. Something that would be really hard to kind of get a sense of if you weren't being able to see this placed in your physical space and compared to the other planets. So that's Expeditions AR.
That's Expeditions AR. Thank you so much. That is really cool. I'm just going to play with this for a little while. You guys don't mind, do you?
Let's go back to the asteroid belt, because that one's the best one. So you can kind of like feel like you're flying through space. Take a look. Oop. There it goes.
Whoa.
There it is. I feel like you're actually flying.
Well, and what's really cool here is that we're all playing in this same space together.
Yeah, this is great. Actually, there was an attendee just earlier that was asking, like, why would we want to bring this in the classroom and not just like have them work on their laptops? But what's nice is instead of being like heads down and exploring this on your own, or kind of like passively learning, like you can actually go and you can like move around the asteroid belt, you can move around Jupiter or Saturn, and you can do that not just by yourself, but with the teacher, with the other students, and that's really kind of like the power of Tango, being able to like have this shared space and use it as this educational tool.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's go check out some more cool stuff.
Here we're showing up a partnership with Gap, where they want to allow people to see what clothes might look like on mannequins, but in their home. So you can bring kind of their whole product catalog to your home. And so what we've got here is a bunch of options. Maybe I'm looking for a dress. So I drop it into the world, select a size.
I'm a size 5. Actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, Timothy. So we've got a size 6 mannequin here, and you can change, the size of the dress, so you can see how an extra small would look, a small would look, or a medium. But sometimes I want to see what a medium would look like next to an extra small. So I can press the plus icon. And now I have 2 mannequins in space, and you can see one of them has a medium, which is a little bit looser, more drapey, and the other one has an extra small. And you can get, right up in on them. You can see the texture of the fabric, and they actually do a very realistic physics simulation, which is pretty cool too, to get the drapiness correct. So this is just one way to bring shopping into your home.
That's cool. Well, can I? Yeah. I think what's really neat is you could sort of walk around it like you do in a store, which feels a lot different than like just pressing buttons on a web page.
Yeah, it gives you a much better sense of scale and how the garments is actually going to look on someone who's roughly your body size. So here we have a storytelling experience where we're bringing some characters from The Wizard of Oz into the space. And we're doing some special things. We're really working on showing off how well we can composite them into the space and light them relative to the space. You'll see kind of what I mean in a minute, but you can take pictures with the lion or the scarecrow or the Tin Man. And yeah, it's a really interesting and social AR experience.
Awesome. Well, maybe we can show everybody what you see while I, just kind of stand over there.
Sure.
Okay. Here, let me hand you the microphone.
Awesome. All right. So here we can have you take a picture with a character. So here you're kind of behind the lion. You can stand next to him. We can see that the lion is here. And so now I will take a picture. Ready? Smile. Yeah, do a flex. Nice. That's a good picture. Cool. So we've got a few pictures of you with the friendly lion. So this is kind of what the intro experience looks like. So if you want, you can even hold it, and you can kind of look around, and you'll just get taken through each character. So the mode we used earlier was just so you could take selfies, but this actually shows the characters, doing something. You can see his writing on the actual wall there. So that's the kind of registration that we have to the environment in this scene, which is really great.
Oh, poor Toto.
Yeah, tornadoes are unfortunate.
That's awesome. Yep. All right, well, I think we have one more Tango experience to check out.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Vivek?
I'm good too, thanks. So I can. So here I'm going to demonstrate the Constructor app. It's built on the hardware and software stack provided by Tango. So this is one of our new phones that is being released by Asus. It's coming around this summer. So as you know that the Tango phones, they have a depth sensor for sensing the 3D environment. It has a fisheye camera, which is used for tracking, and that in combination, we are able to accurately get the 3D position of the phone as you move around. And so let me demonstrate one of the apps that we've created for this purpose. So what we're seeing right now is the raw output of the depth camera. And as you move around, you can sort of make out the objects. But what it's basically doing is that each pixel is not a color value, but rather how far that particular object that you're seeing is from the camera. And we have this recording mode where once we start the recording, what it does is it takes all of these depth images and it combines them, so sort of like stitching them together into the 3D space to create a mesh. And you can sort of walk around and painting the surfaces.
That's really cool. It was very easy.
Yeah, it's as easy as using a regular camera. And once you stop the recording, it'll do a little bit of processing, and then what you have is the 3D mesh of the environment that you just scanned. So you can imagine if you spend a little bit more time, let's say 10 minutes or so, comprehensively scanning the environment, then you can get much more better models. And I'll show you an example of some of the models that we have created before. So here's a 2-bedroom apartment that was scanned in about 15 to 20 minutes. Just walk around using the same process that we just did for a few seconds. And voila.
That is really cool, Vivek.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting stuff. So let's look at another model that we scanned. We can also use this for scanning outdoor environments. So now remember that the depth camera works using IR light, infrared light, and since there is a lot of ambient infrared light in bright sunlight, that it would interfere with it. But if it's a cloudy day, then you can reasonably scan outdoor environments. And here is somebody who scanned the outside of their house. And you can see they did a really good job in scanning it, and the result is also quite impressive. Since this phone is also a Daydream ready phone, we have this Daydream button here. So once you click on that, you can pair it and put it in one of these Daydream headsets and look at these things in VR. That's in a nutshell what our app can do.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
Okay, so we're going to go check out some Daydream here. We're here in the AR and VR tent still, and now we're going to look at Daydream. I'm here with Brian. Brian, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing excellent.
So you're going to help me experience some Daydream.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So Daydream, it's our mobile virtual reality platform. What we're going to be looking at is virtual reality. It's the experience that Clay talked about during the keynote, where you go further and further into VR from inside VR, just like Inception.
That's awesome. I've got to try this.
It's pretty rad.
Okay, so all I need to do is put on the headset, right?
Yep. I'll get you set up here. And in just a moment, you'll be going into VR inside of VR.
Okay, now while you're setting that up, Brian's actually going to grab his phone and outside the kind of headset experience to give you an idea of what it feels like or what I'm experiencing with the headset. Sound good? All right.
Here you go. And here's your Daydream controller.
Oh, wow. While I appreciate your selection, I must insist you choose one of the 3 test objects. Now, pick it up and stick it to me. Perfectly crunchy. But
that was really fun. That was really fun.
How'd you like it?
And a little strange. The content of it, it was strange.
In VR, you butter toast in real life. That's how it works.
Is that how it works? And all the headset. I'm sorry, what you were saying?
I was just saying, if you butter toast in real life, you butter toast in VR. It's all confusing. Nobody knows what it means. It's crazy.
Well, and like the headsets just kept coming, and you went deeper and deeper into VR.
Exactly. Yeah. The actual experience is about 2 to 3 hours long. And you just continue going further and further into virtual reality. There's a couple different things that are going on here where at the very beginning you choose between a potted plant, a fish, and a ball. And no matter what choice you make, you're always wrong. So it's part of that illusion of choice that virtual reality can give you, and a lot of the things that the game designers chose to do to give you that illusion of choice.
That's awesome. That was a lot of fun, Brian. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Arpit. I'm the lead PM for Android Go.
And hi, I'm Patrick. I'm the technical lead for Android Go.
All right. So I want to start first by sharing a personal story. Back in 2010, there was a spike in farmer suicides in India following a really, really terrible monsoon season. I was very moved by it. A bunch of friends and I got together, and we started a company to serve weather insurance to the farmers of India. We traveled through states of Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh to meet these farmers, talk to hundreds of them, and test our prototypes out. What I learned was very astonishing. It appeared like the cool, innovative products like rain-indexed weather insurance already existed, but very few knew of it. Very few carried it. And the vast majority didn't know about it, and it wasn't for the lack of trying that they didn't know about it. Hacks existed in the market. Even the poorest tenant farmer had a feature phone that gave him daily text messages about the commodity prices that evening. So What I'm trying to say is the thirst for knowledge is alive and kicking, and yet the access to information is lacking. And that access is only a smartphone away. But the jump from a handed-down feature phone to the smartphone with internet is too high for billions of people out there. And it is our moral duty to lower those barriers. We at Google believe that this access to information should never be at the cost of quality. And that is the reason we started the project we internally call Android Go. Android Go is the next phase of Google's investment after Project Svelte, the original Android One program, to connect the people who don't have the access to power of computing today and are not connected today. There are 3 hurdles to that access today. And the first and the most important of it is device affordability. OK, I'm going to take a poll. How many of you here use a cell phone that is less than $100? Raise your hands. Yeah. That is true. So now what I'm about to say, you'll understand much better, which is I personally dog food a lot of entry-level devices. And I can tell you, the experience is very humbling. So what we're doing for device affordability is the first thing we need to do is optimize our OS to run on the lowest common denominator of SoCs, memory chipsets, and screens. Memory as low as 512 megabytes of RAM. But you all know here, you're developers, OS isn't the game, right? The access to information comes through apps. So we're not just optimizing our OS, we're also optimizing our apps, and in sometimes writing new ones to meet the requirements of the next billion users. So the most important factor in all of this is not the apps we build, but the apps that you all build. And Patrick and I want to take this opportunity to talk to you about how can you write your apps for these next billion users. The next biggest hurdle to information after device affordability is data affordability. So when I talk to people who aren't connected yet, they tell me they want to use data. They're willing to pay for it, but they're very afraid. Data is still very expensive in large parts of the world. It's like money to them. MBs are like the new social currency. I kid you not, there are young people out there who gift their lovers 100 MB data packs. I'm not joking about that. That's actually true. It is like currency. So these users are willing to come online. They're willing to pay as long as they get control over where their precious MBs are spent. And that is the reason why we're building features into our OS and in our apps that increase the level of data transparency, as well as can give them additional controls to control their data. The third biggest factor and hurdle that we want to overcome is linguistic flexibility. Now, this is not simply adding more languages to the OS. Our users are increasingly wanting an exposure to a second language. People want their OS to be in English, but they want their special messaging app to be in Spanish. The same complexity exists in typing preferences, in searching preferences, in my farmer's case, in browsing government websites. So we're building features into our apps that accommodate for this evolution of language and the preferences of the next billion users. So let's jump right in. Let Patrick tell you how we are solving for device affordability through performance, data affordability through better controls and transparency, and how we're solving for linguistic flexibility through multilingualism in our apps. Thanks.
Thanks, Arpit. So let's dive into what we're doing to optimize the phone experience. We're improving everything from the kernel to third-party applications. So let's start with the kernel. Most of our work in this area being around integrated Android lifecycle management with Linux. First, we spend time on tuning the kernel to be more optimized for the entry-level devices. This seems like a simple task, but it involves a lot of nitty-gritty details like tuning cache sizes, tuning swapping, tuning all kind of threading parameters. As Linux for a long time has been optimized for the server side. Even though Android has done a lot of changes, there's still a lot to do there. Then we implemented prioritized reclaiming of memory. I'll go into more details about that soon, as it's a key part of what we've done. And we've done better integration of memory events from Linux, allowing us to be much more proactive with cleaning up apps in the background and making sure we have more memory available. So under Go, we use Linux control groups that enables better resource management. C groups, as called in Linux, isolates each application and allows Android to prioritize memory collection and swapping for each application. We have then integrated that with Android's activity management, and that allows us to be much more aggressive of swapping away memory for low priority processes and better of selecting which processes to stop. Overall, this results in more memory being available for important applications, hence yours, and leading to a smoother user experience, even on a 512 megabyte to 1 gig device. To reduce the number of memory pages Android is using, we've optimized how DEX files are laid out in memory, as they currently tend to consume quite a lot of clean pages, leading to more swapping on entry-level devices. We're using profiling to redo the DEX layout and co-locate them. So we're taking, as you can see in this picture, we're taking code pages that is used and then bundling them together. And therefore, we're also creating more clean space for the kernel to collect. This improves both startup time and memory usage. It's also allowing then the kernel to be much more aggressive of collecting code pages that is not used on that platform. So we are doing innovations in the UI design. Let's talk about recents as an example. 95% of the time, our entry-level user only switch between their 4 recent applications. So we redesigned the UI to enable faster switching and save memory by reducing memory-intensive bitmaps. This is just one example of optimizations in the UI that we're doing to make it smoother, but also to fit the form factor, as it's very different. And of course, like you will hear many times during my talks, save memory. So we are re-architecturing Google Play services. We're splitting the API services into dynamic modules. This reduces disk footprint, which is also a critical thing on these devices, but also, take a guess, reducing the memory footprint. This is very important, as there is still a lot of APIs in Google Play services not used on entry-level devices in these markets. And of course, we're working on making applications to take less space, less memory, and consume less network. We've designed some brand new Google apps like YouTube Go, but we're also optimizing our existing apps like Chrome and Play and a lot of the pre-installed apps. These new Google apps aim to take less than 10 meg of APK size, and I'll talk more why 10 meg later on. Our OEM and carrier partners are also joining us, and we'll be creating optimized versions specifically for the entry-level devices to make sure that we keep the promise of the quality we want to deliver for this platform.
All right. So I'll talk about how we're solving for data affordability. I talked to you about how important it is for this set of users to have better controls and transparency about their data. Told you that is the key. So today, users have to type in a really complicated code, *#125, some number followed by another complicated set of characters to find out their data balance. We want to make this super, super easy. We want to make this directly accessible with a downswipe from your quick settings. Now, to do that, we're creating an API where third-party developers or carriers could provide this information to the users by each data pack. So for their 4G data pack, their 3G data pack, their social media data pack, and so on. So all those balances would be available to the user right at their fingertips. Now, the next thing, once they come online, we want them to stay online, right? So imagine it's your regular Sunday afternoon. You're on your little messaging thread with your family. A heated political debate comes up. Your uncle just says the most provocative thing ever, and you have a witty comeback. But bam, your data runs out. Like, you don't want that to happen. It's happened to me. You really don't want that to happen. But jokes apart, our users actually travel for kilometers to recharge their phones or top up their phones. And oftentimes, when they reach that far, they still don't know, and even the seller doesn't know, what the latest promotion by the carrier is. So what we want to do is create an API for the carriers to provide this latest information to the users and enable you to top up your data plans right there on the phone. So that's how we plan to do that. The next, these users see apps using data in the background as a hole in their wallet. They hate it. They hate it so much that they would either turn off the data altogether in the phone, which harms the whole point of this, which is to get them data information, or they delete your apps. They just absolutely delete your apps, which is horrible because you worked so hard to make them. So what we want to do is give them controls so that they can choose which apps get their MBs, or which apps choose it when. So that's how the OS is working hard to make sure there is transparency and controls. But our apps also pitch in. So let's talk about Chrome. Chrome has already launched this feature out, and today it is already saving 750 terabytes of data a day for the early adopters. On Chrome, data in Android Go, Chrome's data saver features would be turned on for default, so they don't have to opt in. And what it does, it transcodes data on its servers before it reaches you. Therefore, that's how we save you data. Second, it also detects when you're on a low connection and then gives you previews of pages, or that way helping you load the page and get the information faster. That's just Chrome. I want to talk about my favorite one of this. YouTube Go is an app that we had to build from scratch to meet the hard requirements that we put on ourselves. Once you start putting in the requirements of the lowest end SSCs and memory and the needs of the next billion users, we had to build this from scratch. Now, how many of you look for music videos on YouTube Go? All of you, right? So isn't it frustrating when you want to download and look at the latest Adele song, and it turns out to be another fan's karaoke video? Yeah? So imagine that frustration, even with people who have little data balance. That's really, really disappointing for them. So we built the preview feature so that people can preview what they're about to watch before they spend their precious few MBs doing that. And again, in this next billion users, you can't assume similar or constant data rates throughout the day. You can't assume the same level of connectivity. So we want to give users, again, additional control to choose the quality of video they want to watch. Next, some of the users might have a free Wi-Fi in their office. So we want them to have the ability to download these videos and watch them on their bus ride back. And the best of all, I don't know about you, but when I see a funny video, I have to share it, right? But I don't want these next billion users, or we don't want this next billion users, to have them pay for that video and have their friends pay for it too. So we're building offline, peer-to-peer sharing of videos within YouTube so that you don't have to pay for cellular data. So that's how we're aiming for data. Now let's talk about solving for linguistic flexibility. When you want to express your thoughts and your ideas, Google Keyboard will come to your rescue. And this time, I'm not going to talk over it. I'm just going to show you. And we'll have some fun doing it. Patrick, I'll need your help. All right. If we can switch to my cell phone. All right. So Patrick is here. And I grew up in India, so I speak Hindi. So I want to switch over to typing phonetically in Hindi, but I want to write to him in Hindi. So let's say, Kaise ho dost, which means how are you, friend? I'm typing in English letters phonetically. It's going to him, and it's typing out in Hindi script, and it goes to him. But it so turns out that he's Swedish. He doesn't get my Hindi, right? So that sucks. So what can I do? So again, Google Keyboard to the rescue. I'll switch to translations. Now, I'm going to type in English letters in my native script and still send it to him. So let's try this again. Kaise ho dost. It translates to Swedish for me. And there you go. So if that doesn't get the geek out of you, then nothing else would. So that was Google Keyboard, right? So this is how you can express yourself better. And beyond that, Google Keyboard has 191 languages supported, 22 Indian languages supported. So this is all good. But what if you want to consume information, right? And at that point, Chrome comes. So Chrome will automatically detect, or Chrome it already detects, what your OS's language is. And any time you access information on a page that is different from your phone's language, it gives you proactive suggestions to translate it. And here's an example of that. So that'll help you consume information. It'll help that farmer I talked about consume the information in the language that's most comfortable to him. So that's all the translations. But you may ask, why does it matter? Why should you care?
So let's dig into that. So 1/3 of global shipments in 2017 will be sub-$100 devices. This is a must segment for developers that's focusing on the growing user base or focused on the mass market. So you may be thinking this is just a emerging market problem. But it turns out that's not true. This is not just an emerging market product. US is the second largest market for sub-$100 devices, as it's a huge prepaid market. Therefore, we're announcing, starting with O'17, all devices shipping with 1 gig or less RAM will get Android Go configuration. And going forward, Android releases will have a Go configuration. So this is a sustained effort that will continue developing over time. So optimized Google Apps is a good start, but it's your apps that will really solve the needs of the next billion users. So let's see some hands. How many in here are optimizing for entry-level devices today? Yeah, that's quite few. How many in here think they need to optimize for low-end devices going forward? That's a lot more. That's very positive. I hope I see more hands next year during the first question. And to be honest, several of you have already jumped in, like Skype and Limelight. And I hope many more of you after this talk will start thinking seriously about these devices. Either develop new apps or optimizing your existing apps. So with Android Go, we have added targeting into the Play Store to help such apps get better distribution. And we'll continue surfacing these apps in more ways in the Play Store for entry-level devices. We've also optimized the Play Store to save more data, as data is very important in these markets. So we'll be supporting secure peer-to-peer transfer and installation of apps. And we'll also support delaying your download of the apps to a point when you may have a better data plan. Because it's quite common in these countries that you have much cheaper data during night when it's less congestion on the networks. So that's a feature. You will be able to say, hey, download this automatically when I have a lower cost data plan. And the app will take care of understanding when in time that is, etc. So all of this is what we are doing, and it's a continuing, ongoing effort as we speak. Let's dive into what you should be doing as app developers. First, let's talk about data connectivity. 3G and LTE is growing around the world, and we're very happy for that. And 80% of the smartphones growth is in the emerging markets. But 2G will still be over 1 billion devices in 2020. So therefore, it's important to design apps that can handle slow and flaky connectivity. And it's important to create a useful experience for the users without or on bad networks. And don't forget to adjust when that changes, because networks in these countries and where is quite flaky and comes and goes. So you may have a very fast 4G, then you end up on Wi-Fi, then you have no connectivity. So think about optimizing for this and use the APIs that exist in the platform to detect this. One way to improve this handling, as shown here, is to prioritize text over heavy images. So show something relevant to the user while you can, because you don't know if the connectivity will disappear or become bad or worse. So low-end devices will continue to be memory restricted for quite some time going forward. So be efficient of how you use memory. Have short-lived services. Eliminate unneeded wake-ups. Use Firebase Job Dispatcher to handle network tasks. It's both network and battery aware. You can set policies around saying, hey, I only want to do this task if it's on an unmetered network. Have this same retry policy so that you don't consume a lot of power and battery without gaining anything for the users. Use Activity Manager is low RAM to adjust the experience and memory usage of your application, as that will be one of the ways we will signal you're on the Android Go platform. And that includes optimizing your images, as they can be quite big, and these devices are normally small displays, not a high resolution, not the best screen, so there's like no need to save the images in super high resolution. But also size your caches correctly, think about how much you're caching, and anything else that may take memory. It'll be a constant trade-off on these devices. So think through what you're trying to give, what kind of experience you're trying to give your users. And also test. There is a lot of tools out there that allows you to simulate being on a 2G connection. It's quite revealing to do. At Google, we have Wi-Fi networks that simulate a poor 2G connection, and it's a horrible experience today. So I recommend doing that. So this is an example of using Android Studio Memory Monitor to measure the memory usage between two apps. One of the apps is using the app is using is low RAM flag to detect if you are on an Android Go device. It's automatically adjusts some image sizes and caches internally, and therefore it's quite easy to see the memory difference between them. The reason I have this here is to remind everyone in this room that Android Studio profiling tools are very powerful. There's been a lot of talks about them this week, and I strongly recommend you to check them out and use the tooling that we provide to help to optimize your app. We have tooling around the ability to look into your network traffic. You can see the distribution of network, CPU profiling, and memory profiling. So get on top of your app and see where are you consuming memory. So Our research tells us that users that see an app greater than 10 meg as too heavy, and that means the user has a tendency to go and delete that app if they're running low on space. So 10 meg is kind of the breaking point where they think it's acceptable for app size in these markets. Image and language resources are the biggest offenders we've seen in apps, and therefore optimize your images, think about what you're trying to deliver, and be smart about translations. There's been quite a lot of talks, again, this week about this. I'll refer to some of them later. Remove code that you're not using. It's a simple task, but important. We are optimizing the kernel to be much better of collecting these code pages, but it's much easier if you haven't allocated them from the start. And don't forget to optimize for the smaller screens. That's something we spend quite a lot of time on, and I strongly recommend you do the same. And you may want to use multi-APK to get better targeting around this, so you can target these devices specifically. And one of the talks I strongly recommend is Engineering for High Performance with Tools. That was held this morning, if I remember correctly. So we've implemented a lot of new functionality in Android O to help improve memory and battery, like background check, that improves the system's ability to control and manage background services. It sets same limit of how often you can pull Wi-Fi and location, etc., depending on the conditions you're in. And therefore, for Android Go, we strongly recommend you to target Android O API level 26. I know this is very hard for existing applications, but it'll give the user quite a lot of benefits on this platform if you do. So important to say is that the changes I've been talking about is really good even for existing apps today. There is a lot of low-entry devices out there in the market as we speak, and the experience of them is quite poor as is. So this is something you really should be thinking about today, and the market is just growing. And having said that, we're planning to preview Android Go in the end of this year, and with the first devices shipping, first half of 2018. And you should start now and be ready for Android Go. And that's it. Thank you.
We can take some questions now.
Yeah, so some Q&A.
Sure. Is there something? Oh yeah, please go ahead.
If a tree falls in the forest and nobody's there to hear it, does it make a sound? More importantly, if your app gets published to the world and nobody's there to download it, was all that work for nothing? These aren't just philosophical questions. Discovery is a major issue for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a two-person shop or a big corporation. And while there are many avenues for potential customers to discover your app, one of the most common is through recommendations from friends and family. Developers know this, which is why you see referral codes like this in a lot of apps. It's a good way of enticing users to share the app with their friends. But while these kinds of referral codes can be effective, they're also kind of a pain to use. Is your user really going to take the time and effort to copy and paste a referral code into an email, send it off to their friends, hope those friends then find and install the app, dig up whatever code redemption screen they need to redeem this offer, and copy and paste this code back into your app? Well, maybe, but maybe not. And while you could build your own UI to help this process along with, all those spare engineering cycles you've just got lying around, this is also where Firebase Invites can help. Firebase Invites makes it easy for your users to share all aspects of your app, be it a referral code or an interesting piece of content, across both Android and iOS. It looks something like this. Let's say that your app has a referral code that you'd like your users to share with their friends, and you decide to use Firebase Invites to make it happen. When your user clicks that share button, they'll see a dialog listing all their friends and colleagues with some smart recommendations at the top. They choose which friends to share with, click send, and these invitations are sent, along with a personal message, over SMS or email, depending on the contact. Their friends receive a customized, richly formatted invitation, either one you've designed yourself or one you've let Firebase Invites build automatically from your app store listing. All this recipient needs to do is click on the call to action button, and Firebase Invites will take them directly to the app if they already have it, or the appropriate app store for their device if they don't. Once they're done installing your app, Firebase Invites can then send the referral code to your app through a deep link. And you can send your new customer the discount that they so richly deserve. And yes, this really does work even if that friend had to install the app first. Traditionally, deep links tend to get lost during app installs, but Invites uses Firebase dynamic links, which are able to survive the App Store installation process. As an added bonus, many developers have found that not only are these kind of invites more successful at driving installs, but that users who join through this kind of personalized onboarding flow are more likely to come back to your app in the future. And Firebase Invites isn't just for referral codes. You can use it to share any content you want from your app. Have a recipe app? Firebase Invites can make sure that killer lemon meringue pie recipe gets the visibility that it deserves. And because Invites is a Firebase product, it works with Firebase Analytics to let you know when a user has opened or installed an app through an invite. So be sure to check out the documentation and give Firebase Invites a try. We can't wait to see what you build.
It's been just over a year since we open-sourced TensorFlow, and we've been thrilled to see the adoption by the community and the pace of development both here at Google and all around the world.
TensorFlow is really the primary tool that we're using for a lot of our machine learning work in all of our products. Towards the end of last year, we actually rolled out a completely new translation system that was based on deep neural nets. In Gmail, we were actually able to roll out a TensorFlow model that, by understanding the context of the message you just received, we can predict likely replies. And this is a feature we call Smart Reply.
Diabetic retinopathy is the fastest growing cause of blindness. It's a complication of diabetes. We gathered a very large data set and had doctors grade the images. And then we, using TensorFlow, trained a neural net that does a pretty good job of predicting whether or not there is diabetic retinopathy in the image.
Can we use something like TensorFlow to make music, to make art, and to allow us to communicate better with each other? With TensorFlow, we're able to think abstractly, almost at a level of like improvisation with machine learning. We're able to try new things, to chunk models together in ways that were impossible before we had that kind of expressivity.
Dugongs are classed as vulnerable to extinction globally, so we do a lot of aerial surveys using drones. Then once you've done a survey of a really large area, you end up with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of photos. The goal was to find a way to automate that whole process, and that's where we've been using TensorFlow.
One of the things that we've been focusing on this year with TensorFlow is performance. We've been especially excited to release support for distributed training.
We want to make it easier for people to use so they don't have to necessarily know all of the underlying internals in order to get the distributed performance the best it can be. XLA is something that can compile down TensorFlow. Maybe you want to compile your graph ahead of time and get it down to something much more compact in terms of memory size, so that way you can easily load it and execute it on something that might not have as much storage space, like a mobile phone or some other portable, smaller device.
When we introduced the Hexagon Vector extensions, what we had in mind was enhancing user experiences with imaging features.
So the TensorFlow team said that you only needed low precision multiplies to be able to execute these neural networks efficiently. So we did some tests, and on the same graph, Inception v3, we were 8 times faster and 4 times lower power than running on the CPUs.
TensorFlow is great to work with, easy to work with, lots of capability. And so our engineering teams and their engineering teams working together, we were able to do something very exciting. This is just the beginning of what will end up being a long evolution of some great things we can do with machine learning in image processing.
In addition to sharing TensorFlow, Google has also shared an ecosystem of tools, which contains everything you need to go all the way from research to production. One such tool is TensorFlow Serving, and this is an open source, high performance serving solution. Another great tool, which is actually quite beautiful, is the embedding visualizer. And you can use the embedding visualizer to interactively explore high dimensional data sets. On the education side, General Assembly has done great work teaching TensorFlow.
For my final project, I was really interested in doing lyrics generation, and TensorFlow was a really great match for that because it allowed me to build out and utilize the models that I needed to be successful.
The TensorFlow community is thriving around the world, and we're excited about as many people as possible being part of it. TensorFlow is an open source project for everyone. We're looking forward to building this into something even better and more useful and more powerful in collaboration with the whole worldwide community.
When you're building an app that needs to store and share data from a server, there are a lot of things that you'll need to keep in mind. Setting up and maintaining a database can be a hassle. And if you want your data synchronized in real time or need offline support, well, now you're talking some serious time commitment. But with the Firebase Real-Time Database, you can get that time back. The Firebase Real-Time Database lets you store and sync data between your users in real time. This makes it easy for your users to access their data from any device, web or mobile, and it helps your users collaborate with one another. Whenever you update data in the real-time database, it stores the data in the cloud and simultaneously notifies all interested devices in milliseconds. The real-time database is also optimized for offline use. Whenever a user loses their connection, the database SDK uses a local cache on the device to serve and store changes. This means that when the user comes back online, their local data is automatically synchronized. And how do you keep your data secure? You can use database security rules to specify who has access to what pieces of data and how your database should be structured. The security rules are securely stored with the real-time database on our servers. So if you want to make sure your users can only access their own data, or ensure that their message is no more than 141 characters, you can do that in just a few lines of code. Getting started only takes a few minutes. The Firebase Real-Time Database is hosted for you in the cloud, so there's no server maintenance or operations. And there are SDKs for Android, iOS, and JavaScript. To get started with the real-time database, check out our Quick Start, which will get you up and running in minutes. We can't wait to see what you'll build with Firebase.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit. And I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it, I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event, like this completed 5 levels event, and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
Hi, Timothy Jordan here, your friendly developer advocate, taking you around Google I/O 2017. We're now in the Maps and Mobile Web tent, and I'm here with Chris Wilson, who's going to show us how Lighthouse works.
All right, thank you, Timothy. So Lighthouse is a tool that we've created to help build really good web experiences, help you improve web experiences. I'm going to actually enter in a URL right here. This is the media player application that we showed off in the Web State of the Union talk. We also have a talk about it tomorrow in the future of audio and video. And it's going to run a series of tests here to test a bunch of different things about whether it has a manifest, whether it has a service worker installed, if it's going to work when it's offline, how it works in different network environments, all kinds of stuff, how long it takes for the user to get an interactive access to the page, all that kind of stuff, and something went hideously wrong. So let's take a look at the report. So this is kind of cheating because this particular application gets 100%. It does super well, right? I mean, we hand-coded this. Paul Lewis is an expert. He knows what he's doing. Like, he has a manifest on there. He's got a service worker. It works offline. You know, there's still things to be done, like performance. You can always try to do better at performance. A little bit, tiny bit in accessibility we could do, maybe some best practices on passive listeners, that kind of stuff. But really, awesome score, right? I had to use this site because all of mine are horribly bad. Like, everything. You know, I know what the lowest score I've seen today is. It's my own site, so.
Well, I would say I'm not going to tell anybody, but you just told everybody. So now this is a social contract to fix that.
Okay, it's all open source, so you could go fix my site, maybe?
I don't think that's going to happen. Chris, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So this is Paul, and Paul's going to tell us a little bit about what's going on with AMP, and I have a fancy question to ask.
Then ask your fancy question.
My fancy question is the overlap between AMP and PWA. When are we going to see it, and how well does it work?
Yeah, that's a good reason why we're so close together here with the stalls. And I just talked about it this morning, how to combine those two in a really, really nice way. And there are 3 development models that really work well, because what we're saying is that you want to start fast and you want to stay fast. So you can either build an AMP that is both a PWA, you can actually do that, but you can also lead from an AMP to a progressive web app and use your AMP content as a data source in that progressive web app.
All right, so that makes a lot of sense. Do you have something you could show me?
Actually, yes. Yeah. So
let's go ahead and show it to the camera here.
Yep. So if you take a look here, this is actually using live data from The Guardian, who graciously offered us their RSS feeds to do this. And so this is a demo app that I've built a few days ago. And so as you can see, it's a fairly smooth navigation. This is actually a progressive web app, so I can navigate in categories. And then if I click on one of those links, there we go. Let's try that. It opens the actual AMP article. So this article that you see right here, as you can see, there was a transition going on here. And this article itself is all AMP. So you have a progressive web app shell that just does the navigation, but then you use AMP as a data source in your app.
That's totally awesome. Hey, thanks for showing us that, Paul.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
What is this going on over here? It looks cool and live and data.
Yeah, it's the IO transport tracker, which this is the second year we've been running it, and basically we...
Over here and show me what it is up here, close.
So there's a few components to it. There's an Android app that we put onto each of the shuttles running to the different hotels around the IO conference. Those Android apps are using the Firebase API to report their locations as they travel to each of their stops. And then this is just a Google map on a web page that is subscribed to that same Firebase database. And funnily enough, each time the bus moves, the bus icons on here move. And so it allows us to see exactly where all the buses are.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
So this is us right here, right?
Yeah, some of the buses you can see are parked there, and it's all hooked up with GTFS data as well.
All right, so that is the Maps and Mobile Web tent, and I think it's time to get on and see some more stuff here at Google I/O 2017.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
On the boards 1 point, in the holes 3. All right, I'm sitting here with two gentlemen from the Android Studio team. We've got Jamal and James. Jamal, would you start by telling us all the latest stuff going on in Android Studio?
Absolutely. So I'm really excited about a couple new features. First of all, as you heard at the keynote, we launched the bundling in of Kotlin, which is a brand new language that's able you to develop apps on Android. The second cool feature is around performance tools. We launched a whole new suite of tools around CPU performance, memory performance, and network performance. So I'm really excited about those as well. And thirdly, we added the Google Play Store to the Android emulator that allows you to have end-to-end testing, so you can test out things like in-app purchasing or the download experience, and have updated Google Play services. So this is the cool things I'm looking forward to.
Awesome, and I assume you've been talking to developers around the festival today. What's the reaction so far?
Yeah, developers are super excited about Kotlin. The thing about Kotlin is that it's been around for about five or 6 years, and a lot of developers have been actually using it for Android, so they're really excited to hear an official announcement and endorsement from Google about using it.
Now, we took a look at the profiler earlier, and I mean, it's really exciting to see that ability of that level of debugging live while the app is running on the simulator. What are some of the cool things that you've been able to discover as you've been testing that feature?
Yeah, I think one of the cool things is that a lot of developers didn't realize is that their app is using a lot of background data, or a lot of active data. So having a visualization to see what the traffic looks like coming in and out, and understanding what's the packet size, what's the latency of those various packets, to have a better understanding of how to utilize network. Because what we find is actually turning on the radio is actually impacting battery life. So having a better performing networking stack actually affects better battery life.
Awesome. And James, what's going on in your world?
Well, with Android Studio 3.0, we are also making available for the first time the tooling for instant apps. So we're really excited about that because, as you've heard in the keynote, Instant Apps is now GA, and any developer can now go build an instant app and publish it on Play Store.
And the tooling that you've built into Android Studio makes it really easy for developers to get up and running with either a new app or an existing app, right? Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, that's right. If you have an existing app with build tooling, actually we'll start by talking about the build system. From the ground up in the build system, we've introduced a new type of module called feature module to allow you to share code between your instant app and your regular app. So that's sort of a key foundation piece for you to start refactoring your existing app and to build your instant app. And then if you're building a brand new application, we've also modified and enhanced the built-in templates for you to easily include instant app support.
Awesome. So I'd like to ask a general question, if I may. Android Studio has been out a while, but it hasn't been out forever. But I think the advantages that it gives Android developers are huge. What are some of the coolest stories you've heard since Android Studio has been available?
Well, Android Studio's been out for actually version 3. We announced that today. One thing we actually launched last year was the layout editor and the new constraint layout. And a lot of developers really loved hand-jamming XML files. And we introduced this, we showed them the new tool, and it took them about 15 minutes to do it the old way. And we showed him the new tooling we launched last year at I/O, it took him 5 minutes. And he was amazed. He's like, I couldn't believe it. So we're really looking forward to making developers more efficient and developing apps. And this is some of the things we've been doing.
That's awesome. Have you heard any cool stories from developers around Android Studio?
Yeah, actually, one of the cool things that I've heard is in version 2.3, I think it was, when we introduced the APK Analyzer, we've heard stories where developers, when they start using the APK Analyzer, they realize that they've been bundling all these SO files for different architectures that they really shouldn't be. So as a result, they were able to reduce significantly their APK sizes, speeding up download speed for their users, and just enhancing performance in general.
That's awesome. All right, guys, is there anything else you want to tell developers before we get going?
download Android Studio 3.0 and try it out.
All right, thanks, y'all.